truth.
The one thing I love above all else is the one thing they shove up on the shelf. Some dreams will never die. Some never figure why they won't take our freedom away. They won't take our freedom. They won't take our freedom away.
Truth isn't opposed to reason. Clear reasoning helps clear the ground. But realization can't begin while we're still defending ideas, because defense keeps us identified with what we think instead of the awareness in which that thought appears. Ego is consciousness appearing, but limited by the mind, like light distorted as it passes through a prism. The distortion belongs to the prism, not the light. The light is awareness itself. In the same way, a mirror exists both within and without the reflections that it shows within it. Images appear in the mirror, but the mirror itself is untouched. Thoughts, identities, and emotions arise and pass like reflections in a mirror, but our awareness, which is the same light, that same mirror, it remains unchanged. The problem isn't the mind, but identifying with the mind's projections and mistaking that reflection for the mirror itself. What we are is that pure consciousness experiencing awareness. Limitation and suffering arise through that misunderstanding, not from a lack of information, but a misperception of what we truly are. When this is all seen, freedom isn't something to be achieved or enforced. It's what remains when this whole confusion drops away and it allows action to flow from clarity rather than an obligation. This is where many movements aimed at freedom go wrong, unfortunately. We're taught that peace comes from fixing systems, defeating enemies, educating the masses, enforcing right principles, doing the great work. But these efforts in this way rely on numbers and pressure and control. And these are the same tools that are used by the structures that these movements oppose, that we oppose. Witness consciousness reveals a different solution, though, because freedom doesn't come from overpowering the world. It comes from clearly seeing what's actually happening from the outside and within without distortion, with clarity. When awareness is clear, action becomes intelligent, measured, and humane, and it isn't driven by fear and identity and ideologies. Because really suffering ends when ignorance dissolves and clarity expresses itself naturally, because truth, once it's actually seen, aligns thought, action, and care, letting action arise from clarity rather than an obligation or dogmatic beliefs or any limiting beliefs. Pass it over to you.
Growing up a musician in Hollywood, one of my friends was Sonny Moore, a.k.a. the dubstep artist Skrillex. Back then, before the fame, before the mythology, we had real conversations. At one point, I remember we talked about Scientology. I told him about my bad experience and asked him his opinions about it, considering the fact that he was a Scientologist. And I remember his answer clearly. He said, "I'm sorry that happened to you, Shady. I know the organization is corrupt, it's messed up, but everything I have in my life came from Scientology." And at that time, that made sense to me. It's a very Western way of thinking, and the way Western esoteric philosophies function. Very pragmatic, very results oriented, very power driven, very look at what I produce, therefore it must be justified. And I don't say that with judgment, because that logic is everywhere in Western philosophy. If something works, we excuse what it costs. If it produces success, money, status, power, or clarity, then we shut the fuck up about how it got there, even if it was coercion, manipulation, and harm. The West asks, does it function? Does it optimize? Does it deliver outcomes? But that's not the same question as, is it true? Is it moral? Is it aligned with reality? Eastern traditions, when you really study them, cut straight through that confusion. They don't ask what produced your identity. They ask what you are prior to it. They don't care how sharp the tool is if the tool is being mistaken for the self. From that perspective, something being effective is irrelevant if it's built on violation, because harm doesn't stop being harm just because it also produces talent. Looking back now, I can see it clearly. Scientology didn't create anything essential to Sunny. It captured, redirected, and exploited innate capacities that were already there. And that's the core of the Western mistake: confusing conditioning for consciousness, confusing training for truth, confusing outcomes for alignment. The East doesn't deny skill. It denies the lie that skill equals awakening. You can become incredibly capable inside an immoral structure that doesn't redeem the structure. It just proves how resilient human potential is, even under distortion. And once you see that distinction, you can't unsee it. You stop saying, this gave me life, and you start saying, I survived this, and my life emerged in spite of it. That's not anti-Western, that's integration, and that's the difference between optimization and recognition. So we've been reading Astavakra Samhita lately, and I got to tell you, this text would get you kicked out of every modern spiritual community. No techniques, no practices, no breath work, no trauma branded merch. Just, hey, you're already free. Stop pretending you're broken, which is an absolute nightmare for the self-help industry. Astavakra doesn't say optimize your consciousness. He says, why are you micromanaging something you're not even doing? He doesn't say purify the ego. He says, who exactly is this ego supposed to be belonged to? And that's when Passio and every other Western esoteric system starts sweating, because the entire Western spiritual economy is built on one assumption.
I hear
the mind
you.
is you.
I said we need to do the shower again.
Okay. Okay, babe.
Because the entire Western spiritual economy is built on one assumption, that the mind is you. Astavakra walks in like, yeah, no, that thing talking right now, that's just noise with a good marketing department. See, Western systems love do the ritual, do the shadow work, do the invocation, do the great work. Astavakra's response is basically, cool, but who's watching all that? And once you see that, the whole performance collapses. Because if awareness is already free, then half of what we call spirituality is just ego cosplay with rune readings. And don't get me wrong, I love discipline, I love ethics, I love actual moral restraint. But Astavakra makes a brutal distinction. Ethics belongs to the personality. Freedom belongs to what notices the personality. And if you confuse those two, you end up spiritually flexing while still being miserable. This is why Astavakra would immediately be kicked out of one of Jerry's natural law groups. He'd say something like, you are not the doer. Jerry would respond, So you're saying we shouldn't be responsible? And he'd go, no, I'm saying responsibility happens without you narrating it like it's a Marvel origin story. He doesn't flatter the seeker. He doesn't recruit disciples. He doesn't build a system. He basically says, if you think you need me, you didn't understand a word I said, which, let's be honest, is not great for getting lots of people to pay for your seminars. And here's the part that really messes people up. Astavakra isn't anti-world. He's anti-confusion. He's not saying withdraw from life. He's saying stop thinking you're the thing struggling inside of it. Life keeps happening. Choices still matter. Ethics still matter. But the suffering, that was optional the whole time. And this is where VGT lands differently than all this Western New Age bullshit. Because recognizing you're not the mind doesn't make you passive. It makes you less manipulative, less reactive, less interested in domination, less interested in controlling others for their own good. Funny how clarity always seems to land on harm, right? On non-harm. So yeah, Astavakra Samhita, no ladder to climb, no shadow to wrestle, no enemy to defend, just one quiet, devastating question. If you are the witness of all this, when exactly did you become trapped? And once that clicks, the circus keeps going, but you're no longer auditioning for the ringmaster. Western philosophy and science often blur the difference between the mind and who we actually are. They treat the mind as the highest authority because they don't have a clear category for simple awareness, the part of us that notices thoughts instead of being them. The mind isn't the source of awareness. It's a tool awareness uses. Think of it like this. The mind's a lens. Awareness is what's looking through it. Western thinking often mistakes the lens for the one seeing. The mind is real, useful, and even meaningful, but it isn't our deepest identity. The goal isn't optimizing the mind, building better beliefs, or stacking data from podcasts. The goal is recognition, seeing what's already aware behind the thinking. This is where Mark Passio's worldview breaks down. Passio treats unconsciousness primarily as intellectual understanding plus moral will. That keeps everything outward facing, rules, principles, enemies, behavioral correction. The mind becomes a stand-in for the truth itself. But without turning inward, without recognizing awareness itself, this approach quietly reinforces ego and conflict. The temptation of virtue is an obstacle to higher realization. It creates a constant posture of fighting corruption out there, while the deeper misidentification with mind goes untouched, bypassing people's true personal journey. Shadow work is supposed to integrate unconscious patterns so they stop running the show. But the deepest shadow isn't unowned behavior. It's the belief that we are the thinker, the moral agent, the activist, the one who must save others. When that belief drops, compassion doesn't come from ideology or duty. There's no me versus them, no savior role. Care arises naturally because separation feels thinner. Mark himself says a big part of the problem is people's poison worldview, but Mark's own poison worldview has stunted his students. Even when his intentions were good, truth matters for him and for the people influenced by him. And it's our responsibility under natural law to correct him. Because if there's one thing the one great work has taught me, it's not what to become, it's what not to be. And honestly, that might be the most valuable lesson of all. The VGT character arc proves it. VGT was prototype number 1 of Mark's work, and what we figured out over the years was Mark tactics don't work. But not because people are lazy, not because his students are trash apes, but because the framework itself is broken. The dualist mindset Mark is selling is still Western esoteric materialism, the same new age bullshit Mark has been warning us about. You can't mix incompatible philosophies and pretend they magically harmonize. You don't get coherence, you get confusion with a vocabulary list. So what ended up happening? The teacher doesn't do the work. The students imitate the teacher not doing the work. Nobody does the work. and everyone ends up worse off than they were in the beginning. It's a lesson in how not to teach, how not to hold space, how not to build community. People don't process clearly when their idols screw up. They rationalize, they defend, they mirror the dysfunction. I've seen it happen before my own eyes. Learning where Mark is wrong isn't about tearing a guy down. It's diagnostic. It shows us where the work collapses when the ego takes over. That's how a whole network turns into a big, huge projection, a feedback loop of avoidance and spiritual bypassing. Money plus being surrounded by dumbass yes men all the time doesn't make someone enlightened. It makes them dangerous. VGT was prototype number 1. And when things didn't go the way Passio wanted, when he couldn't mold us into another whack-ass copy of himself, it broke his illusion. Mark is not a monk living his life on the top of a mountain. He's not some warrior off in some far-end land fighting for our freedom. He's here in this world, accountable to the consequences of his influence. So yeah, Mark and his network ended up becoming the clearest possible example of what not to do. And ironically, that lesson wasn't taught explicitly. It was learned by watching the failure happen live in real time. Krishnamurti once said, "The moment you join a group that claims to lead you to freedom, you've already outsourced your brain. The second someone says, 'Follow me and I'll get back, I'll get you there,' you should check the exits." Empathy isn't a moral rule system. You don't calculate it, you feel it. And that feeling already points beyond rigid dualities like good versus evil and us versus them. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the chance to come up and speak. Smash that like and subscribe button, and please join if you want to help pay the StreamYard bill and keep the show in HD. How's it going, everyone? Darren.
Hello.
Yes.
How's it going, Tim?
Hey, doing good.
Cool.
Good to see y'all. Yeah.
You guys too. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Shout out to the chat. Only a few heads in there now. Yeah, so how's everyone been? We had a little over a month off from the show.
Shoot, man, your monologue took the words right out of my mouth. That's how I've been feeling. Just, I mean, besides that, that philosophy, what was it called?
The
book.
The book.
Yeah, the book. Yeah.
The book.
Astavakra Smita. That's backwards, but definitely recommend it. Shout out to Darren.
Astavakra.
Thanks for sending us that.
He's the crippled dude in the thumbnail. He was a pretty cool dude who figured stuff out. Darren knows a lot more about him than I do, though.
But yeah, this book's basically a conversation between, I guess would it be a student, a seeker, and him, and with an Astavakra. But yeah, it's a really cool dialogue, basically.
Right up my alley. Okay, thanks for sharing that. Yeah, because I've been like, trying to. The philosophy is evolving in my mind too, and that's right along the line I've been going. So that's cool you shared that.
What up, Darren? Can't hear you, bro.
Oh yeah, I'm muted.
He'll be back.
How's your
Luckily,
run?
he's the only guy I know that can actually not need help figuring this problem out. Will Sell Truth 93. Yeah, we're gonna be watching. We're gonna be going over Funnel 4, Freedom Under Natural Law. I noticed our last so something that happened. The last shadow work seminar had a group arise out of it, and we were able to show. We got a little bump because of some of the posts we were doing over there on YouTube. And when YouTube, what's up, Mobius? What's up, Christina? When YouTube notices, there you go, Mike Jack. So when YouTube notices a little boost in views, it will test your videos out on more people. And so I noticed that, we were getting a lot more views. We got bumped into another level of the algorithm or something, because I think it was just about exactly around the time that we started posting in the group. What was that group called? Freedom Fire or something like that.
Fire of
yeah,
Freedom.
Yeah.
Fire of Freedom, which
Whoop,
was
whoop. You mean we got purged.
yeah. And then we ended up getting purged for our opinions of philosophies, and we've already went over that in the last episode. But anyway, after getting booted from that group by Jerry, I noticed that we got dropped out of that algorithm again.
Damn.
Kind of a bummer that and it just reminded me of Revolution Radio, where the free speech capital of the world, Revolution Radio, where I was booted off of there too, canceled before an interview. It's pretty funny that the biggest enemies that we have of our content comes from within our supposed circles. What's up, dude? Yeah, so that was just something funny I noticed. But yeah, Funnel 4 happened this last month, and we didn't really get a chance to check it out yet.
Yeah, we weren't invited.
What the heck?
Why wouldn't we be invited? That's crazy.
Dude, that's how I found out about the Ascension glossary that Curtis and I did the schizo bingo on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we found all the deep links between that and Boza and Marconics and all these other cults.
So who should we? Oh, I know who we should just look at first. My buddy Brandon Martin, the Thelemite, the proud Thelemite, the proud Crowley.
Wait, which one's which? I can't tell.
I can't tell. It's the same guy.
Hey, forget about it.
Forget about it. It's all about the great work.
Oh, being mean to Chris here.
That's not being mean. I didn't say they look bad. They just look similar.
Oh, so Brandon Martin and I, when we first shook up the One Great Work Network, I think it was the Sleep at the Wheel podcast. After that, the network kind of was in a panic mode, and Brandon Martin started low-key posting about this troll that's irritating everyone and blah blah blah. And I don't remember, we went back and forth. He said, what did he say? Oh, he basically, like, it was a bunch of new age kumbaya bullshit, and I called him out for being a new ager. And then we made a thumbnail with him on it, and he blocked me after not really engaging. Just he was like responding to me but not directly at me, and like he couldn't directly address me. And then we did the thumbnail where we and I think the last episode we said anyone who's a Thelemite is a scumbag and should be rejected by the whole movement or something like that. And he disappeared after that because he's one of the most proudest Thelemites on the network. And a fucking symbology guy. The anchor. My symbolism.
Oh, my hammers.
Green language, and what's the numbers?
Gematria.
Gematria. This guy's all about all the goofiest shit that's connected with any of this stuff.
Know, that Ashtavakra Samhita and the hammer were some wedding gifts for you guys when we met up for the show.
Oh yeah, both of those.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just
As
told
a
Curtis
joke.
we're ripping Thelema. Yeah, of course, as a joke. It's a
Oh,
great prop
you-
for the show. Like Curtis and
Yeah,
I love
where's
to rip
Curtis?
Thelema. We
Yeah.
did hermeneutic sanitization of Crowley's psychopathy as one of our things.
Wow.
And that's what got Curtis kicked out of the Gilded chat because he put googly eyes on Mork and Crowley. And
It's a
yeah,
big no.
no, all the other stuff they let slide, all the other dumpster dives. This one was like, nope, not McCrowley, not
Oh,
not my
fuck.
not my Alec,
Crowley.
Mm-hmm.
Mo Crowley.
93.
dear
Agape.
leader.
Don't mess with
33.
We'll sell truth.
it.
So, yeah, actually, speaking of Will actually decided to take some advice from us. There was a couple episodes where we were talking about how Mark and Will should lean into the fact that they're musicians instead of ignore it, because obviously we need to make this stuff more cool to get more people looking into it. So,
Of
you know,
course.
me being a musician too, and you know, it's something I've had people bring up to me like, hey, why don't you talk about more about how you were in a band? It might actually get you, you know, like more people looking at your stuff, which is true. And it was funny because almost immediately after that, Mark had a interview with what's your buddy's name?
My buddy.
The comedian that we saw at
Oh
Float
God,
Fest.
Sam Tripoli.
Sam Tripoli. Mark went
Oh, my
on
buddy.
Tinfoil Hat and talked about how he used to be in a death metal band and how awesome his death metal band was and all this stuff, which was something that I hadn't heard him talk about that much. And then we see this pop up. One thing I want to point out, all these One Great Work people were putting out content like 3 things a week before we came around. And now they're down to like 1 thing a month for some reason. I'm not really sure why or how that happened, but the 1 thing a month they're putting out is a little bit better than the 3 pieces of garbage they put out every week. So I don't know if that's a result of us. If I was one of them, I would probably back off and try and raise the quality a bit if someone was going after me like we've gone after people for the last couple of years. So that would be my natural reaction. But I got to tell you, I remember, you know, Will was posting 6 or 7 things a week, you know, like just these guys were podcasting like crazy. Everyone had 2 podcasts and everybody was going on everyone's podcast. And it's like crickets now. I don't know what's going on. But Will, we saw this and we're like, wait a minute. Is Will leaning into Mr. Peanut Butter here finally? Holy crap. Oh, this is probably going to give me copyright.
Oh.
Because these fools aren't monetized yet.
What do you mean? He made these beats.
He made these beats. This is a pretty basic beat. I wouldn't be surprised if
Jump
he made
into a
this
little
beat.
live stream here in a minute.
Oh shit! What?
Give it
Yeah.
about half a minute. Let people get in. Connect on the platform.
Yeah.
And we'll get into
Spit it, Will. Spit that shit.
the late night live.
Whoop.
Live show. Whoop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, what am I doing?
Being a little
Hey.
baby.
It's pretty whack, bro.
How's it going, everybody?
It's pretty whack, bro.
Thanks
It's
for
pretty
tuning
whack,
in.
bro. It's
My
pretty
name's Will
whack, bro.
Keller, and this is another evening
It's just fucking whack.
improv 2 live
It's pretty
show.
whack, bro.
Kind of
It's
playing
just
with some new
fucking whack.
gear and
It's
got
pretty
some
whack,
cool
bro.
Concepts and
fucking
stuff I
whack.
want to dive into.
It's pretty whack,
Shady
bro.
remix.
Someone
It's
that's
just fucking
very
whack.
much into
It's pretty whack, bro.
symbolism and
It's
allegory.
just fucking whack.
The topic tonight
It's pretty whack, bro.
is I'm going to make the correlated
I'm not in that cult.
connection of the Stranger Things series, primarily the villain Vecna and his mind
down and jiggy
control,
with
his
it.
cult
Get
that
down and
he
jiggy with it.
created
Get
with
down
12
and jiggy with it.
young children.
In this last season 5,
It's pretty whack,
there was
bro.
some
Is it
really
whack?
good
It's pretty
occult
whack, bro.
allegories and symbolism
It's just
and
fucking whack.
metaphysical concepts.
It's pretty whack, bro.
So yeah, a little
It's
guilty
pretty whack,
pleasure,
bro.
right? My daughter and I
All
like
right.
to check out that series,
From
but
Jeffrey
it
Phillips.
just
Oh, that's cool.
really
Is
stood
blocking
out
people
in
a
this
pattern?
last series and the
Will?
last episodes of how much
I still
occult
can't believe she
symbolism
asked that
was
question
in
that
these
like that.
episodes. So
Is blocking
tonight, I'm
people a
primarily
pattern?
focused on
Will?
the tenets of
We're not
a
in your
cult,
fucking meat in the street
CLT.
propaganda cult.
And they pretty
It's
much
pretty
they
whack,
hit
bro.
every single one in the
It's
series,
pretty
and
whack,
it's
bro.
right there in front of your face. And if you
Blocking
know,
pretty
people
whack,
is
bro.
not
you
growth.
know. And if you don't know,
It's pretty whack, bro.
you need to know. And then I'm
It's
going to
pretty
make the
whack, bro.
correlative connection of statism, right? The belief in government and how this is the
Outward
world's
pointing,
most
huh?
dangerous and
Surprise!
predominant
Wow.
cults in the world. 100%.
Blame
This is a
government.
religion
Blame
that the
dilemma.
majority
Blame
of people
dilemma.
subscribe to.
Buy my stuff.
Fucking
And
losers!
a good portion of them don't even
Go to my-
understand. They have
Go to my seminar in Mexico.
completely ignorant to the fact
only
that
way
this
to
is a
get baked.
It's pretty
religious
whack, bro.
cult
It's pretty whack, bro.
system based on violence, death,
It's pretty whack, bro.
coercion, duress, and they are participating.
It's pretty
in
whack,
that.
bro.
And through their participation,
It's pretty whack, bro.
unbeknownst to them,
It's
they
just
are
fucking
actually
whack.
contributing
Hallucinate
to the
your way to
main
freedom.
mechanism
It's just fucking
of
whack.
human suffering. Not only
It's
human,
pretty whack, bro.
animals, the planet itself, right? Since
Oh,
we were
man,
all
this loop is
interconnected
fucking looping.
in
just
this
fucking whack.
shared reality, right? What people do matters and has an effect.
It's just fucking whack.
So this is going to be a fun, interesting,
It's just fucking whack.
exploratory live show. And
can the
you
ladies
know, if you're
participate?
into Stranger
just
Things
fucking
and you
whack.
haven't seen it, there's going to be some,
It's pretty whack,
a little
bro.
bit of spoilers, not that much because I'm so focused on just that one
It's pretty whack, bro.
section. You know, just a few scenes, but it's large to the story.
It's pretty
of
whack,
the,
bro.
The series itself. Let me turn that off. All right, how's everyone doing? Let me do a little
Aw.
check-in. It's
She's like,
9.
That was the best part.
It's 9:25 p.m. Pacific time. I'm in
turn
Northern
this fool up.
California. Let me know where you're at.
NorCal in
um,
the house.
I kind of like doing these evening live shows. 'cause
I
it
can't
allows
believe
me
I'm
to
so
get,
close to
you know, go
Will
live to
tell
other
truth.
parts of the world. So let me know.
If he only knew.
Everything's coming in clear. What's up, Elliot? Good seeing you, brother.
Oh,
Brother.
yeah. It was
See some
me
dozen
and
people
me
on
and
the
Elliot
Instagram,
in the
all right?
chat, and that was it while he was
Good
live.
seeing you. Right on.
Yeah. But he has me
So
blocked.
yeah, I
so
hope everyone is
I have them.
doing well.
I have them blocked.
Winding down in the fourth quarter of the year, right? Last live show we talked about, 2025 in the Chinese New Year. It's the year
Oh,
of the
Jeffrey,
snake. So
Jeffrey.
we talked about a lot about symbolism and energetic
Symbolism.
attributes of 2025, and then I, explored 2026, which is the year of the
Put
fire
the rice
horse,
bowls in the
right?
chat.
The horse itself, but elemental, it is fire. And I was doing some shorts and I
have
failed
them
in that
blocked.
episode to
Oh,
really
Jeffrey,
explain
Jeffrey.
the natural cycle
I have
of the
them
year.
blocked.
And of course, the Gregorian calendar, right, has it December 31st, January 1st. That is the new year. And even some people, they make that argument. Well, the sun itself is at 0 degrees, and then it starts to make that climb again. And you could look at that as the new cycle.
Blocking isn't
I
growth.
don't actually subscribe for that. A full cycle is life to life, right? So something like the spring equinox in late March, March 22nd, 21st, that is when new life officially begins. And to me, and I'm pretty strong on that. That would be
Is
a full
blocking
cycle,
people a
right?
pattern?
So keep in mind, with that being said, that we still have, almost 2 months, almost 2 months, almost 3 months of that end of the year. See, people get into the mentation and the energy of, it's the new year, the fire horse energy now in January.
This is
But
on
we're still in the year of the snake.
1.5, by the way.
This is the final stretch where a lot of
wow.
people, including
Yeah.
myself, can really
He's
feel
not this
the
good.
last shedding of the year. And it can be difficult for a lot of people, energetically, psychologically, emotionally,
Wait,
physically.
what does it look
right?
like at
But,
regular speed?
if you're not taking in that
Yeah.
fourth quarter, the end of the year being December, January, and February,
Do it normal.
you're going to be off kilter. energetic. Right. So keep.
Oh no, Will, you
that
need
in
some horsepower.
mind
Light a
that
fire
we
under that.
Still
He needs some more
got
eggs. He
a
needs eggs.
couple
He needs a roast
months
chicken.
of the
Roast chicken.
actual natural cycle of the year. And then we get into spring, and then the element, the warming up of the fire horse takes place.
10 minutes in.
So I just kind of wanted to throw that in there real quick.
7, 8.
And then a quick announcement before we get into the nitty gritty. I'm booked. I am locked in.
Mexico!
Got my hotel. Everything's good to go for the People's Reset in Morelia, Mexico. I'm thrilled about this.
People's
event. Number one, it's
Reset.
solution-oriented. This is the 8th event. I thought it was 6th.
They're going to be
They're broken
resetting
conscious
people
resistance
out
has,
there, you
hosted
guys.
these
We
meetings,
got to
the Greater
go.
Reset. Now it's the People's Reset. So the
Damn.
whole MO is
Get your
about
tickets. Get right.
A reset is not like a good.
solutions. Whether
Cross
in
the
multiple
borders, pay
categories.
money.
In fact, let's do this. Turn
Yeah,
that.
pay a bunch of money to the state to cross
this
some
on stage.
imaginary borders so we can have a
Oops, sorry, got too much shit going on here.
reset conference.
There we go. The People's Reset. So the greaterreset.org activation is back.
I want to trip balls with
Manifesting our
my
vision for
friends
2030
in
and beyond.
Mexico for
Great video.
freedom.
I wanted to what you can expect: liberate
For
the mind, body, and
freedom.
soul. Permaculture and food independence, agorism and parallel networks. That's day 3.
Libertad.
I'll be doing more presentation
Libertad.
on natural law, the blueprints for a free society. And then day 4, empowering technology. 5, building free and conscious communities. So this is going to
technology.
be, and there's tons of workshops and events. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Really, really cool lineup. A great musical aspect to it. So there's going to be a concert at the end. And yeah, there's WFX right there. Presence is going to be there.
Oh, look.
Double
Anthony
FX?
News at
Working
every
for it.
other
Working
conference
for it.
is there.
So,
John Bush, another
very, very excited
scammer.
about that. And yeah, and my presentation itself is going to be
Will
on
sell
the
truth.
governing dynamics of reality,
Yep.
and that includes human beings. And what does that mean for us? We say we're trying.
A conference full of people trying to make money off of the freedom movement. Cool. Looks
What
like
do you
you're gonna
do
learn
for a
lot.
What
living?
is that?
You sell
Right?
truth?
Words are very powerful, but yet again, don't give them too much weight. Words are words; they are tools. As human beings, we have
But
the capacity and
symbology
capability
is
to
really
extract
important.
meaning, not only from words and language.
Words
from
are
nature,
just words, but
right? This is
how it
symbology
makes
has
them
meaning.
money.
Seeing the synchronicities and the symbols in the external world and within ourselves internally, in our internal ecology, and we can extract that meaning. But then what? It has to be applicable, right? It comes down to you choosing actions and behaviors as a co-creator in this reality. So
Oh, what's that in the background? What's that blue thing there?
Oh.
Is it this?
Whoop. Oh,
we
yeah.
had a wink wink friend of the show send us in a genuine Ostara hydrogen therapy hydrospark hydrogen water bottle. Woo! We are going to do some tests, and we're going to send this in to a third party to do some tests and get down to the bottom of this little magic device here. Pretty cool.
Scraping the bottom of the bottle.
Scraping
I'm excited. I want to
Jump,
see
jump,
what
jump,
the
jump.
pH values are and just
the
like
heavy metal content.
actually want to test it out.
The
I'm excited.
the electrolysis that goes on inside of a hydrogen generator bleeds heavy metals. Back in the early 00s or mid to late 2008 era, I had a car shop where we converted cars to run off vegetable oils, and we hacked hybrids to make them get higher gas mileage, and there was this scam going around of these hydrogen generators, right?
Mhm.
And people were putting them in their cars and claiming to get like way better gas mileage and all this stuff. And it turns out I had my shop was in Pasadena, California, which is right by Caltech, and the NASA Jet Propulsion Lab. And so I had a lot of pretty smart dudes, scientists and stuff coming through the shop. And I asked one of them to look at a system, because I had all these people calling me wanting me to install these systems. And I was like, I don't even know if these work. I know the vegetable oil works, but I don't know about this hydrogen shit. And so I had a scientist buddy look at it and explain to me what was going on and what was happening while the machine does make hydrogen. And remember when we had Dr. Dimwit on, what's his name? Jerry's buddy. Plattner. When I brought up the hydrogen machine to Plattner, he's all, well, the machine is making hydrogen. So you can't claim that the machine's not making hydrogen. So he was trying to like make an excuse.
Semantic loopholes.
Yeah, an excuse. And so while the machine in the car in this device does produce hydrogen, it's 100% efficient. The machine takes electricity. The electricity puts a load on your alternator, which puts a load on your engine. So you're still burning gas to get that electricity to run that device that is putting hydrogen into your car, but is that making any difference whatsoever? So hydrogen and hydrogen machines have been used for scams for a long time. We don't really need to get into the hydrogen machine scam because I think we've pounded it into the ground over the years. But we're going to be having third party test this machine and test the quality and take it apart and see what kind of quality this thing is, because these devices have been touted as being hospital grade. And it's pretty funny that he has his little thing right by his oil lamp. They almost look like the same thing.
It's called a lava lamp,
whatever it's called.
Come on.
It's paraffin wax
but
suspension.
Beautiful people, not just girls, but the fellas as well. Beautiful people, not just girls. I'm not bisexual, but
Why is it cutting off all of Derek's?
Your whole fucking live stream is mediocre at best.
Ouch, Derek.
Ouch, Derek. Jeez. Mediocre at best.
We'll take it.
Man, that hurts.
I like how he didn't say it's shitty, though.
No. Well, and then where's the other one? The other one's funny too. No one even likes you. Well, maybe some people do, but
beautiful people, not just girls, but no
one fucking likes you.
Dude, I like the open panel format.
I wouldn't say one, but
I think that's like sort of genius.
It's the most organic, most transparent, most like it's the future. Everyone should have channels like this, in my opinion. There's no way you can hide from your beliefs that you put out. There's no way you can block people. I mean, I'm saying if someone comes and is trying to hold you accountable,
It's just,
That's
the
what they
funniest
don't
thing.
like.
We haven't been challenged one bit on this show by anyone, but Conrad he's buddies with the show. So, like he was like, oh, I'll kind of play devil's advocate, but like we haven't had anyone with the balls except for the little Mexican kid. What was his name?
Esteban. Breach of contract.
I will lash.
I saw Corey up here. Corey Angela. I saw him up here.
Oh yeah, Corey sent me a funny message the other day. Basically, he sent me a message in one run-on sentence responding to every single critique we've ever had of him and Mark. It was kind of strange. And then I didn't really respond because I didn't know how. And he was like, it's okay if you don't want to respond. I'm here ready to talk to you whenever you want. And it's like, well, I've been trying to get you to come on the show for at least a year and a half now. Like that's where I do things. I've talked about how, like doing things in the DM in DMs is like, it's like, well, that's not why I do this show. The show is about talking about stuff publicly so we can all learn from it. So anyway, so where was I? So the hydrogen machines, we're gonna have it tested and checked out, and then maybe might use it and actually use it and see if we feel like if we get the willpower in us, the will tell truth power, we get all shredded like ill will right here.
Oh my god.
Who's Liebercast? That sounds familiar. I know I've seen him before.
What was his
Rick. It's no.
No?
No, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Rose?
So sorry, sir.
No. He's
Fred,
on the network. Fred
Fred
Gringas.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay,
Fred.
yeah.
Fred.
It looked
Sorry.
familiar. I'm like, I've seen that before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. What up? What up, Liebercast?
It's been a while. We've had a lot of people around. Oh, look, Lubass is here.
Not paying attention either. He thinks you use hydrogen.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely not using hydrogen over here, Lubass.
He just kind of pops in and just talks about what his eyes immediately see and what his ears hear. So
Yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think too much about it.
Lubass thinks the entire supplement industry, the $1 supplement industry is propped up only by vegans. He doesn't
I
think
wish that were true.
anyone who eats meat and dairy needs supplements. They don't. So yeah. So so Will, I don't know if this is
So the blueprint, if we are going to build
worth
free
watching.
societies, right, that stands upon the knowledge and the alignment of the objective principles of the governing dynamics of reality, right? So that's my little pitch. I also did a micro activation with Derek Rose and Presence last month. It's on my channel. You can go to willkeller.com and check that out. So gave about a 15-20 minute kind of pitch on my talk, and I highly recommend people check that out.
Oh shit.
So very, very excited.
We got to check that out.
Oh
damn, Papa
Will. Solutions you can implement now.
I'm glad he's not. Oh my god, he stopped using the picture with the fucking the fucking belt, the seat belt.
Oh,
He will for years used the same picture, and as a picture he took of himself in a car with a seatbelt going across his chest. And then we brought it up, and then he like photoshopped the belt out.
As opposed to just taking a picture.
Yeah, now he's got a fresh new picture, and you could tell he was trying to get that same look of the last one, but he didn't quite get it. It's the coloring with the light, the lighting in the car is just too good.
His peanut butter's going stale.
Yeah, peanut butter's getting turned it into I don't know.
And also, so that's the People's Reset, January 28th.
Is that a
February 1st,
Thelema amulet he's
later on in
wearing?
February, we have the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference.
The amulet.
Called Ignite
The
Hearts and
amulet.
Minds. And February 21st and 22nd. This is
We're going to be watching this. Free
online conference. We have about 18 fantastic.
This is free, but it leads you to all of our scams.
Oh.
Fantastic educators that are going to give their own presentations. We have all different types of art forms. And this is the 5th conference. So Freedom Under Natural Law.
Why isn't this
check
dude
that out. You can go see the
selling
whole presenter
timeshares?
list, and we're thrilled, and I'm very honored to be
We're
one of the
thrilled.
co-founders, co-creators with the other group, and that is going to be very
co-creators.
exciting. So, Vecna's cult control versus the Freedom Playbook. And well, first let me set the stage.
Will
I'm curious, has anybody
figured out that there was
anybody
a
seen
good
the
and
last season
evil
of Stranger Things
dynamic in Stranger
I'm not
Things?
really,
That's fucking
I don't
crazy.
do too many series. If I'm watching a movie, I love myself a good psychological, allegorical movie, right? I mean, I
bet
can't do
you
brain
do,
rot. Stranger Things, I thought it was great. There's definitely some issues in there, but the occult symbolism was fantastic, especially in that last season.
Sure do love your
last
symbolism.
season was garbage. We couldn't even get through it. It was so bad and so convoluted and unrealistic and badly acted and badly
What did I
written.
tell you about the next time I found
We
these things?
couldn't even
Sorry.
we couldn't even get through it. There's a lot better stuff on. I don't know. There's a lot of better things to be spending your time with than awful TV shows. But Will thought it was great.
Have you seen it? Have you seen any of the metaphysical or the symbolism of mind control and the cult tenets? Let me know in the chat if you have, and we will
All
get
two of
into
us?
this. So first and foremost, let me play you a scene so you can kind of visually see what I'm going to dissect.
When did Will get a one great work achievement award? Whoa, I've never heard of this.
Ever since he ordered it.
When did this happen? When was there achievement awards being given out by Mark?
Don't be jealous.
I'm surprised they don't hire
dope.
Tony Robbins to meet him up in Mexico.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there's a
Achievement
ceremony.
award.
Yeah.
There's a ceremony we missed.
The Scammy Awards.
Scammy. Look at that face. Look at this. Look at Papa Will. Look at him. He looks like Henry.
Isn't that
around.
11?
Okay,
She
if you're
refers to
not-
Papa.
Oh yeah, and the other thing,
Will.
the chick in Stranger Things, while they were not filming, got the young one got like a shitload of plastic surgery that made her look like an old lady. It was the weirdest
Yes,
thing ever. I
yes.
honestly did not recognize
Everyone's
her.
talking about on social media.
Oh wow.
She just looks
Yeah.
like an angry mom now. It's the
But
weirdest thing ever. But
Anyways,
anyway,
People magazine stuff. That's okay.
Familiar. Let me see here.
see here, Will.
Let's put this back up.
See
and
Will truth.
bring this up. So obviously, 1 minute backstory right on the left, Vecna. This is, and first of all, there's historical aspects of Stranger Things itself, right? It's originally based on
Stranger
Montauk
Things is
projects
history.
and MK Ultra. So that is very fascinating to go down and how they incorporate a lot of that historical aspects from there.
I
right?
never
But
got into
obviously,
this
guy,
series.
Vecna, yeah, he
It
looks
wa-
all gnarly.
I-
Physically, his body is all mangled.
I mean,
but
I saw
I
parts of
saw
the first
the-
one.
I saw most of the first one, and I get what they're doing, but it's like the execution could have been so much. It was like, remember Mr. Robot? You ever watch Mr. Robot?
No. Damn.
Oh, that was a really good show that happened around 2013. That it was like about this anonymous hacker who's trying to take down the biggest corporation in the world, and like it could have been so good, and it started so good, and then they just like turned it around and made it be like this pro fucking state fucking just like awful really cool show to watch. Definitely worth watching, especially worth watching now that you're like as like oh, let's watch this obvious programming,
Right, yeah.
Like MacGyver, the concepts are cool, but he works for the good guys, which are the government, like CIA, and it's like, wait a minute, you want us to think, and the Greatest American Hero too. It's like his best buddy was a Fed or whatever, but they were like helping. It's like, yeah, it'd be nice if that were the case.
Or like Inspector Gadget.
Yeah. That was my jam, dude, when I was in like preschool.
Hell yeah. And his little
his
partner
niece
friend was always, his niece was always pulling the shit off for him, and he was just a bumbling idiot cop.
With the sprinkle of the tism.
Did he have autism? Yeah, totally.
Yeah, probably.
But like not highly functioning though, like low functioning autist.
Yeah.
Shoot, that's how he got so smart.
The poor
He's
cat.
good at gadgets.
The guy's always scaring his cat.
He is part of a government black ops project that enhanced his telekinesis and his psychic abilities. Right? There's more to
Call
that,
of
but
Duty
without
Black
going a
Ops?
whole rabbit hole and spoilers on that. And then, of course, the main character played by Millie Bobby Brown, which is 11. She obviously is part of that government program as well.
See if Will talks about
and
how
has
weird she looks.
The same, very similar telekinesis and psychic abilities at an advanced level. So, in one of the earlier seasons, they come into
Will
a head and
likes-
have a battle. She
Will
this
likes this
psychic,
show because there's
abilities
magic
they
in
are
it.
fighting. She pretty much rips open a dimensional rift and sends him through there. He gets all mangled up, and his body deforms and changes. Now he fast forward a few seasons, right? He is trying to take over the world, do all this kind of stuff. But it's the way that he does it that we're going to kind of dive into, and especially into this last season, he is doing covert mind control that leads up to more overt implications. And he is trying to, his target is young children, a certain type of young children. Quote, he says, because they are weak and they are programmable and controllable.
Just like Mork.
Just like Mork.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I
Easy
mean,
there.
he says we're programmable, not the children part.
Oh,
And he's
I do remember that.
reprogramming traumatized people with trauma.
Yeah, it's called cult hopping. Curtis and I talked about it in the last one about the 3-eye atlas crap. Yeah, this is the problem when you obsess about. I've been down that rabbit hole, dude. But what are you gonna do? Think about MK Ultra all day long, and then MK Ultra yourself, gaslight yourself.
This is like 2013 shit. This is all stuff we should have learned a long time ago. I mean, it's cute, and I get and I commend Will for trying to do something poppy and cool, and which is all these. Everyone should be doing stuff like this. We're going to be doing one on Fallout that has far deeper moral implications going on than this show that was, to me, very incoherent and very unrealistic.
Well, I mean, it's even for being a children's horror show, unrealistic in that it was the dialogue.
Yeah, the children's dialogue was like far too advanced, and then no one showed normal emotions in this show. Like these two kids had their mom almost get killed, and they were like not reacting to it in a normal way. They were just like, "Oh shoot, we need to get mom to the hospital," and then they were like not concerned after the fact. And it was just like a very strange. It was too icky. Too kind of like, if I can't figure it out. Yeah, it always gave me the ick, that show. Whenever I tried to watch it, and I was never really that into it.
Dude,
and then
I walked in a friend's house and I saw the chick with the shaved head, and I'm like, no, that's gonna be a no for me, dog.
Yeah, she looks like an old ass mom now. It's the weirdest thing ever. Like,
oh no.
Yeah. And like they have all these characters that are now like 5 years older, but they're trying to play the same age of character. I mean, that's like the least annoying part, but I can't stand that shit. COVID, I don't know. COVID shut down production of that show, so all this time went by, and now everyone's fucking old, and it's just like, you guys. But
it's just very. I mean, like it perpetuates the whole like good versus evil. We must fight evil. It's a very like weirdly almost like Christian kind of like the whole idea, like the show, the concepts. And I get like there's like some occult aspects to it, but all of it is just kind of, I don't know. Will could I didn't watch the whole thing, but from what I heard, Will kind of toes the line of like what you'd think the takeaway would be from the show. But I don't know. You could go deeper with it though, like the idea of like, I don't know. Yeah, I remember. I'm like the idea of like, instead of just looking at it as like good versus evil, and the whole like the Vecna being like how like mind control, the cults use mind control, could be like I guess more of like a shadow projection of like, because the whole idea of, wasn't one of the characters is like he's like the same. I don't remember. Maybe I don't remember the plot enough, but you could go like interesting just as like an inward sort of like introspective sort of psychological analysis rather than like occult mind control. That's just pretty easy. Like obviously, it's like within the plot.
Yep. So we got Chris and Brandon up on deck, my two favorite dudes. My other favorite dude, Derek Barlicelli, who's missing in action. Who actually, Derek popped up on. Derek has taken this last few months off from doing the great work to have some sort of mental health time. And I saw he posted on YouTube the other day that he was just coming back just to advertise for a funnel, since so many people are following him. And it was pretty funny because he's just like, I'm fucking out of here. I've taken the break off from all you fucking crazy. You know, it's like, yeah, bro. Well, what happened to make you take all that time off? You hit some sort of wall, get burnt out? Because it was pretty funny how everything changed in a pretty short amount of time with these people. But let's see what Jansen and Martin have to say. I'm probably gonna have to crank this one up.
Hello, folks. This is Chris Jansen. I'm here with the awesome Brandon Martin, and we are going to talk today about the upcoming Freedom Under Natural Law Conference number 5, Ignite, coming up this February 21st and 22nd, 2026. And Brandon Martin is one of our star presenters who's going to be part of this fantastic event online conference. If you haven't yet signed up, go to freedomundernaturallaw.com and get on the email list, and so you can receive updates and such. We're going to be putting out some new graphics very soon. And I want to put the table to Brandon. First, I'm sure everybody already knows you, but give us a brief introduction of what you do at seedtruth.com.
Yeah, I've been an esoteric and occult researcher probably most of my life now. Kind of got activated with Mark Passio's work back, probably 2013, 2014-ish. And then
that's most of his life.
Conference back in 2015. And then from there, it just kind of snowballed, and I kept dedicating my time.
What'd you say?
Most of his life? I don't know.
Wild. I don't know about that.
You're still stuck on Thelema, though.
Yes, it seems odd. Seems like you got into this stuff recently. Brandon Martin's father is a professional skateboarder, so Brandon has been, in the shadow of his father. They own a skate park in West Virginia, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And
Whoa.
Whoa.
Consistently and very much.
What's that?
It's been on Tony Hawk.
Tony Hawk.
So I heard.
Brandon's dad was on Tony Hawk.
No, the skate park. So.
Oh, really?
Yes, I read that somewhere.
Yeah, allegedly it's a pretty notorious skate park that's been around since like the 80s or something. But yeah,
that didn't mean to intrude or interrupt.
Trying to spread this knowledge about natural law to as many people as I could. I also come from a background of skateboarding and underground music, and specifically the punk scene and the metal scenes, the underground punk and metal scenes. So my father created a world famous skate park called Skatopia. We're affiliated with Viva La Bam, been on Tony Hawk Underground Part 2. We have a level in that. So I grew up, traveling the world, reading occult information, grew up reading books, which a lot of people have heard me say before, things like 1984, A Brave New World, Animal Farm. Those were required readings in my household. And I also went to homeschool. So I was homeschooled part of my life, and I'm very autodidactic. So I eventually, became aware of how critical it is to share this information and publish this information because of the lack of prevalence and presence of this information in society, specifically around me in these so-called anarchist movements in the skateboard scene and the punk scene. And so I, like I said, dedicated myself to creating this seed conference to kind of be a maven in a way to target individuals within these communities and hopefully share this information and awaken other people to get on the correct path of understanding objective truth and objective morality. From there, I have now recently become a new father.
Sounds like
so that's been taking up most of my time. So I've been kind of on a hiatus, but I still do a few videos, and I'm working on my anarchist history book currently. In the work for a few years now, which a couple people have asked me about it recently. Still in the works, getting very close to being done. But I want to make sure that if it's the last book that I ever, print, which would be my first one, I want to make sure it's done correctly. So anything worth doing is worth doing right, obviously. So yeah, that's a little synopsis of my life.
Yeah, but the enemy of good is perfect.
In a lot of ways, but your background right now that you've been working on is just unparalleled. You've got the left and right pillar going there with the
it's all about how much you have into your
dog.
background.
I can see in the background and the globe. It's just all your books. It's a work of art, and what you created there, both with the symbolism,
all the food
you got Joe Rogan's mic too.
Books and it looks great. So you're doing great. And I've mentioned this in the past, but your productions with the seed conferences were one of my primary inspirations outside of Mark Passio's What on Earth is Happening.com. To bring forward to the group of people I was meeting with in a natural law based kind of support group originally that we transformed into an action group, partly due to my urging and saying, hey, we need to do something like what Brandon Martin's done with the seed conference and the type of thing that Nick Cap has put out, on your platforms as well. you guys were really inspiring to me, and really, I don't think the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference would have ever started happening had it not been for the precedent of what you set. So thank you for that.
Oh, thank you for noticing, and thank you for doing what you are doing, because that was the whole plan and agenda. You know, is the whole point of it was to get other people to start doing these conferences themselves.
Yeah,
Right.
That's
And then,
why
you know,
pyramid
taking
scheme.
from that Sound Path to Freedom, some of the organizers of that.
Really?
Yeah, we know it's the point.
That's
You're
the
always
funny
trying to
thing about
recruit people.
these guys. Like, usually we could just turn it on at any point and they say some funny shit. Like,
that event, you know, gave thanks to us, saying that Freedom Under Natural Law helped create that. So we're giving birth to beautiful children that are then.
And Funnel gave birth to what was the Sound Path, and what a great success Sound Path was.
Giving birth to other beautiful.
Wait, does that even exist? What happened with Sound Path?
Good question.
Children of truth, morality, and natural law teaching going on out in the world. And so I'm getting back to Funnel 5 and what you're working on. I was recently pretty excited to see you sent me over a thumbnail. And so you actually have a topic and a presentation you're already immersed in. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're planning to share at Funnel 5?
This is
Ignite?
1.75.
Yeah, I was kind of running with the theme Ignite Hearts and Minds, and I was dabbling with a few different ideas originally. My presentation will be called Amor est lex, amor sub voluntate, which means love is the law, love under will, which a lot of people in the occult should recognize that as a thelemic saying. So I will be talking about a lot of things to do with thelema, but more specifically just the underlying philosophies of the occult in general, which are preserved in many
Aleister
different
Crowley,
models, and
the
thelema just happens
coolest
to be one of those
guy.
models. I picked thelema specifically.
Coolest guy
Damn,
ever.
we were just talking about that motherfucker earlier today.
Yeah,
It's
you should read The Two Princes or something.
It's shocking for me to actually hear someone admit it.
Yeah, Dustin Plattner just did that on Jerry's recent interview. Talks about his first he goes Kabbalah. You create angels and demons with your mind. Mind you, this is a PhD psychologist. And then at the end, he's like, yeah, it's about getting in touch with your holy guardian angel. And I'm like, oh, more Crowley shit. Okay. So this is basically just a vetting process for Crowleyan groups.
Of all the, like, why are all these people gravitating towards thelema? Out of all of these, I mean, out of all this stuff, why?
I have an idea, because what
created the modern era, including Jack Parsons and NASA and Stranger Things type stuff with MK Ultra. This is literally all cybernetics, all mind control. And that's why they don't want you to get past the mind. That's why they want you to think all is mind, because they control your reality because you think that you're part of it.
That's crazy.
I can agree with that. Mine was gonna be that, like, they make it seem like there's a higher spirit that is like beyond you that you have to align to, and since no one actually wants to align to like a cultural god, that higher spirit that Thelema talked about was more relatable. So that's why I thought people got into it. But
that is a huge part.
Enacting a creator's will, like Mark talks about it, like capital W will, which emanates from this creative force, and it's like a weird, like it's like how would I say it? I guess like it's kind of like just it's kind of leftover from like Christianity, like that sort of vibe of a god that is that we have to align with, versus something that's inherent and already there and has always been there and always will be there, but not in a sense of like of a creator, if that makes sense.
Commanding things. Also,
yeah,
it's about they do like to keep it vague, because what their higher power is, it's a very subtle difference. But this is why I think Kabbalah, which Thelema is mostly based off of, it's basically Kabbalah, yoga, tantra, and Hermeticism. But the thing is these are just a subtle form of egotism. So their idea of they always like to say source. They can't actually have a name for it because then they might have to actually follow some ethics, right? So it's always just what their opinion is, masked as some kind of higher source. And this is
and
the
it's
thing
not
about
religion, because that's the thing that's it's hard to we're anti-religion, but
yeah. So basically they don't like to follow any rules. They like to make their own rules, and then they like to say that's
Cosplay that they're not religion.
yeah, but they're totally religion. And that's the whole thing with Kabbalah and the Abrahamic religions is if it's true, why do people have to believe in it? Right? And then why you would think water is wet, and if you get in water, you get wet. I don't think there's people going around saying like, if you don't believe water is wet, we have to wipe out your whole village and the firstborn of your entire civilization. It's very weird that it's true, but if you don't accept it, they have to unalive you. Right? So that's the problem with the Abrahamic exoteric religions, but the Kabbalah and Thelema are exactly the same thing.
Right.
Because all they're doing is setting up a bunch of axioms and postulates and have everybody basically like paint by numbers a picture that the occultists lay out for them.
Mm-hmm.
Just, like voting, A or B. Every 4 years, one party wins an election, and then over time, they get their whole freaking mosaic done. Pun intended. Mosaic, Moses. No, that's all it is. It's a terraforming ideology where we lay down a metaphysical framework, and they even like Boza uses the term all the time: templates, blueprints, tracing boards. If it's so true, why do you have to manifest it? And this is all basically getting people to offer their own minds so that these dudes can like exploit their own power of perception and projection. You become a copper top. You become a battery for this stupid projection engine when you fall into these occult systems. Like I studied them enough to the point where like they're all the same. The only thing that these guys won't tolerate is actual Eastern mysticism, whether it's Taoism, Buddhism, or Vedanta. They can't do it because those systems don't really reify the mind and give them any kind of divine importance. And
there's no alchemy. Yeah, there's no tools or framework to enact the will effectively to control this realm or to control the universe, and to instruct people to see past it it doesn't satisfy the goal of a person who is looking to find an ideology or framework that does that, where they can, do effective alchemy and magic, essentially.
Right. And those systems will say, look, you could do this stuff. You're still accountable for your actions. There's karma, and it's going to be limited in benefit, even if you get benefits.
Right.
These guys don't want you to know that.
And in like my shitty layman's terms, the Western shit, so Eastern shit is all about looking in and fixing yourself and fixing things, and the Western shit is all about power and money, and the goal is different. And the Western shit, it's like they've took the Eastern stuff to make it seem like there's this big internal thing going on, but really at the end of the day, it's all about making money and getting power and doing what thou wilt.
And even if it's not money,
Yep.
right? Like the whole idea
As
of,
opposed to
like,
Eastern
or-
stuff, they're like, what if you just stop willing?
Yeah. Well, then it all falls apart. Like everything falls
Yeah.
apart.
But I saw this.
About my roads.
My roads. Yeah, my great roads. So this video is pretty cool. It's kind of quick.
Hi, this is
I learned
Matt
a lot
Baker.
from it.
Today I'm going to show
Just
you
kind of
a
simple.
family tree of religious organizations and movements associated with Western esotericism. Now, obviously, the first thing I need to do is explain what Western esotericism is. For the last 1600 years or so, the Western world, meaning Europe and all the places settled by Europeans, has been dominated by just one religion, Christianity. In addition to this, ever since the 18th century Enlightenment, there's also been a second major player in the West, secularism, which is based primarily on trusting what has been learned from modern science. Well, Western esotericism is basically anything that does not follow into either of these first two categories. So this would include anything related to the much older pagan religions of Europe, as well as any new religious movements that differ significantly from Christianity. However, I should note that it does not include the standard forms of other well-established religions, such as Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism. So basically, Western esotericism is a sort of grab bag for anything in the West that is considered to be a non-traditional form of spirituality. Now, up until recently, such alternatives were either prohibited or at least severely frowned upon, resulting in followers having to operate in secret, which is why the word esoteric is used. You see, esoteric means for the inner circle. In other words, it's stuff that's only meant to be understood by a very small, very select group of people. It's the opposite of exoteric, which means for the outside world or for the general public. Another word that's often used interchangeably with esotericism is the occult. The word occult simply means hidden. So you can see that both terms represent the fact that due to Christianity being so dominant in the West for so many centuries, anything else had to be kept a secret, only to be discussed in tight-knit circles. Now, before we take a look at the family tree, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, 80,000 hours. If you work for an average of 40 hours a week for 50 weeks a year for 40 years, 80,000 hours has been to your inbox. So back to the family tree of Western esotericism. At the top, I show 5 main streams that came together during the 1600s to jumpstart the modern interest in esotericism. The first 3 are all ideologies that competed with Christianity during the first few centuries CE, and then were basically stamped out when Christianity became dominant. The first is Gnosticism, which, depending on your viewpoint, was either a Christian heresy or simply an early form of Christianity that lost out to Nicene Christianity. Basically, it held that the physical world is altogether bad, and that therefore one should seek to gain knowledge about the hidden, spiritual world instead, which is altogether good. Neoplatonism was, in a way, a reaction to Gnosticism, founded by the 3rd century Greek philosopher Plotinus. He held that the physical world was in fact good, but was simply existing in the darkness. The goal, therefore, was to move towards the light, which emanates from the One, the source of all being. Hermeticism held similar views about the One, but focused more on practical ways to understand and use the spiritual world through things like alchemy, astrology, and magic. The name comes from a legendary figure called Hermes Trismegistus, who is associated with both Hermes from Greek mythology and Thoth from Egyptian mythology. He supposedly wrote several texts which passed down certain knowledge that had been given to humans in the very deep past. In contrast to the first 3 streams, Kabbalah developed during the Middle Ages. It's a form of Jewish mysticism, but actually shares much in common with the first 3 streams in that it distinguishes between an unknowable one true God and the knowable emanations that have been revealed by God. Finally, there's a 5th stream, which represents all of the various ideas taken from Eastern religions, which had been known in the West to some extent during ancient times, but were then basically ignored until the age of exploration, which brought Westerners in touch with them again. Now, obviously, I could say much more about each of these 5 streams, but that was just a very quick overview. Okay, so during the 1500s, all of these older ideas started to resurface in Germany due to the Renaissance, which involved an interest in classical antiquity, combined with the Reformation, which involved the decline of church authority. Eventually, things coalesced in the early 1600s with a movement called Rosicrucianism, which began when 3 mysterious documents suddenly appeared and started to be shared around. They introduced a man called Christian Rosenkreuz, which means Rose Cross, who traveled the world learning ancient universal truths from many different sources, and who then created a secret society called the Fraternity of the Rose Cross, which practiced things like alchemy. Now, whether these documents were meant to be taken as allegories or were simply created as hoaxes, we don't really know. But in a time when Western science was in its infancy and held a lot of promise, many people grabbed hold of the ideas in them and started to explore them further. Around the same time, over in England and Scotland, the foundations of modern Freemasonry were being laid. Originally a network of local guilds for actual stonemasons, eventually the guilds started allowing wealthy individuals to join. And over time, things went from being centered on overseeing the construction trade to being more of a social club for elites that
wouldn't be the first time unions and
held all sorts of secrets. This proved useful for those interested in Rosicrucianism because it provided
unions and government. It's always like that. Trade unions, government. You know, Walter Reuther, UAW, Jimmy Hoffa, Mafia, occultism. It always happens.
Every damn time.
Every single damn time. Yeah.
A model for creating Rosicrucian secret societies, the first of which was the Order of the Golden and Rosy Cross, founded in Germany in the 1750s. Take note that in order to be a member of the order, one also had to be a master mason. Now, if there's one thing that I can say with confidence about the Rosicrucians is that they made some really cool charts. I'm not going to attempt to explain any of them because I'm not sure that I could. But basically, they combine ideas taken from stuff like Hermeticism and Kabbalah in an attempt to explain the world in a way that at least looks orderly and scientific, while at the same time retaining certain elements from Christian theology. Probably the most well-known member of the Order of the Golden and Rosy Cross was King Frederick II of Prussia, who was the successor to Frederick the Great. However, following his death, the order eventually fizzled out. A bit later, though, in 1865, a organization was established in the UK called the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, or SRIA for short. It actually still exists to this day. But perhaps more well known is the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which copied the structure of the Societas Rosicruciana, but made two very important changes. First, it allowed women to join, and second, it modeled itself on ancient paganism instead of maintaining ties to Christianity. Members of the order included William Butler Yeats and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, as well as A.E. Waite and Pixie Smith, those last two being the creators of the popular Rider-Waite tarot deck. However, the most important thing about the Order of the Golden Dawn is that it introduced certain rituals and ceremonies that supposedly involved powerful magic. These rituals would go on to be used by other esoteric groups that I'll talk about later on. Another secret society that modeled itself on Freemasonry and which had connections to Rosicrucianism was the Ellis Cohens, meaning the elect priests. Their full name being the Order of Knight Masons, Elect Priests of the Universe. This organization later inspired a Frenchman who went by the name Papus and who founded the Martinist Order, which, despite its logo having a Star of David, was not Jewish. Now, before I move on away from Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry, I should mention the influence that Freemasonry had on Mormonism. LDS founder Joseph Smith, as well as the next three LDS presidents, are all known to have been Freemasons, and there are definitely some similarities between certain LDS rituals and symbols and the rituals and symbols used within Freemasonry. So while the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is not generally considered
probably why Joseph Smith got killed,
some esoteric elements. Okay, I now want to move over to another early movement within modern Western esotericism, Swedenborgianism, named after the Swedish polymath Emanuel Swedenborg. Among other things, Swedenborg promoted the idea that some humans remain on Earth after death, either as angels or demons, and that such spirits can influence the living. While not an official Christian doctrine, the idea that dead loved ones can live on as ghosts or angels is definitely a common folk belief held by many Christians today. It was certainly a belief held by Joseph Smith, who claimed to have been visited by the angel Moroni, who had previously lived on Earth as a human. Anyway, Swedenborg did not establish a church during his lifetime, but after his death, some of his followers did, and it became known as the New Church. Overlapping with the lifespan of Emanuel Swedenborg was that of a German physician named Franz Mesmer, whose name became the basis for the word mesmerized. He taught the idea that there exists an invisible force that connects all things, and that this force can be manipulated.
I'm waiting for Car World.
And he developed certain techniques to do so. But here's where things get interesting. Eventually,
hey, Jeff, did you notice something here?
Were combined to form the idea that certain techniques can be used to manipulate.
That the New Church logo is similar to the Rammstein logo. And Emanuel Swedenborg said that people become angels after death, some of them. And then in the Rammstein song Engel, which means angel, he says, Wer zum Lebzeit gut auf Erden, wird nach dem Tod ein Engel werden. Who is good on earth becomes an angel after death. It is a common folk belief. Well, I mean, they included a popular folk belief in this song. And I just thought it was funny because the New Church logo kind of looks like that a little bit.
Kind of looks like this, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mesmer.
Oh, yeah. Mesmerizing everyone.
And communicate with the invisible spirits of dead relatives. Thus, the movement known as spiritualism was born, with the three Fox sisters becoming some of the very first mediums, although they were later revealed to be frauds. Spiritualism was all the rage during the late 1800s and early 1900s. But
that's also many.
It lost its popularity as science improved. Nevertheless, there are still some spiritualist churches in the U.S. that still exist to this day, and these are now united under the National Spiritualist Association. And in Latin America, a certain branch of spiritualism called Spiritism, founded by Allan Kardec, remains extremely popular. Its largest organization, the Brazilian Spiritist Federation, has almost 4 million members. Another esoteric movement that can be traced to Franz Mesmer is New Thought. Although
do drugs and ayahuasca and talk to dead people.
The main idea behind New Thought is that one's mental state can have an impact on the physical world. So if you've ever been told to think positively or that you can manifest good things into your life, you can thank Phineas Quimby for that. There are several New Thought organizations that still exist today, including the Unity Church, as well as several groups that use the religious
Remember that
science
guy?
spirit. Also connected to the New Thought movement, even though they
Unity
don't acknowledge
Church?
it, is Christian Science, officially the Church of Christ Scientist. Their founder, Mary Baker Eddy, happened to be a student of Phineas Quimby, and she incorporated many of his ideas into her own movement. So, as you can see from the chart, it was during the 1800s that Western esotericism really took off and went in a bunch of different directions. Well, of the many esoteric figures who were active during this period, perhaps the most important was a Russian-born woman known as Helena Blavatsky, who founded the Theosophical Society. Her system of thought, known as Theosophy, meaning God wisdom, combined for the first time all the ideas that the Rosicrucians had been exploring with the ideas and practices coming out of the spiritualism movement. So, like other occultists, she believed that there had once been, in the very deep...
It's funny how like all these guys that started these churches, they all have the same story. Oh, they traveled the world for a long time, and then they stumbled upon some manuscripts or some fucking jade stones or some, you know, it's like that they're all like coming out at the same time, and they're all ripping off each other's stories for how they became so wise. It's really funny.
Yeah, and they're all related to tiny hats and royalty, and they all have shitloads of money.
Yeah. No, we wouldn't know who they were if they didn't have money. Like, you think Crowley, Alema would be a thing if he wasn't a trust fund baby?
No.
Yeah, they're all trust fund nepo babies.
He was a psychopath.
Except Krishnamurti.
Yeah.
Remember, they tried to raise Krishnamurti as like the Messiah. They wanted him to be the Yuga avatar. Yeah, he's like, no, that sucks. That's terrible.
Don't be a part of anything. Don't join any group. They're all, oh,
yep,
no. What did he just say? Because they like made a big deal about, what was he supposed to be like 20 years old when he like gave this big speech, and that was going to be like how everything was going to be now. And he's like, yeah, don't be a part of this.
Yeah. And basically, yeah,
which is what Mark should be saying, but he isn't.
Right. And no, because Mark is down with all the people that try to control these narratives and sell snake oil and prophecies and try to I mean, look, the Mormon Church, how many of these dudes are in the FBI? Like, it's crazy. With the all of the CIA and FBI is full of Mormons. That cop that shot Daniel Shaver in the hotel lobby, he got an all Mormon jury to acquit him. He was Mormon too. The Theosophical Society and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, full of MI6 agents. Mm-hmm. These are just agents of the crown, because what do you need to do? You need to manufacture consent. Now, right now, they're pushing ayahuasca and psychedelics, which, you know, they tried a little bit before with Tim Leary and stuff, but in Brazil, like, they're getting all these spiritual, yeah, exactly, these spiritual bros, and you know, try to hack your life with tripping balls, basically, and then you got Manny donating like $500,000 or more to the network, saying, dude, it's natural law is about spiritism, and Allan Kardec talked about natural law in the spirits book. So I download the book, and I'm like, this is straight up grift. Yeah, every single time. And so really they are all actually no different than the damn Torah. You know, talk about timelines and future messiahs and wars against different races, and like, this is crock of shit.
Yikes. And
this is exactly what we need to do is go the Krishnamurti route, basically, and be like, no, what you think, really, you got to put that in check. Like, it really doesn't matter.
The funny thing about this chart, it's just like shows you that it was all made up, basically.
Yes.
A bunch of narcissists in the 1800s made up a bunch of shit by mixing a bunch of shit that's not mixable.
Yep.
And for some reason, Mark is fascinated with this shit, which it's one thing to be fascinated, but be like, oh, don't put any weight in any of this. It's interesting to look into, but he doesn't. He says, make your decision by taking in all this information.
Right. And after
And
you
none
take
of
it all in, you realize it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
And that's what Krishnamurti did. They raised him with this stuff, and he's like,
yeah,
okay, it's all bullshit. I listened to it, and after 15, 20 years, it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
You can't fake silence.
Yeah. Seriously.
He passed a sort of universal human religion that had eventually been lost, even though hints of it could be seen in every religion. However, she also believed that there were certain masters who lived throughout history who knew about this original truth and with whom she communicated. Her goal was thus to reestablish a universal religion with the help of these masters, some of whom were still alive and living in Tibet.
Like,
take note that the logo for the
and it's
Theosophical
funny 'cause
Society
I
combines
wanna be
many
like,
ancient religious symbols.
Oh, this shit's just like Scientology. And it is, though. Like,
Yeah.
Scientology is in this list.
Yeah.
And that's kind of been a big thing for me because I've had experience with Scientologists. Like, all of my friends were Scientologists. I was in a band with a bunch of Scientologists. Jobs I've had in the past were owned by Scientologists, and I had to deal with all their bullshit. And so it's crazy to now see where it all came from and to fully understand, like, they're just a bunch of, like, while I knew it was some made up shit back then, all this other shit is just as fucking wacky. But the farther down this chart you get, the more bullshit piles up because it's more made up and more mixed and more fake and gay.
It's almost as if you can see like where their tentacles are.
Yeah. I mean, like royalty and the British Army, like they've been working on these like shit machines for a long time. Like this is the stuff that lays the groundwork for Marxism, even the Enlightenment ideology to esotericism to democracy and then transhumanism and technocracy. It's all in there because it's all the world is fucked. It needs us to do it. We're little C co-creators. God is one because we are one. A pluribus unum, out of many one. Anuit coeptus, it favored our undertakings. Their God is a construct of collective ego.
So yeah, make it better by turning people into machines. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, you're like a sprocket,
a cog in the system.
Yes, squeaky wheel get grease.
Eating its tail, which is associated with alchemy, but also a Star of David, an Egyptian Ankh, a Hindu and even a swastika, which before its association with Nazism had been used for centuries by Buddhism and other religions. However, there is in fact a real link between theosophy and the racist ideas promoted by the Nazis. One of Blavatsky's ideas involved what she called root races, which were connected to lost continents like Atlantis and Lemuria. She taught that the so-called Aryan race was
Michael
currently the most advanced, an idea which led to a movement called Ariosophy, meaning wisdom of the.
Yep, the Armanen Orden. Yeah, Michael Tsarion, his Druidism.
Is that even his name? Because it's like it sounds like Michael the Aryan.
Yeah, and also TSAR, like Tsar, like Michael the Little Tsar. Yeah, no, he
made that last
Nobody's
name
named Tsarion.
So
I googled it, bro. The census says like 4 people in the world have the name Tsarion. Faking it.
So it's faking.
So where's your bloodline if your name is made up?
It's in India.
Yeah. No, Nepal. I heard. Yeah,
he's
but no, he's super sensitive about it.
He thinks he's full. He thinks he's like a ginger.
Yeah, because and then the gingers are actually the ancient Egyptians. He's what they call on Reddit an Arabu. It's like a weeb, but like for Ireland stuff, where like everything's from Ireland.
Yeah. There's a lot of that going on in the
which
whole
is
Tartarian
insulting to
movement
Ireland because Ireland's way cooler than Michael Tsarion.
for sure. It's like Padini's into that shit too, or I mean, there's like a lot of those like fake, like the archaeology fucking people.
They're into like ancient culture and they like pride themselves on it.
Dude, they're Indiana Jonesing for
I mean, that's pretty gay to do it in the present moment. It's extremely gay to do it for the past, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously. I like how much we say gay on this show.
Dude, you guys got me into it.
Yes.
I mean, you brought me back into it. I used to say that.
Dude,
all the
we
time
got
when I
to
was
bring
young.
it back. We got to bring it back.
It is back. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it helps the grift not work. You know, I mean, look, it makes grifters quit.
Combined with the Volkisch movement, which was an early neo-pagan movement that sought to connect Germany back to its original roots, led to the formation of various occult groups, such as the Thule Society, from whom the Nazis got the idea to use the swastika as their main symbol. Now, keep in mind that the overall influence that the occult had on Nazism is often overstated in an effort to make the Nazis seem even more evil and sinister than they were, as if that was necessary. In reality, while there was likely some influence, the Nazis were far more concerned with their political agenda than they were with spiritual matters. Theosophy also had a direct influence on anthroposophy, which was founded by Rudolf Steiner, and which you might know about through its network of Waldorf schools. It attempts to combine spirituality with the scientific method.
Who's like, you know, somewhat headed in the right direction, but still has flaws.
Which one?
Steiner.
Yeah, you know, he had some cool ideas.
And places a big emphasis.
Waldorf school's cool, but I'm sure they, you know, they're just. I mean, it's like if the base. I don't know. I'm learning all this fucking right now.
Emphasis on free will. Now, if the most important esotericist of the late 1800s was Helena Blavatsky, then the most important esotericist of the early 1900s was undoubtedly Aleister Crowley. He was originally a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, but then went on to develop his own system of thought, known as Thelema, which is a Greek word meaning divine will. It all started during his honeymoon in Egypt in 1909, when a spirit supposedly dictated to him a text called the Book of the Law. By this point, the Order of the Golden Dawn had fallen apart, and Crowley had started his own organization called AA. It was therefore through AA.
Alien, gay, fake,
Get
and
in, Crowley. We're doing butt stuff.
Oh, dude.
Not even like, but like not like consensual butt stuff. Even like
no, experimental.
That's probably the origin of the alien abduction, you know, storyline.
Like full on wild hallucinations on massive amounts of drugs. Crazy, just as crazy as it gets. Crazy rich guy who we only know about because he was a trust fund baby, and who, you know, idiots follow and kept held up over the years for some fucking reason.
Yeah.
And everyone on Mark's network loves the guy.
And the Queen got mad because he embarrassed them, just like Prince Andrew did a couple years ago. You know, by basically making a spectacle.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, they probably blackmail you because they make you do all that sex stuff, so you don't ever want to
Yeah.
leave.
Yeah, but he was a member of the Golden Dawn, which, you know, so was the British aristocracy, including the Queen, I'm pretty sure.
He talked some fucking military guy into into sinking the Lusitania.
Mm.
Like he literally talked at one of their fucking meetings, like convinced, like he was involved in all kinds of
He's
sketchy
probably just like
fucking
the
shit.
Epstein of that time.
Yeah.
He's like kind of the scapegoat a little bit, the most evil man in the world, but really like all the head honchos were hanging with him.
Correct.
At one point.
Exactly. They just
And, like,
can't
why?
admit that they're all like him.
Lenny
Yeah,
Riefenstahl
exactly.
hung out with him. Like, it's very weird.
Barbara Bush might be his daughter. Remember that theory?
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. I forgot.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And also through another organization he joined called OTO that he introduced Thelema. Like other esoteric ideologies, Thelema combines ideas from
OTO is big in Scientology.
Oh yeah, dude. I know, bro. That's where that's where a lot of the higher level OT stuff comes from. And then they're affiliated with AMORC, which is the Rosicrucian Order in California too.
I learned that they own all Crowley's copyrights, OTO. Or at least that's what this video that I just saw said.
And the inner circle is Astrum Argentum, which I think is the one that pitches most of the new AI and New Age cult ideologies to the masses through social media.
Yikes.
And
a bunch of
Hollywood.
different sources. However, it stands out in that it puts more of a focus on ceremonial magic with a CK in order to distinguish it from illusionist magic.
Because 11
These ceremonies included
K
lots
is
of
the
weird
11th
stuff,
letter,
including sexual stuff. And this, combined with Crowley's general libertine lifestyle, made him an extremely controversial figure. But regardless of what one thinks of Aleister Crowley,
libertine, that's a nice way of explaining it.
there's no doubt that his influence on esotericism continues to this day. For example, near the end of his life, he became friends with Gerald Gardner, who helped develop what is now known as Wicca. Crowley's writings also influenced Anton LaVey, who found...
I didn't know any of this shit either. Like some
Crowley did butt stuff with Israel Regardie, and Israel Regardie worked on Wicca too.
Founded the Church of Satan, and even L. Ron Hubbard, who invented Scientology. Although, as I mentioned in my video about atheist denominations, it's important to know that the Church of Satan doesn't actually believe in a real Satan. Now, speaking of Wicca, let me now say a few things about neo-paganism. The word pagan comes from the Latin word for rural and was used during the rise of Christianity to describe those who followed the older polytheistic religions instead. These religions eventually all went extinct, being stamped out by Christianity, which is why pagans today are referred to
pagan
as
and paisan
Now, they're basically
have
two
a similar origin, like the paisano, like in Italian, like of the country.
Interesting.
And but I could be wrong. But also, someone from the Pagano is a common surname in Italy.
A lot of Italy is very rural.
Yeah, and Germanic, by the way, like before the Latin language spread out. A lot of Italians are mostly Germanic, just like the Swiss.
Celtic is faking gay. It's so weird.
main types of neo-paganism. First, there are the Reconstructionist groups, which try to literally bring back or reconstruct particular pagan religions, exactly as they would have been followed in ancient times. So, for example, Hellenism is an attempt to bring back the worship of Greek gods, whereas heathenry is an attempt to bring back the worship of German gods. In
The
contrast,
problem is
eclectic
these were all
neo-paganism is more of a
reconstructed
mishmash.
by occultists that are affiliated with Crowley and Kabbalah. So what ends up happening is, they claim that these things are how they were practiced, but a lot of the times they're just end up getting taken over by grifters.
Ultra faking gay.
And the reason we don't have the original Celtic or Slavic or Germanic religions is because of these stupid fucking one world order cults called Christianity, which is basically just militant Torah.
Yeah.
Yep.
In which general pagan ideas and practices are promoted without necessarily focusing on just one type. So one example would be Druidry, which promotes harmony and worship of nature gods in general, and is far less exact in its aims, unlike Celtic Reconstructionism, which is. However, of all the types of eclectic neo-paganism, Wicca is by far the most popular and most well-known. Originating in the UK, it is strongly associated with the concept of witches. After all, the word Wicca is simply the Old English word for sorcerer. But unlike other types of esotericism, Wicca has no central structure or organization. Most practitioners simply practice on their own, incorporating Wiccan customs into their life as they see fit. Now, I should point out that while Wicca tends to attract slightly more women than men, there are in fact male Wiccans, and the word witch can be used for a male. Some Wiccans do put a stronger emphasis on the Divine Mother, and hence there is some overlap with another group called the Goddess Movement. All right, now the last thing I need to do is explain how the New Age movement
Goddess
fits
movement's
into
a lot more blue hair.
Nowadays, a lot of the things we've been discussing simply
But Wicca of all these is the least Abrahamic, and besides the ego thing, if the practitioner doesn't have a huge ego, it's probably the safest of all of them. You know what I mean? Because it's really just witch means comes from the verb wetan, which means to know, like wisdom or wit.
Wizard.
Yeah, wiser to a wise person. Yeah.
There, used to live up in Northern California in this place, Santa Cruz, is a real old ass town, and there's all these goddess houses that are set up around that shit, and it's just these houses full of chicks.
Yeah, I mean, we know what really happens
Weird
there.
shit going on. Yeah.
It's not personal transformation. It's gaslighting, sisterhood, avoiding accountability, spiritual bypassing. The same thing most people do in general. And that's the problem with those groups. I've known certain people who were very mature and were part of a tradition like that, but most people are immature, so it's gonna bring the narcissism and the borderline personalities over there.
Oh yeah. The ego.
Yeah.
End up being labeled as New Age. That's because New Age did, in fact, end up incorporating a bunch of different esoteric movements under one big umbrella. So, for example, it draws from neo-paganism, theosophy, spiritualism, and New Thought.
I'd call it a
also
network.
borrows elements from one of the newest types of esotericism, UFO religions. These started springing up in the 50s, Roswell incident. The best known UFO religion is probably Raolism, led by a Frenchman that goes by the name Raoul. According to Raolism, all of humanity's stories about God or the gods are actually based on memories of an advanced species of aliens that visited Earth in the distant past, which it calls the Elohim. They also teach that Elohim
every single time,
and that they communicate with the group's leader, Raoul. Now, when it comes to New Age, things are not as specific as that. After all, there is no central leadership or any structure at all to the New Age movement. So different people who practice New Age often believe different things, or at least focus on different things. So while not all New Agers believe in aliens, it's not uncommon for New Agers to believe in some sort of helpers, whether they be divine spirits, dead relatives, or extraterrestrials. The term New Age itself has a direct connection to outer space. You see, every 2,000 years or so, the spring equinox moves from one zodiac constellation to another. We've been in the age of Pisces since around the time of Jesus, but we'll soon be entering the age of Aquarius, although the precise moment when this will occur is impossible to know for sure. So the idea is that humanity will enter a new phase of spiritual awakening whenever this happens, and that already certain people, those who are particularly sensitive spiritually.
Didn't we figure out somewhere that all of this shit is inverted and we're not actually going into Aquarius, we're going into some other age?
Oh, what, Crowley? You talking about Crowley's Age of Horus, Aeon of Horus? Well, and then Aquino says we're in the Aeon of Set. I mean, yeah, it's all fake and gay. I mean, time is not ontologically real.
Is that the sidereal astrology stuff you're thinking of? Or
Sidereal astrology, yeah. So there's something called in Vedic astrology, Ayanamsha. There's a margin of error with the lunar months and so those are based on the lunar mansions. I believe there's 27.
Damn, I want one of those. I'd love to live in a lunar mansion.
You can rent a houses of the holy. Hit up Will, and he'll tell you the truth about it. Yeah,
it's fucking whack.
It's pretty whack, bro. It's pretty whack, bro.
He's got a hotel. In
Stop being
California.
a little baby.
Yeah, I know that's the Mexico retreat.
The Mexico retreat.
Yeah.
You know, Crowley had a pharmaceutical company concentrate mescaline from peyote.
Wow.
What'd they do with it?
Dosed it, bro. Dosed it with butt stuff.
Used it all up.
He used it all up in Africa, in North Africa.
Yikes.
Yeah, with
sketchy shit.
He wrote a bunch of books with it.
Yeah, wrote a bunch of books about not things he did with adults.
Okay, so that was just a very brief look at how all the various movements within Western esotericism are related. Like all of the episodes of these denomination type videos, a lot more could obviously be said about each group. But the goal here was to simply give you the lay of the land. If you want to explore any of these topics further, I suggest that you check out channels such as Esoterica and Angela's Symposium, which I'll link to in the
Whoa.
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 I don't know if I back that.
Yeah, so I think the Temple of Doom is loosely based on their stuff, like as far as these guys just traveling around and kidnapping children.
Oh.
Drugs and children. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of stuff on the Temple of Doom. There's a lot of weird shit going on.
Yeah.
And
it's like
the Africa thing, the Kalima.
Oh, yeah.
Stones.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So basically, that's kind of it's actually kind of more like what the British were doing, but yeah, it's the thing is that they had all these kidnapped children in slavery, and like that's kind of the things that the CIA were doing, dosing people with like LSD and then starting hippie cults like the Children of God and stuff like that, which Joaquin Phoenix was raised in. And yeah, it's all Epstein type shit, dude. Around the world. Yeah.
Yikes. Yeah, we started watching this last week or last month, last show, and it's pretty funny, but a little bit more information on Crowley.
The Star in the West heralded Crowley's poetry as some of the greatest ever written. And of course, he absolutely meant that, and it had nothing at all to do with, the fat cash prize. Sometime later, Crowley decided to climb the third highest mountain in the world, Kanchenjunga in the Himalayas, which Crowley knew was widely recognized as the world's most treacherous mountain to climb. This was a collaboration with 4 other mountaineers, though the expedition was marred by a lot of arguing between Crowley and the others, who thought that Crowley was being very reckless. But Crowley wasn't being reckless, as he had magical protection. No, really, Crowley thought that he had magical protection. They eventually mutinied against Crowley's control, and the other climbers headed back down the mountain near nightfall, despite Crowley's warnings that it was too dangerous. And sadly, one of the mountaineers and several of the porters were killed in an accident, something which Crowley was widely blamed for by the mountaineering community. And allegedly, Crowley had actually heard their screams for help, but just ignored them and chilled in his tent. Crowley then spent some time in eastern India, where he took part in big game hunting and wrote one of his rarest homoerotic books named The Scented Garden of Abdullah, which is a mixture of poems about Persian mysticism and the glorification of homosexual love. In the closing sections of the book, the name of the drag queen we spoke about earlier, Herbert Charles Jerome Pollitt, is spelled out in the first letter of each line, referencing one of Crowley's first ever homosexual relationships. The book is very, very rare today because most copies of it were destroyed by British customs on the grounds of extreme obscenity. Crowley met up with Rose and Lilith in Calcutta before being forced to leave India after shooting 2 men who tried to mug him, though both of the men
We're only
survived.
allowed to be a little bit
Crowley
gay.
and his family decided to leave on a tour of southern China,
Allegedly.
hiring porters and a nanny for the journey. Crowley had been smoking opium
It's pretty
throughout
whack,
the
bro.
entire journey.
It's
and
pretty whack,
spending
bro.
much of his time
It's pretty
on
whack, bro.
spiritual and magical work, reciting what he called the Bornless Ritual, an invocation to his holy guardian angel on a daily basis. The Bornless Ritual involved summoning a guardian angel to protect you from any demons that may try and make contact with you. Rose and Lilith eventually returned home, leaving Crowley alone to travel. Crowley then went to New York City, stopping first in Japan and
It's pretty
then
whack,
Canada.
bro.
And after arriving, he unsuccessfully solicited support for a second expedition to climb Kanchenjunga. And after his return to Britain, Crowley learned that his daughter Lilith had sadly died of typhoid that she had contracted while she was in Rangoon. And Crowley blamed Rose for this because of her alcoholism. Under increasing emotional distress, Crowley's health began to suffer, which meant that he had to undergo a series of surgical operations. Even during this hard time in his life, he had begun
syphilis,
2 short-lived relationships with an actress named Vera Lola Neville and an author named Ada Leverson, all while Rose gave birth to Crowley's second daughter, Lola Zaza, in February.
Lola Zaza.
With his old mentor, George Cecil Jones, Crowley continued to perform rituals at the Ashdown Park Hotel in Coulsdon in Surrey. Crowley claimed that in doing so, he attained samadhi, which is the highest state of consciousness that someone can achieve through meditation.
Like Scott.
One thing that probably helped with his meditation was hash, which Crowley made very heavy use of. Crowley even wrote an essay titled The Psychology of Hashish, in which he championed the drug as an aid to mysticism. In October and November of 1907, Crowley claimed that he was once again repeatedly visited by Aiwass, the messenger of the god Horus. And Crowley said that Aiwass dictated 2 further holy texts to him, both of which were later classified into the corpus of the holy books of Thelema. Crowley wrote down more Thelemic holy books during the last 2 months of that same year, which he once again claimed to have received from disembodied demonic voices. Crowley stated that in June of 1909, when the manuscript of the Book of the Law was rediscovered at Boleskine House, that he developed the opinion that Thelema, his new religion that he had invented, bestowed upon him by voices that he heard during fever dreams and drug binges, represented objective truth. And so
objective morality.
He completely embraced it. However, Crowley's
as well as
inheritance
everyone
was
else on the
starting to
network.
run out.
Yeah.
So, in an attempt to earn some money, he looked for work, something that he had never really had to do before since he was always wealthy. Crowley was eventually hired by George Montague Bennett, the Earl of Tankerville, so that Crowley could help protect him from witchcraft. During this period, Crowley recognized that
The grift
Bennett's habit
continues.
about witches was caused
He's
by
a
his
suffering
supreme
warrior.
addiction. So instead of taking advantage of him, Crowley instead took him on holiday to France and Morocco so he could go to rehab. Crowley needed a way to make money, but also a way to spread his new batshit religion. So in 1907, Crowley began taking in paying students who he instructed in the art of the occult and magic.
Yikes, really?
Who Crowley had met in February,
How to become a
became his
Thelemite,
closest disciple
1924.
and sexual partner. Later,
How to become
the
a
pair
true
How to become a
Thelemite.
true Thelemite. Oh my god. Holy shit, this is too funny.
toured northern Spain together before heading to Tangier in Morocco.
And Mexico.
The
For
following
butt
year,
stuff.
Neuberg stayed at Boleskine House, where he and Crowley engaged in
Butt stuff.
sadomasochism during magic rituals. And a lot of people in their circles believe that Neuberg didn't always consent. Crowley continued to write,
Yikes.
producing more poetry, as well as his first attempt at an autobiography that he titled The World's Tragedy. Recognizing the popularity of short horror stories, Crowley started writing his own, with several articles
like
appearing
Hubbard?
in Vanity Fair. Not because they were just that good,
No, that was
but
sci-fi.
because Crowley had a friend
Not
working
horror.
there at the time.
Dime
In
store
November,
novelist.
Crowley and Jones founded
literally.
an occult order to act as a successor to the
Comic
Hermetic
book
Order
writers.
of the Golden Dawn, being aided in doing so by
Pretenders.
Fuller. The result was the AA, which is thought to stand for Argentium Astrum, which is Latin for Silver Star.
Butt stuff.
And also because of that dumb Moon Rune's name, from now on, I'm just going to be calling it the Silver Star. The group's headquarters and temple were located at Victoria Street in central London, and most of their rites and ceremonies were ripped off from the Golden Dawn, but with an added Thelemic spin to them. Some of the Silver Star's
Butt
earliest
stuff.
members
butt
included
stuff.
mostly artists and authors, but it also had an engineer and a solicitor. And in March of 1909, Crowley began production of a biannual periodical titled The Equinox. And he billed this periodical, which was to become the official organ of the Silver Star, as the Review of Scientific Illuminism. Around this time, Crowley had become increasingly frustrated with Rose's
Science.
alcoholism. And in November of 1909, he divorced her on the grounds of his own adultery. That is quite the 4D chess move. Crowley's daughter Lola was entrusted to Rosie's care, and the couple remained friends, with Rose continuing to live at Boleskine House. Though Rosie's alcoholism worsened, and as a result of this, she was institutionalized in September of 1911. Crowley and his disciple Neuberg travelled to
Must have been
Algeria,
'cause he was
with
a great
Crowley
guy.
reciting the Quran on a daily basis. And during the trip, Crowley invoked the 38th years of Enochian magic, with Neuberg recording the results. And these results were later published in The Equinox, and it
think
was
they
titled
had to do
The
butt
Vision
stuff.
and the Voice.
Oh yeah,
This
lots of butt
was
stuff.
then followed
Like
by
with,
a mountaintop
Parsons and
sex
Hubbard.
magic ritual. A mountaintop
Parsons
sex
was
magic ritual.
was a handsome guy.
Crowley then also performed an evocation to the demon Chironzon, involving a blood sacrifice. And Crowley considered the results of this ritual to be a
butt
watershed
sacrifice?
moment in his magical career.
That's what I heard.
And apparently, during this
Someone said it
ritual,
might have been actually
Crowley
his kid.
made Neuberg sodomized him. Returning to
That's what
London in January of
that's what
1910,
is
Crowley found out that Mathers was
gossiped
suing
about.
him for publishing Golden Dawn secrets in the Equinox.
Gossip,
And the
yeah.
court ruled in
The
favour
first rule
of
about butt
Crowley.
stuff is
The case was
you're
widely
not
reported
supposed
on
to talk
in the
about
press,
butt
gaining
stuff.
Crowley even wider fame, and he enjoyed the attention greatly. He played up to the sensationalist stereotype of him being a Satanist and being an advocate of human sacrifice, despite the fact that Crowley was neither of these things. The publicity attracted new members to the Silver Star, and meanwhile, an Australian
I bet they
violinist
were great.
named Leela Waddle soon
Cream of the
started a
crop.
relationship with Crowley. Deciding to expand his teachings to a wider audience, Crowley developed The Rites of Artemis, a public performance of magic and symbolism featuring Silver Star members who would personify various deities. It was first performed at the Silver Star headquarters, with attendees being given a fruit punch containing peyote to enhance their experience. Various members of the press attended and reported pretty positively on it, which I'm sure had absolutely nothing to do with
He
the
shared
peyote.
it,
In
yeah.
October and November of 1910, Crowley decided to stage something similar, The Rites of Eleusis, at Caxton Hall in Westminster. And this time, the
Dude,
press
Eleusinian
reviews were
mysteries
mixed,
are
and
whack.
Crowley came under criticism from Westerwend Fenton, who was the editor of the Looking Glass newspaper, who called Crowley one of the most blasphemous and cold-blooded villains of modern times. Fenton's
But
article
follow his
suggested
cult.
that Crowley and his mentor, George Cecil Jones, were involved in homosexual
Especially if you're into morality,
Crowley
follow his cult.
didn't really care about this,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah,
but
Mark,
Jones
Will,
did
Brandon
try to sue
Martin, Dustin
Fenton for
Plattner,
libel,
yeah, bro.
and was
Jerry.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Damn.
unsuccessful. Fuller, however, broke off his friendship and involvement with Crowley over the scandal. And shortly afterwards, Crowley and Neuberg returned to Algeria for further magical work and likely to get away
Neuberg,
from
is that Mexican?
1911, Crowley holidayed in France, where he wrote
Berg.
prolifically, producing poems, short stories, plays, as well as 19 works on magic and mysticism, including the 2 final holy books of Thelema. In Paris, he met Mary d'Este, who became his next Scarlet Woman, in reference to the Whore of Babylon from the Book of Revelation. But it is also a term used to refer to a woman who has a lot of casual sex. You know, a thought. And the two of them started undertaking magical works in St. Moritz. Crowley believed that one of the secret chiefs was speaking through Mary d'Este when she was in a trance. The secret chiefs are said to be transcendentant cosmic authorities, and this secret chief in particular was
I want a
named
secret chief.
Abildis. Abildis nuts. Crowley wrote down everything that d'Este was saying while in a trance and created a 2-volume book developing the spelling of magic with a CK at the end in order to separate his work from the stage magic of illusionists. In early 1912, Crowley published The Book of Lies, a work of mysticism that biographer Lawrence Sutton described as his greatest success in merging his talents as poet, scholar, and magus. The German occultist Theodor Russ, however, later accused Crowley of publishing some of the secrets of his own occult order, the Ordo Templi Orientis, within the book. Crowley convinced Russ that the similarities were merely coincidental, and the two ended up becoming friends. Russ later appointed Crowley as head of the OTO's British branch, the Mysteria Mystica
Tris
Maxima,
McGriffiths.
and at a ceremony in Berlin, Crowley adopted the magical name of Baphomet and was proclaimed 10th degree Supreme Rex and Sovereign Grandmaster General of Ireland,
Good
Iona,
name.
and all the Britons, which is a little bit of a mouthful, but who doesn't want to be a Grandmaster T-Rex? But anyway, with Russi's permission, Crowley started advertising the Mysteria Mystica Maxima and rewriting many of the OTO rituals, which were then based largely on Freemasonry. And Crowley's incorporation of Thelemite elements into these rituals proved controversial within the group. But Crowley, of course, was fascinated by the OTO's emphasis on sex magic and devised a magical working based on anal sex and incorporated it into the syllabus for those
every single
OTO
time.
members
Mandatory
who had been
butt
initiated
stuff.
into the 11th degree. So you want to ascend to the 11th level. You know what you got to do. In March of 1913,
Going down the
acted
rabbit
as
hole.
producer for the Ragged Ragtime Girls, a group of female violinists led by Waddle as they performed at
One of
London's
Dangerous
Old Tivoli
better videos
Theatre.
he's done.
They subsequently performed in Moscow for 6 weeks, where Crowley had a sadomasochistic relationship with a Hungarian woman named Annie Ringler. Crowley continued to write plays
Nice
and
name.
poetry, including Hymn to Pan and the Gnostic Mass, a thelemic ritual that became
Oh,
a key
dude, that's
part
like
of
soggy
Otiel
biscuit
ceremonies.
stuff.
Tobias Churton, the writer of Crowley's
The Cakes of
biography,
Light?
suggested that Crowley had travelled to Moscow.
What?
The Cakes of Light, the
Oh.
Ecclesia the Gnostic Catholic Mass by Crowley. It includes like soggy biscuit and other fluids on a cake of light.
Menstrual blood and blood.
Yeah. Uh-huh. The red and the white elixir, they call it.
On the orders of British intelligence to spy on revolutionary elements.
Oh, that's that.
within-
That's that biscuit that that
taste
Logan
the
Hart
biscuit.
likes, huh?
Taste the
Logan Hart
goodness
loves
of the
those
biscuit.
biscuits.
Yeah.
Our buddy
Exactly.
Logan, the biscuit maker.
necessity.
Soggy
In
biscuits.
January of
Ew.
1914, Crowley and Neuberg settled into an apartment in Paris. Together, Crowley and Neuberg
Poor
performed a
Neuberg.
6-week-long ritual called the Paris Working, a period of intense ritual involving very
stuff.
heavy drug use, in which they invoked the gods Mercury and Jupiter. And as part of the ritual, the couple
stuff.
performed acts of sex magic together, at times being joined by a journalist called Walter Durante. Inspired by the results of the working, Crowley wrote Liber Agape on the subject.
Oh, I bet he did.
Following the Paris working, Neuberg began to distance himself from Crowley.
He's
because
he's
Crowley
got to be joking at this
pretty
point.
much tortured him for the whole 6 weeks. This resulted in an argument with Crowley. So, like any other sane
Fucking
person,
ghosted him after
Crowley
leaving him
put a
agape.
curse on Neuberg, who suffered a nervous breakdown from the ordeal. By 1914, Crowley was living hand to mouth, relying largely on donations from Silver Star members.
Just hand
and
to mouth?
dues
Weird that
payments
this guy
made
bribes
to
so
the
many
video.
people.
In May, he
He's living
transferred
ATM.
ownership of Boleskine House to the Mysteria Mystica Maxima for financial reasons.
You never go hand
And
to mouth.
despite being poor, in July he still went mountaineering in the Swiss Alps because priorities. And during this time, the First World War had begun. After recuperating from another
diaper?
illness, Crowley set sail for the United States aboard the RMS Lusitania in October of 1914.
Baby diver.
And don't worry, the ship safely made its voyage to New York, but the Lusitania wouldn't be around for much longer. Crowley moved into a hotel and began earning money writing for the American edition of Vanity Fair and undertaking freelance work for the famed astrologer
That's where they get the
Evangeline
butt stuff
Adams.
articles.
In the city, he continued experimenting with sex
Beautiful
magic
people,
through
not just
the use of
girls,
masturbation,
but,
female
you know,
prostitutes,
the fellas
and
as well.
male clients
I'm not
of a
bisexual,
Turkish
but, you know,
bathhouse. And
I'm not
Crowley
bisexual,
also
but-
Hey, what I
started
heard,
taking
dude.
way more
I
drugs.
heard that they
Beautiful
make you
people, not
stay
just
awake and they
girls,
do the butt
documents
stuff
in his
and they make
diet.
it to where
The
you
fellas as well.
don't fall asleep and are asleep and are trying to sleep but can't sleep, and there's
Yeah.
a weird line, and then you're just still doing the butt stuff and you just accept it, and finally you are in bliss.
They call it
Full
sub-
enlightenment.
They call it subspace, I think. It's basically,
Sleep deprived, drugged induced.
yeah.
Butt stuff induced.
Yeah.
That's when the
Psychosis.
angel calls and tells you what to do. It's probably to tell him to stop. And
It's not
get some
demonic
sleep.
possession, but
I'm not
you know.
bisexual, but you know. I'm
Yeah.
not bisexual, but you know, beautiful
It-
people, not just girls, but you know, the fellas as well.
Yeah, it's not creating a shattered psyche or anything.
Right.
But maybe it's totally not a freaking implant, right? Like
Like
you
a
know
butt
how
implant.
well, a butt implant that leads
Like an
to a
MK
mental
Ultra
breakdown.
shattered, like
Yeah.
a shattered psyche from like an MK Ultra type
Yeah.
thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, but do it yourself.
Do it with your friends.
Yeah.
Do it non-consensually. Yeah.
Professing to be of Irish ancestry and a
Oh,
supporter
here's
of
another one.
independence from Great Britain,
To
Crowley
Syria.
began to espouse support for Germany in their war against Britain. He became involved in New York's pro-German movement, and in January of 1915, German spy George Sylvester Viereck employed Crowley as a writer for his propagandist paper, The Fatherland, which was dedicated to keeping the US neutral in the conflict. In later years, people would denounce Crowley as a traitor to Britain for this action, but in reality, however, Crowley was a double agent, working for the British intelligence services to infiltrate and undermine Germany's operations in New York. Many of Crowley's articles in The Fatherland were hyperbolic. In one article, he compared Wilhelm II to Jesus Christ. In July of 1915, Crowley orchestrated a publicity stunt which was reported on by the New York Times. Crowley declared independence for Ireland in front of the Statue of Liberty. The real intention of this was to make the German lobby appear ridiculous in the eyes of the American public, which is a strategy that's still very often used to this day. But anyway, it has been argued that Crowley also encouraged the German Navy to destroy the Lusitania, informing them that it would ensure that the US stayed out of the war, while in reality hoping that it would bring the US into the war on Britain's side.
Yep.
Which it did. But whether or not Crowley actually had a hand in the sinking of the Lusitania, that has never actually been confirmed. And personally, I don't actually think that's true. Crowley entered into a relationship with Jean Robert Foster, who he toured the West Coast with. In Vancouver, in the headquarters of the North American OTO, he met with Charles Stansfeld Jones and Wilfred Talbot Smith to discuss the propagation of thelema on the continent. In Detroit, Crowley experimented with peyote at Park Davis and then visited Seattle, San Francisco, Santa Cruz, Los Angeles, San Diego, Tijuana, and the Grand Canyon, you know, taking drugs and performing sex magic as he went before he returned to New York. And there he befriended Ananda Coomaraswamy and his wife, Alice Richardson. Crowley and Richardson performed sex magic in April of 1916, following which she became pregnant and then miscarried. Later that year, Crowley took a magical retirement to a cabin by Lake Biscayne. There he used drugs very heavily and undertook a ritual after which he proclaimed himself Master Therian. And Therian is a deity that Crowley created within his religion of Thelimism. And this deity is supposed to be an evolved form of the beast from the Book of Revelation. Crowley also wrote several short stories based on J.G. Fraser's The Golden Bough and a work of literary criticism, The Gospel According to Bernard Shaw. In December, Crowley moved to New Orleans, which was his favourite US city, before spending February of 1917 with evangelical Christian relatives in Titusville, Florida, and what I imagine must have been an extremely awkward dinner. Later, Crowley returned to New York City and moved in with artist and Silver Star member Leon Engers Kennedy after Crowley learned of his mother's death. After the collapse of the Fatherland, both the publication and the literal Fatherland, Crowley continued his association with Viereck, who appointed him as contributing editor of arts journal The International. And Crowley used The International to promote Thelema, but it soon ceased publication. Crowley eventually moved into the studio apartment of Roddy Minor, who became his partner and new Scarlet Woman. Through their rituals, which Crowley called the Amalantra workings, he believed that they had summoned Crowley had drawn a picture of this entity, which introduced itself as Lamb.
Gay.
That is a big.
Is that a ball sack?
Yeah.
Hey, that's fucking Megamind. Shortly after the ritual, the relationship between Minor and Crowley broke down, which Crowley apparently thought was the result of some kind of supernatural curse. In 1918, Crowley went on a magical retreat in the wilderness of Esopus Island on the Hudson River for 40 days and nights. And here he began a translation of the Tao Te Ching, and he painted thelemic slogans on the riverside cliffs in red paint. Later, he claimed that he experienced past life memories of being Geshwan, Pope Alexander VI, Alessandro Cagliostro, and Eliphas Levi. So up until now, you've probably guessed that Crowley was just a little bit egotistical. Back in New York City, Crowley moved to Greenwich Village, where he took a woman called Leah Herzig as his lover and new Scarlet Woman. Crowley then took up painting as a hobby, exhibiting his work at the Greenwich Village Liberal Club and attracting the attention of the New York evening world. With the financial assistance of sympathetic Freemasons, Crowley revived the Equinox with the first issue of Volume 3, known as the Blue Equinox. He spent mid-1919 on a climbing holiday in Montauk before returning to London in December.
Fucking
However,
Montauk, dude.
all of the money
Like
had
Project
finally
Montauk.
dried up, and Crowley, now destitute, moved back to London, where he came under attack from the tabloid John Bull, which labelled him as traitorous scum for his work with the German war effort. Several friends of his who were aware of his intelligence work advised him to sue, but Crowley decided not to, most likely because of how he felt about the benefits of bad press. Shortly after this, Crowley started to suffer from asthma and was prescribed heroin by the doctor, because back then, doctors could just prescribe you literal heroin. You could even just buy it over the counter. And unsurprisingly, Crowley became addicted because it's heroin. In January of 1920, Crowley
Probably
moved to Paris,
good ones.
renting a house in Fontainebleau with Leah Herzig, and they were soon joined in threesomes with Nanette Shumway. Because of this, Crowley started to have ideas of forming a community of Thelemites, which he later called the Abbey
The One
of
Great
Thelema.
Work Network.
And I think we all know enough about cults to see exactly where this is going. After thinking about it for a while, Crowley chose Cefalù in Sicily as the location for his community. And after arriving there, he began renting an old villa called Santa Barbara as his abbey. And he moved into the commune with Herzig, Shumway, and their children, Hansi, Howard, and Poopy. Motherfucker's name was Poopy. Crowley described this scenario as perfectly happy, my idea of heaven. They all wore robes and performed rituals to the sun god Ra at set times during the day, also occasionally performing the Gnostic Mass, which is a ceremony that calls for 5 officers, which are a priest, a priestess, a deacon, and 2 acolytes, which were also called children. I certainly hope that there was no sex magic involved in the Gnostic Mass, but there probably fucking was, wasn't there?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, the rest of the day, they were all left to follow their own interests. And undertaking widespread correspondences, Crowley continued to paint. And he wrote a commentary on the Book of the Law. And he also revised the 3rd part of Book 4. Crowley offered a libertine education for the children, allowing them to play all day and also to witness certain magical acts. Hopefully not sex magic. It was probably sex magic. It was probably fucking sex magic, which we all know today as nonce behavior. Anyway, he occasionally traveled to Palermo to visit rent boys and what the fuck is this man's life? Visit rent boys and buy supplies and drugs. I've been filming for 4 hours. I don't care anymore. His heroin addiction was dominating his life, as you would expect, and all of the cocaine and snorting had begun to erode his nostrils. There was also no cleaning at all happening in the abbey, and wild dogs and cats would just run all over the place, fighting and pissing everywhere. But Crowley and the other Thelemites, of course, would continue having all of their orgies amongst all the piles of shit. In October of 1920, one of the children...
So San Francisco.
Died
Just a big squat house.
The trap house.
Died because of disgusting conditions.
Poopy died.
No.
I'm sorry, that's not funny. Also, due to all of the sex that was happening, Nanette gave birth to a daughter shortly afterwards, and she was named Astarte Lulu Panthea. New followers continued to arrive at the Abbey to be taught by Crowley, and among them was a film star named Jane Wolfe, who arrived in July of 1920, where she was initiated into the Silver Star and became Crowley's secretary. Another was Cecil Frederick Russell, who often argued with Crowley because he didn't want to have forced sex with men, and he soon grew tired of that and left after a year. Frank Bennett, who was an Australian Thelemite, was cool with the same-sex rituals, and he spent several months at the Abbey. In February of 1922, Crowley returned to Paris for a retreat in an unsuccessful attempt to kick his heroin addiction. Since he was now poor, he went back to London in search of money, where he published articles in the English Review criticising the Dangerous Drugs Act of 1920, and he wrote a novel named Diary of a Drug Fiend, which was completed in July. And after it was published, the book received mixed reviews, and he was criticised by the Sunday Express, which called for its burning. and the Sunday Express used its influence to prevent further reprints. Shortly after this, Crowley returned to the Abbey. A young Thelemite named Raoul Loveday moved into the Abbey with his wife, Betty May, and Loveday was devoted and obsessed with Crowley. So his wife, May, was understandably jealous and detested Crowley and her life at the commune. She later said that Loveday was made to drink the blood of a sacrificed cat and that they were required to cut themselves with razors every time they used the pronoun I. Loveday later drank from a local polluted stream and soon developed a liver infection, resulting in his death in February of 1923. Some people have said that around this time, Crowley also had sex with a goat. and what they called an ancient ritual that required human-animal intercourse. Herzig agreed to take part, but apparently the goat wasn't as willing.
So yeah, cool, Mark and fucking Jerry, and great guy to follow. Seems real goat fucker.
Yeah.
Seems like someone we can all learn from, you guys. You know, just
Sounds
don't
like
look at all
someone that
this
would-
stuff. Look past all this stuff and just look at the good in the philosophy. That's what Jerry told us, remember?
Yeah, but government's the problem, though.
Yeah, government and corporations are the problem too.
Yeah, and our fucking space dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But, of course, this is only hearsay. After returning to London, Betty May told her story to the press, and the publication John Bull proclaimed Crowley as the wickedest man in the world, and a man we'd like to hang. And although Crowley deemed many of their accusations against him to be slanderous, he was unable to afford the legal fees to sue them. And as a result, John Bull continued to attack Crowley in their articles, with its stories being repeated in newspapers throughout Europe and North America. The fascist government of Benito Mussolini learned of Crowley's activities, of carrying out homosexual sex magic rituals and
El Duce
fucking
don't like
goats.
that.
So, in April of
You don't look like he
1923,
looks like.
Crowley was given a deportation notice, forcing him to leave Italy. So, since Crowley couldn't run the Abbey, since he wasn't even allowed in the country, the Abbey closed. Crowley and Herzig went to Tunis, where Crowley's health continued to decline. He tried again to give up heroin, but was unsuccessful. And he began writing what he called his autohagiography, meaning an autobiography, but written in a self-flattering and idealistic way. He called it The Confessions of Aleister Crowley. They were later joined in
See the
Tunis by
dick
a Thelemite
on the
named
cover?
Norman Mudd, who became Crowley's public relations consultant, though I think it might have been a little bit too late for that. Crowley then employed a local boy, Mohammed Ben Brahim, as his servant, and Crowley went
God.
with him on a retreat to Nefta,
Please
where,
no.
as
Jesus
usual for
Christ.
Crowley, he and
Leave
the
him
boy did
Oh.
some magic spells together. In January of 1924, Crowley travelled to Nice in France, where he underwent a series of nasal operations due to the damage done to his nose by his cocaine habit. And since he had long since run out of his inheritance money, he was very, very poor by this point. He did, however, take on a wealthy student named Alexander Zuzelaar before taking on another American follower, Dorothy Olsen. Crowley took Olsen back to Tunisia for what he called a magical retreat, and we all know what he means by that. And while he was there, he also wrote To Man, which was a declaration of his own status as a prophet entrusted with bringing Thelema to humanity. After spending the winter in Paris, in early 1925, Crowley and Olsen again returned to Tunis, where he wrote The Heart of the Master, which was an account of a vision that he experienced while in a trance, which I think is safe to say was drug-related. In March, Olsen became pregnant, and Herzig was called to take care of her. Unfortunately, she miscarried, so Crowley took Olsen back to France. Herzig later distanced herself from Crowley after the incident, and because of that, he denounced her. According to Crowley, Rus had named him the head of the Ordo Templi Orientis upon his death, though this was challenged by the leader of the German OTO, Heinrich Tranker. Tranker called a conference to dispute Crowley's claim in Thuringia in Germany, which Crowley attended. And while he was there, a few of the members backed Tranker by opposing Crowley's leadership, and this resulted in a split in the OTO. Moving back to Paris again, Crowley broke up with Olsen and then went back to sleeping with whoever he could for the following years. As usual, he experimented in sex magic with them, and likely that alienated them because they tended not to stick around for too long. During this time, he was suffering from his worsening health, largely caused by his continuing heroin and cocaine addictions. In 1928, Crowley was introduced to a young Englishman named Israel Regarde, who embraced Thelema and became Crowley's secretary for the next 3 years. Crowley also met Gerald York, who began organising Crowley's finances, but he never became a Thelemite himself. He also befriended a gay journalist named Tom Dryberg, and Dryberg didn't accept Thelema either. So Crowley was struggling to gain a following like he had done so easily in his earlier years. So it was at this time that Crowley published one of his most significant and probably most famous works, and it was titled Magic in Theory and Practice. But this received very little attention when it was released. In December of 1928, Crowley met the Nicaraguan Maria Teresa Sanchez, but shortly after, Crowley was deported from France by the authorities because they disliked his reputation. And they also feared that he was a German agent due to his work in the past during World War I. So, to make sure that Maria could join him back in Britain, Crowley married her in August of 1929. A company called Mandrake Press agreed to publish Crowley's autobiography in a
Mandrake
limited
is
edition
used to
6-volume
induce
set,
abortions.
and also publishing his novel Moonchild and
Creepy.
another book of short stories. But Crowley's luck appeared to be running out, since Mandrake went into liquidation in November of 1930, before the entirety of Crowley's confessions could be published. Mandrake's owner, P.R. Stevenson, meanwhile, wrote The Legend of Aleister Crowley, which was an analysis of the media coverage surrounding him. Later, in April, Crowley moved to Berlin, where he took Hanne Jaeger as his magical partner. The relationship,
Christ,
however,
dude.
was very troubled, so in September, Crowley went to Lisbon in Portugal to meet a poet named Fernando Pessoa, and Crowley decided to fake his own death. And doing so with Pessoa's help at the Boca do Inferno rock formation. Apparently, this was so that he could leave his relationship with Jaeger, and it would also serve as a publicity stunt. I mean, I guess that's one way to do a breakup. Crowley then returned to Berlin, where he reappeared 3 weeks later at the opening of his art exhibit at the Galerie Neumann Nierendorf. Just walking in like, how you doing, everyone? I'm not actually dead, by the way. I got you, bro. You're like, just walking in like fuck all happened. Crowley's paintings did fit in with the fashion of German Expressionism, but only a few of them sold. Sorry that. All of that, and only a few of the paintings fucking sold. And the press did report on him very favourably, you know, during all of this, despite the whole faking his own death bullshit I've been filming.
Okay, so I think we get the point.
This is
great guy to model your whole philosophical fucking outlooks on.
No, it's not going good. Not going right for you. Just fake your death.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, Crowley, great guy.
Yep.
Back to whoops, god damn it. So Mark was on a
Cut it.
oh, I just cut it.
Shit.
So Mark was interviewed by Natural Health, which is one of Indralat's channels that I think he started with Scott Gordon, which is let me pull this up. It was a pretty interesting interview. Ex-occultist. There it is.
Has Mark done anything in his life other than be an ex-occultist?
It doesn't seem like it.
Current occultist.
Current occultist.
Yeah. Evangelical occultist.
basically.
Occult televangelist.
Let me write that down. That's a good one.
I know, right? Oh, shit.
Wizard
Jimmy
hats.
Loden.
Tiny hats.
tiny bald spots.
Tiny little wizard hats.
Because like you showed the wavelength.
Oh, not the blazer again.
Yeah, he's always with the blazer and the fucking insanely long
The connection was always there.
Scott!
It was everything we thought we knew about human health.
Scott.
Hello and welcome everyone to Health Revealed. My name is Corey Angelot. I am joined by Stephanie Mo Davis, Scott Gordon, and Leslie Powers. Welcome back to our interview series where we will be sharing with you amazing guests and unique or untold perspectives to shift the current paradigm to connect practitioners, health practitioners, practitioners in alternative arts as well. One we have today with us, who is amazing, who I've been following for many years, is somebody that I think is going to inspire you and help you see a whole different world that you may have never considered before, from the micro to the macro, the individual to the collective. We aspire to connect the mainstream and the alternative, integrating these solutions. We welcome you to participate in this whole project with us. Share your story and your resources. This is a fully independent project and you care deeply about our world. We believe that true healing and true freedom is possible. And in these interviews, we also want to provide you with practical action steps that you can take in your own life to better your own health. So without further ado, our fantastic guest is Mark Passio, an independent researcher, public speaker, internet talk show host, documentary filmmaker, technology seminar instructor, conference organizer, lead vocalist, and freedom activist from Philadelphia, PA.
Yes.
Mark has undertaken the task of assembling vast amounts of research in the areas of metaphysics, occultism, spirituality, symbology, and consciousness studies. He's most known, perhaps, for his work on the subject of natural law, which is actually how I found his work. And this is an in-depth seminar, as well as a feature-length film that he has based on that seminar called Mark Passio and the Science of Natural Law. You can find out all his work in very detailed seminars at markpassio.com or whatonearthishappening.com. So I'll head it over to Leslie.
All right.
Thank you. So glad that you joined us, Mark. It's an honor to have you.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm very glad to be here. It's going to be a very interesting discussion.
Oh, this is a health
I think we want
channel.
to take this from the macro.
Obviously, diet is a big part of health.
Go to the micro, and I'm going to start out with a more macro question. As a clinical social worker and therapist, for over a couple of decades, when I found your work, the most impactful thing for me was this awareness that there is evil in the world. And I think that a lot of people who come into healthcare fields really have a very positive view of people. They want to see the good, and there's a certain naivete there. And we get very caught up in our little microcosm of our immediate job, and we don't always see the outside. We rely on government agencies to direct our work. There's a certain level of trust, And what really struck me was this recognition that there is a controlling class, that there is a malevolent agenda, and that really changes things.
Sell me this pen.
Healthcare. And I wanted for you to maybe touch upon, what has given you that the confirmation to know for sure that there is this malevolent agenda, and that how are they doing this in the areas of healthcare and food?
Excellent question. And I would immediately say that my personal life experience showed me this, as opposed to coming to a conclusion through reading through large data sets or listening to someone else. And I feel that personal experience really trumps almost every other form of knowledge, first of all. I will often be called in the alternative research community or in the freedom community a conspiracy theorist. And I personally loathe and detest the term, especially when applied to me.
Oh my
because
God,
I've
we've
never
heard
been
it
a
before,
theorizer
Mark.
of conjecture and just going off the cuff trying to come up with theories about anything.
Told us this
I'm a whistleblower, and I say that in my most of my recent interviews and work. Please don't group me in with people who are making crazy, lavish claims with little evidence to support it. And while I
dude, you're interviewing with 4 people who have seen all your shit.
Yeah.
Why would you answer with the same old shit? And it's like going back to the fucking shadow work seminar. It's the same fucking shit.
Because that's how programming works, dude. All you have to do is fucking hammer the same shit over
say
and
something
over
7
again.
times, and then someone will memorize it and remember it.
Yep.
It's like, dude, we don't care that you're a fucking whistleblower. We don't care that you're not a fucking conspiracy theorist.
You haven't worked a day in the last 20 years. That's what it comes down
to. You think you should not work for the rest of your life because you've done some fucking videos.
All you do is repeat
take you into the halls of power and show you what goes on behind the scenes myself. I think there is an ability to independently corroborate a lot of what I'm saying and have been saying over the last near 20 years publicly. I have a background with people behind the scenes of power, not in the seated areas of scene power, politics, in other words. I have direct personal experience behind those corridors of power. That's the human show, to show the human masses some fake conflict so that they can get all emotionally invested and make their identity a part of that. The level of evil and manipulative control over the minds of the masses of people that I was involved in.
Why don't you just tell people that
ostensible scene?
Mind is all is not mind.
I say it's beyond what people have now been traditionally calling the deep state. The deep state is the entrenched bureaucracy behind
make
the scene.
Them immune to mind control, like you know how to do, motherfucker.
Yeah. No, he's going to keep it to us, and we'll get that if we pay for his next fucking seminar.
Yeah. Paywall. Next episode.
but then he never gives it to us.
So that guy, not knocking him, but he was like, if you pay me, I'll give you a synopsis on some psychologist that was on your show. He was like, I don't want to talk about it unless you pay me.
Yeah. Someone did say that. Yes.
I wish I remembered his name, but he was a cool cat.
Yeah. Yep.
But the level that I was involved in, I feel, is the absolute mind control architects is where these people are basically operating from, which is the world of the occult and occult societies. Basically, what you would ordinarily call secret societies, but it's a little bit more loosely organized into this network of people with the basic same goals and ultimately the same worldview and mindset. And when we're talking about like even people getting a handle on how these people operate and what their mindset is.
I got a specific question regarding this whole process. In the many religions, especially here in the West, will conflate self-work, self-love with a sin, that you should never be focusing on the self. And you hear this so often. And I want to see if you can explain or discern that nuance between being overly materialistic, overly selfish, influencer, with just literally doing the self-work upon yourself so you can work to heal and grow your soul. Can you speak on that just a little bit?
I almost find it hard to believe that that's a very predominant and prevailing worldview amongst those circles, that like self-improvement is somehow selfishness. And I'm not talking about self-improvement when it comes to just in the material sense. Of course, I'm absolutely just basically only referring to it in the internal sense. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't strive to create a nice environment for yourself and have the resources that you require. I would never begrudge anybody any of those things. And anybody that would is like, they're not psychologically balanced, because we need shelter and clothing and food and resources and be able to pay for, the bills that we have to all pay at the current time that we live in. I would never begrudge anybody those physical things, and that people should have them, and they should be able to live comfortably and shouldn't struggle for those basic necessities. I feel everybody should have that baseline of existence. But beyond that, we have to look just beyond the physical. Like, this isn't about just comfort. Obviously, I mean, I said that before. I think comfort is a religion that holds us back from the truth and holds us back from real health and real freedom.
Looks real comfortable.
Gains are made when we put ourselves out of the comfort zone. But that doesn't mean that you can't focus in on what you require at the time. It doesn't mean there can't be self-care. There has to be self-care. Self-care is what will lead long-term to true self-respect, and that makes you stand up for your rights and not just accept tyranny and slavery. So, of course, there has to be self-love. I mean, it's a very naive and spiritually immature attitude on people's respect. I would feel sorry for anyone that thinks that way. And again, I would expect that definitely comes from some religious upbringing or religious thought process, sadly. That they have to look at that again from a different and healed worldview perspective.
Religion,
only the being that
people who believe in religion won't donate money to him. They'll donate money to their church.
Mark wants us to hate religion, except worship him in the great work as if it's a religion.
Because then they won't fall for the occult bullshit. Yeah.
People, and self-care is a gigantic part of that. If you have respect for the self, you want that. You don't want to stay in a state of degeneration or even mediocrity. Like I talked about these states, this is what the social engineers want. They want to put people into states of complete ineptitude and victim mentality and helplessness and shame and guilt and incompetence and mediocrity and degeneration. If you want to know the social engineer's mindset for the average person, that's it. That's where they want everybody trapped, because then everybody's dependent, and dependency breeds more tyranny and enslavement. The more you have people hooked on what you're feeding them, the more basically they're at your beck and call, and you can control them.
That's why the network is so good.
And that's where they have most people ideologically, sadly. That's the psychological state they have them trapped in. So we have to absolutely shed that mindset. And
that's why everybody on the network knows
that self-respect is the cornerstone of really wanting to have
That's why everyone on the network knows just as much as Mark, if not more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he uplifts everybody, and
everybody's 100%
totally doesn't
on point.
Keep them in the dark. Totally doesn't feed them distraction, pills.
No gatekeeping.
No.
Nothing.
It's not like
Better
it's
life.
just a bunch of storycraft, is it?
And a better state of freedom for ourselves. It's like if people think what we're living in is anything resembling true freedom, again, their worldview is very skewed, because we live in a society based in authority and violence. You want to talk about things that people have to develop the self-respect to really come to an accurate determination of, that all forms of authority is a state of, I'll go to the most extreme perspective and say it's mental illness. The belief in authority itself is an absolute mental illness. It's beyond a religion. It's a cult-induced mental illness. Because imagine believing that someone else
must obey the commands of others, even if they're not harming anybody else. Imagine someone
Imagine
saying,
believing all is
I'm the
mine.
authority over you, and I get to make the decisions for your life. You don't get to make those decisions through your free will. They have to be run through me first. It's like, well, then, if you believe in that, you clearly believe that some people are the property of other people. I think that's the most reprehensible mindset that anyone could ever possibly imagine, because that's called slavery. And you want to talk about a state of complete disease. That you can't get any more diseased than that. That's exactly what all forms of authority are in any world in this whole universe. That's all it ever has been. And the one thing that it's always backed up by is violence. And the people who believe in it believe that the world should be constructed and run through violence. And, you know, that's why I just tell people like that, you're not a good person. You're not a healed person. You're not a well person. You're a diseased individual. You're psychologically diseased. And more than that, you're spiritually diseased.
Mark is projecting. Mark projects a lot.
And if you propagate that, you're spreading illness.
Maybe that's why he's such an expert at this stuff.
Takes one to know one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real contagion. I'm not worried about any virus getting me. I'm worried about mental contagion, getting the average naive, person out there who hasn't even considered reality and truth and doesn't even care, as long as they're getting their paycheck and can live in their relative amount of comfort that they seek each day.
That's literally
we got to go beyond
doing,
these
bro.
basic necessities and life needs, and we got to look toward true internal improvement, real self-respect.
So you can fucking pay your mortgage and be comfortable and put out mediocrity.
Real care for the truth, care for what is real morality, getting out of these subjective, religiously induced ideas about morality that just create more confusion, and really aligning ourselves to natural law and dedicating our lives toward real self-improvement and the freedom of our society. That's what the whole great work is all about. And those basic steps are the cornerstones for it, and self-respect and self-care are absolute cornerstones of building that foundation.
Mark, I'm wondering if you'd like to comment on the relationship between health freedom and human freedom.
Absolutely.
People in the health freedom movement consider it quite a fundamental, and I've always thought it too, but I've never really understood how fundamental.
It's sometimes a hard sell to even people who are very interested in health and healing, just from a worldly perspective, to get them to understand how connected that is to freedom. The first step is, if you're going to make the decisions about what's going on with your health, your body, your life, the very first fundamental principle from which everything else extends is your life belongs to you. Your life is your property. Your body is your property. Without the understanding of bodily autonomy and that your consciousness is yours, it's your property. It's not anybody else's property. My thoughts, emotions, and actions are mine. I'm responsible for them. And my body belongs to me. It's not the property of any other, because that would be called slavery. They could still make that claim all they want. It will never make it true in objective reality. All claims of authority are false, immoral, and not able to be backed up by any sense of truth whatsoever. They're untenable claims. So this is what we have to do first and foremost, is just set the basic ground rules that this is my property and not anybody else's property, and your body is your property and not anybody else's property. So once you understand true bodily autonomy, no one can force anything into or out of your body if you make the decision to put it there. If you don't want something in your body, if someone's trying to force it there, it's slavery, because they're making a claim that they have a higher authority of what to put in your body.
Then he's gonna put something in your body without you. Like, which is it, Mark? Thelema or
than you do. And I don't care what health crisis is going on. Someone has to acknowledge, I want that in my body. It's just, you could say the same thing about rape. If someone doesn't want a object in their body and someone is forcing it into their body, it's rape. And more than that, it's a claim of ownership. And really, if you look at all of the transgressions, all of the ways that we can harm other people, it's all about claiming to own what you don't own.
Thelema.
It's theft. And that's what all forms of immorality are. So the first thing you got to look at when it comes to any form of health is bodily autonomy and the property of the self. It belongs to the self. It belongs to no other. If you believe anything other than that, you're incorrect and immoral. And that's why it's so important to be correct. It's like to get the right answers is critical. It's top of the list, right? It's like, we're not just talking about like spreading some nebulous, hazy ideas here. We're talking about concrete truth that is discoverable and how important it is not to get that wrong. How important it is to be correct. It doesn't mean you keep doubling and tripling and quadrupling down when you don't have the data that you need to make the correct to arrive at the correct understanding. You actually have to be correct. And there's a process for that. It's gathering all the information. It's pouring through the information with all kinds of logical transforms that you could perform upon the data set so that you can actually understand what you are seeing in this huge body of grammar that you've gathered. And then after you sort through that extensively to
hoard
understand
data.
it,
It's all about
then
the
you can
data,
start
you
acting
guys.
upon it
How much data
once the
you've
accurate
gone
understanding is in hand.
Yeah,
Most
you
people
gotta
don't do that.
hoard.
They listen to little blips or sound
hoard
blurbs
little
or little
factoids.
snippets here and there, and then they try to reason everything.
To hoard data, and you will become enlightened once you hit a certain amount of terabytes of data in your brain.
You got to build a data center. Maybe
In
upload it to
space.
the Akashic records, and then
Up-
toss
wait,
off
up-
with it.
up to the space nodes.
Yeah, space
Lord
nodes,
Xenu.
space chodes.
Lord Xenu
IPFS.
will appreciate it.
Yeah, Zechariah Sitchin will, give you his blessing.
Everything out with their feelings instead of actually reasoning it out with the mind, organized logically and rationally with the trivium process in hand.
Okay.
So that's
Remember
where
about trivium.
health
It's the answer
is
to everything.
totally connected to freedom. The
Just
ways
think
that we
about it a
think about
lot.
health and the information that we gather when we want to come to an understanding about a problem with health, and then what to do about it, how to make an accurate diagnosis. Another concept I talked about in the shadow work seminar.
So Mark's diagnosed. Oh God!
If you're working on mental health, you got to diagnose problems. And if there's problems there, you don't ignore them. You tell the truth about them. And I mean
Really, Mark?
hardcore. You tell brutal truth about problems, and you make accurate diagnostics. You have to learn diagnostics. You have to learn troubleshooting. Right. So these are the foundations of all good health. It's the habits of good health. Is number one,
block my problem.
you have to gather the information and you got to be accurate about it. You can't just be nebulous or working through feelings, right? Gather the data. It is possible to come to correct conclusions if you have enough data. The bodily autonomy is absolute ultra paramount. All right, you have to understand the property that is our body for each of us. Our consciousness is our property. So that comes to if you want to put anything that is consciousness altering into the body, if you're doing that in a peaceful dynamic and you're not harming other people, doing that and then taking the action of harming somebody else, you would have to be responsible for that behavior, right? But if you're not doing anything harmful, you have the right to experiment with consciousness as you see fit. It's amazing to me that people who say that they want health or say that they, basically are interested in the dynamics of self-health and self-care don't often look at the dynamics that come are directly involved with it, that are totally entwined with human freedom, such as bodily autonomy, such as the illegitimacy morally of the belief in authority and how that is based in violence. If you're somebody looking for health in all ways, again, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, you have to examine those concepts from a fundamental worldview perspective. I would say before you're even going to go into issues of the body, right? Get the mindset and the worldview straight first, because the mind-body connection is
save humanity first, then save the animals, right, Mark?
he's not
It's always
wrong.
one
We
thing
need
or
to
another.
we
You
need
can't do anything. Can't do more than one thing at once.
You need to correct that he talks about people correcting their worldview, but again, it's kind of a projection because his flawed worldview is one, not getting him the results that he wants, and two, is incorrect
and
ineffective.
screwing over the people that pay
But-
attention to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, just more projection.
real. I talked about it again in the recent seminar. It is profoundly linked, right? If there's a problem going on in the mind, it's going to reflect in the body. Often, if there's a problem going on in the body, you're going to see mental imbalance as a result. It's a one-to-one direct connection, and it's a proportional connection. So these dynamics are totally related to human freedom, because again, as the individuals of a society are physically healthy, they're not going to be dependent on the state. They're not going to be dependent on somebody, quote unquote, taking care of them from cradle to grave, right? They're going to be responsible individuals. If people are mentally healthy, they can make informed choices. They understand the truth discovery method, and they can come to the truth, come to know the truth by employing it. And, that's going to extend outward in society where people are not easily manipulated. They're not naive.
Huh?
Nobody has to study Thelema to figure that one out. That people who are self-reliant don't need other people to do for them.
Seriously. Nothing Aleister Crowley's ever fucking touched is going to teach you that.
No.
And even if it does, it doesn't mean that you should take in the whole ideology and accept other parts of it. I mean, that's like a very basic truth that's just stated, and it's just, it is what it is. But yeah, like you said, like you don't need the
what's the 99% of everything else Crowley ever said was ridiculous. And then if he said something accurate, it's probably just accurate in itself and was said by other people too.
Correct.
It's self-evident.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he was a plagiarist.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Anymore. They're not easily controllable. They're not fearful, right? A healthy mindset dispels fear because that's what knowledge does, right? By taking in knowledge and coming into harmony with truth, you're building a healthy mindset. This is something that is, it would be a nightmare for controllers and social engineers if we had true mental health. And that's going to lead to true spiritual health and a true explosion in self-respect and self-care, and healing. That's ultimately what we're ultimately talking about. When I'm doing my shadow work seminar, I'm like, this is entirely about healing, and no form of healing is 100% perfect. There's no such thing as being done. It's a process that continues on. It's not like you are.
I thought he
fully
did it.
healed. Fully healed.
I've done my shadow work.
Yeah.
No, or
It is.
that's what we've said about fully healed this whole time.
Yeah.
There's no fully healed.
St. John.
St. John. There ain't no fully healed.
Fully healed. Arrive and you're there and that's it. I'm done. A lot of people think that's what shadow work is, or that's even what health is.
That's how you explain your situation. You did it all. You've done
Dude,
enough.
Is there Psychedelics Anonymous? Because Mark needs to go.
A continuous challenge that you have to keep maintaining and working at and practicing. The dynamic of practice came into play constantly, where this is something that you practice every day, like you would practice shooting or baking or yoga or any other form of practice, or race car driving or bowling. Practice makes us less imperfect. I don't ever want to even use the phrase practice makes perfect, because that leads to the other concept when it comes to health and healing. There's no such thing as perfection. You can't strive for total perfection. You have to do the best that you can with the knowledge and information at your disposal in the current time. Be fully present, work to the best of your ability, start from where you're at, make improvements as you go, realize there's no such thing as total perfection. There's no such thing as 100% healing. It's more that when you're dealing with trauma and working toward healing, you optimize that, right? And you practice at dealing with it so that it doesn't overwhelm you or overtake you psychologically and emotionally. And when you practice those techniques to do that,
what about the people who are
and a variety of those techniques? I talked about several of them in the show.
How many people deal with constant guilt and depression after listening to his rants?
Yeah.
And dude, I had a falling out with a friend from his couple friends from his True Media class, because they're like, yeah, I just feel so bad. I gotta help Mark. And I'm like, dude, the dude's sitting pretty. The dude's rich as fuck. He's making this shit up. He's just saying this shit so that you give him money and then spread his work around. Other people believing this does not lead to freedom. It never has, and it never will. And they're just they're basically just fuck you, and then block me.
That's what got me kicked out of that group, was starting off. Some lady was like, oh, I feel so bad. We should get together a pool of donations so every month we could send Mark money, since he's doing so terribly right now. And I was like, lady, fucking look at the numbers of the last couple seminars he's done, and look at the prices, and look at how many people showed up. Let's did you already forget where the $1 million got donated last year? I guarantee Mark got a fat chunk of that. He's buying a house. If he was that rough, he wouldn't be buying a house. He wouldn't have a house full of fucking Mac computers and merch for sale. And
his internet bill's got to be at least $500 a month for that gig upload speed,
which you don't need.
No.
At all. But yeah, I was just like, lady, there were 74 people in this class, or what was it? What were the numbers? The numbers kept getting bounced around. It was 75 times, or no, it was a $75 class, but there was
$70 class, 400 plus people.
Yeah. And then the $500 class with 200 people twice. And now he's on his third.
Yeah.
Dude's fucking making big bucks.
Yeah.
Get out of my fucking face with that bullshit. Fucking Mark. Lying to people. Straight up fucking lying. I don't even know if I could do this anymore. I might lose my house.
I believed him when he first said it, but then I did the same thing with the numbers. First of all, their behavior was the red flag, and I'm like, wait a minute. the behaviors aren't adding up. Let me look at the numbers. Oh no,
First
these are
of all,
funny style.
What did you do in your head? What trivium did you use that gave you the conclusion that you could quit your job and not work for the rest of your life, and that your followers are just gonna fucking carry the weight and pay for everything, including your house? Like, where did he get that fucking from?
What a fucking champagne
That.
socialist
If
way
someone
to
else
do
did
things.
that, he'd be all over him like flies
He's
on
living
shit.
like Karl Marx, basically. Actually, well,
Basically,
better.
yes.
Better, but on other people's money.
Yeah.
For
And he
cranking out
expects
little word salads.
Yeah.
It's almost like a weird, like an archon,
Yeah.
like loose harvesting
He's
operation.
a little Lex
type
Rex.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like he wants the people to feel for him and feel his pain. You should feel this pain also because of the state of the world and the state of his life, and you should help. And no amount of help is going to ever fix the situation. So,
But keep
then
helping.
It's like, again, it's like
of Mork.
Yeah.
Yeah. Suffering warrior. Yeah. No, he
Warrior
literally
from what? What
he's
did he
his own
do?
god, though. Remember, this guy is all about being his own god.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then being a star in the sky with his thelema shit.
Well, I think in his own words, it's like we're still treating things from the effects realm, and it's like
He won't go to the causal realm because it includes annihilating the mind, which he refuses to do. Because that's his whole screen that he projects shit on.
Well, that is, it's the obsession with the projections rather than seeing the things for what they are, seeing the mirror, the light for what it is, the mirror for what it is. It's like I guess like the Plato's cave type situation here, where it's like, well, no, like we need to like make the correct shadows and then like this will all work. And it's like, no, dude, like it's not gonna work.
Yeah, he's the shadow master. Yeah. Yep.
This is where it starts. This next question is where it starts getting really ridiculous.
How to work seminar. But when you employ those techniques of mental and psychological improvement, that's when you're really moving toward a state of equilibrium and balance and homeostasis, mentally, physically, spiritually. That's what real health is. And long term, that's what leads to real freedom. I just wish more people in the alternative health research community would become more direct advocates of true human freedom and understand objective morality and how it relates to human freedom more deeply. That would be one of my wishes. And I think a group like this that you guys have put together is a big spur in that right direction toward that.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I wonder if I could ask a more personal question.
Sure.
Because you've shared a lot in your podcasts about your own journey, about some health challenges you work to overcome, how the diet and nutrition changes of your life was one of the later areas of your transformation. And I'm just wondering if you might share like what helped you in that area of growth, and what do you do, in terms of maintaining health in your own life?
That's great questions. And I'll give you the answer that I've given many people, and I'll basically give credit where it is due. I feel that I was really very blind to what was going on in food and nutrition, especially what's going on in a corporate capacity and in an agenda-based capacity, even though I had some involvement with dark occultism and what you might call social engineering, and being a part of that world for a time. I still did not have the grammar that I needed to understand what was going on with food. And it was, for me, the last piece of the puzzle that fell in place. I
didn't have the
Grammar?
when it comes to food. Sorry, I just didn't
Yeah, that's
really
what he said.
understand that.
Little trivium.
Yeah, just make sure to
he
use
wasn't.
your
He didn't know
cult
how to apply the
terms.
trivium yet, so that's why he didn't know the truth about
Yeah,
food. Got
I
it.
guess,
Okay,
yeah.
I guess that's what I just want to
He
understand.
was, he was out ethics, if we're going to use cult terms.
got all the other stuff, and I got this dynamic that we're discussing here today last. Sadly, I wish it would not have been that way, but that's how it went. I developed diabetes. That is hence since under control due to diet and exercise.
What did you do?
There were,
What specifically did you do, Mark?
I mean, I was like at my height and frame, I should not be the weight that I was at my heaviest. I weighed about 230 pounds, around there, about 232 pounds.
Wow.
I am like 50 pounds lighter from that at this point.
Mhm.
So it's like I feel like I really turned my health completely around.
When you did
again,
what?
first from a
He's
worldview
not
perspective, then a physical
180.
one. There's
What did
you
you
know,
do,
still a lot
Mark?
of things I'm working on to improve health, especially emotionally all the time. That's one I deal with
That's great.
continually, as I'm sure we all do, especially with the craziness of the things that go on in this world. But
No, don't point outward. Nope.
I'll tell you some of the most important things that led to my health transformation.
Okay, tell us what the most important things that
What is it?
happened to your health
And that is
transformation.
I have to give credit where it's due to the individual that helped me the most as far as his information was concerned, and who I think people should really give a sincere and a real chance to exploring his info is Kevin Trudeau. And a lot of people, when they hear his name, they're like, "Oh, didn't he go to jail for some charges and fraud or whatever?" He went to jail.
Yeah, Mark doesn't care about that.
For contempt of court because they couldn't basically nail him on anything else, and they wanted to get back at him for basic.
Hey, he interviewed with Archaics, who's a fucking what did he do?
Pederast.
Kidnapped an underage girl or something?
Mark
Breaking
clearly
oaths.
doesn't have a problem with fraud and misrepresentation.
No, clearly.
Government's the problem for prosecuting it.
Hey, government does it. That means we could do it too.
Societies that he was involved in.
We could fight that. We could make our lives better because of government by doing government stuff.
That basically has a whole lot of these
Frauding,
social engineers
scamming.
and people behind these agendas. You know, no doubt that the court system's intertwined in that, and they could arrange something like that, which is basically a complete.
The Kevin Trudeau's
I just looked up
Wikipedia is
Kevin,
hilarious.
His Kevin Trudeau's Wikipedia. Again, it's Wikipedia, so take it for what it's worth. Kevin Trudeau is an American author, salesman, television personality, and convicted felon, known for his promotion of books resulting in legal cases involving the U.S. Federal Trade Commission. Which, like, you know, whatever. Like, I get it. You know,
Dude,
like
it was so funny, man. His books were like, it was stupid because he charged so much for his stuff. But I got some of them. They're on the ARC drive, and it's like literally like you should try to have like the most natural food possible. Then you'll be less likely to get sick. I swear to God.
Yeah, that's what this whole channel's about.
Again, it's like earlier when Mark said, if you don't think for yourself, then you'll be easier to be controlled. It's like that kind of like knowledge where it's like, well, if you eat more naturally and less unhealthy foods, you will be healthier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Duh. Thanks, Captain
I
Obvious.
bet you if Kevin Trudeau was saying that for free or not charging so much money, he wouldn't have even been prosecuted. But he was prosecuted probably because the exorbitant fees that he charged constituted like fraud because it wasn't valuable.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The book that got him in trouble, The Weight Loss Cure, they quote unquote don't want you to know about. The book repeats a refuted claim to change activity in the hypothalamus linked to the pituitary gland with the intention to control hunger and regulation of fat cells by using herbal supplements and repeated use of HCG hormone.
Oh, human
Here we
chorionic
go.
gonadotropin. Human chorionic gonadotropin. It's similar to HGH. There you go. Supplements.
Yep.
See?
Yes, so
Okay.
supplement for saying supplements will
Here we go.
change activity in the hypothalamus. Okay, just wanted to clear up what
Here
exactly
we go. With the
Supplement huckster.
supplements.
He's a
Yeah.
supplement huckster.
So-
Sorry, but he could still say some true things.
Yeah.
But
We've talked about in the past. Obsessing on supplements is a far deeper mental issue. There's a lot of
psychologically, it brings up a lot,
yes,
and Mark's going to go into it a little bit.
making
more here,
up for past,
kangaroo court type scenario where the person is definitely not being dealt out justice, and it's flagrantly trumped up charges. But reading his best-selling book many years ago called "Natural Cures They Don't Want You to Know" about, or something to that effect. It was just the most balanced perspective on nutrition that I have read. And it never...
Was it ethically balanced, Mark?
Takes an extremist...
I don't think so.
...point of view. And when I've heard the man talk, I knew, from my background, I tell people this all the time,
Yikes, bro.
I feel like I have... I'll call it occult dar, okay, instead of radar, right? It's being able to tell when someone is an occultist.
Yeah, he could
And
tell
my
because Kevin Trudeau said, "I used to be a member of an occult order called the Great White Brotherhood," and then Marcus like, "I think he's an occultist."
Brother.
The first thing he says.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is super gross.
Is very on point and accurate. And
Another
hearing Kevin
fellow
Trudeau speak,
fake ass whistleblower.
My gaydar is on point and accurate.
Another fake ass whistleblower.
Yep. Another scammer, another fucking salesman scammer trying to make money.
Why don't you
Not
tell
knowing
me about
that he was
the
involved in it.
gospel you found in the woods?
Selling fucking supplements. And Mark's got all of them.
The secret society.
We saw in the documentary, Mark eats handfuls of fucking pills. He eats processed fucking fiber bars after taking the fiber out of his fruits and vegetables in juicing. So he juices to take the fiber out of the fruits and vegetables, processing a perfectly good natural fucking food. He puts it in a machine that's really expensive, that's plugged into the wall, that pulverizes it, takes the fiber out for no reason. Then Mark eats the dried fiber bar after the fact to put the fiber back in, and then eats all these fucking supplements that are going to give him stomach cancer someday.
Then he alchemically
occult
produces a reconstituted shit brick.
Yeah, it's like, what do you just eat the fucking food, dude? Just eat the fruits and vegetables. Eat right. You don't have to
eat the food.
You don't have to put it in a fucking juicer.
Oh my God. Really quick, you guys. Trudeau has quote unquote dabbled in Scientology over the years. And
my fucking God.
he, in the prenup agreement with one of his wives, he obligated her to reach a certain level in Scientology.
Oh my fucking
Just
God.
FYI.
Every single time.
Relationship
Dude.
contracts. It's like Adam Kokesh.
Oh my God. Okay, sorry. I had to throw that in there.
If you're gonna date him,
Nice.
you're gonna get a contract first, and it's gonna tell you, it's gonna make you fucking. It's a
What if I
non-disclosure
sign a
agreement.
rescission? What if I put my thumbprint on it?
Yeah.
I was able to pick out that this guy had occult knowledge. Hearing him speak for like 15, 20 minutes, that's all I needed.
Give him a
And
blowjob.
I said, no doubt about it, this guy was involved in the occult in some capacity. I didn't know how.
Yeah,
You know,
oh,
I
he
certainly had no
definitely
firsthand
is.
knowledge of his involvement.
I went
Well,
back to
listen
my
more of his
car. I got
podcasts
my
years
knee
ago.
pads. I got my knee pads out, and I said, "Hello, Kevin."
Like, wow, you're really using this Western esotericism to make a lot of money.
Ago before he ever went to prison. And, you know, he told the story eventually. I came across a podcast where he recounted the story where he was involved in a secret society network called the Brotherhood. And it is a very real, institution known as the Brotherhood of the Great White Brotherhood of the Snake or the Serpent. It's a very old secret society, actually, that
Yay.
basically can trace its
Very old, all the way back to the 1800s.
lineage back many, many
Back
thousands
to
of years.
the-
And can
Many thousands of years. Wow.
Ooh,
Oh, is that
ancient
the
stuff.
brotherhood that fucking Boza talks about?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
Essentially.
Essentially.
pretty much.
In a way.
White
In
dragon,
one way or
white
another.
snake, some kind of butt stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
continues on in the modern day in different forms. And he was a member, and he basically worked with a lot of people that were involved at a very high level, like a CEO level. He talks about his
Wow, very high CEOs.
discussions.
Scientology.
I guess somewhat of a friendship he developed with the CEO of Kraft Foods and other people high up in the food
Oh,
industry.
great food company. Wow.
Good people.
Holy shit, Kraft
Wow.
Foods. They've been making people healthy for fucking forever.
Kraft means power in German, also magic.
Kraft.
Yeah.
Big, agra and big food. And he was saying in some of his perspectives, yes, there was a very deliberate agenda, and in others, the people thought they were just, being able to ramp up production and improve shelf life and get better distribution out to people. And in doing those things, they were harming health. But his book was probably the thing that woke me up to.
You harm juice. You harm fruit by juicing it, Mark. You're making it less healthy.
What's going on with food. And he broke oaths to bring that information forward. Pissed off a lot of people. Cost corporations.
Like you, Mark.
Such fucking what other word am I looking at? Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Wow.
He's a fellow
Pissed some
suffering
people
warrior.
off.
Dude, he sacrificed his fucking reputation and made millions of dollars on snake
Yeah.
oil. What
Yeah.
a good person, Mark.
Wow.
Mark's like, dude, that's what this
He's
is
like my big brother.
hero right
No
now, yeah.
fucking wonder he allows fucking Logan and Will to do what they're doing. No fucking wonder.
My little Kevin Trudeau's.
Yeah, that's
whatever
what he
his name
sees.
is.
Yeah, he sees them. They're his little minions that are going to go off and make everyone healthy
Infomercials.
with their fucking thalamic fucking poop eating.
Made other food entities like have big demands put on them.
Is poop healthy, Mark?
To have higher quality and standards and organic food, etc. It led to a chain reaction of events. Hence, he was railroaded, put in prison for 10 years. Did the whole sentence last year on apparently.
Okay, yes, we got it.
An ankle bracelet under house arrest. But looking at his information
under mansion arrest, house arrest.
Yeah.
In the mansion.
Yeah.
Boo-hoo.
Like poor Jordan Belfort, you know.
Oh God, poor guy.
it was the most balanced perspective. And if you're an extremist about food and health and you're on these kicks like, oh, this food is just never to be consumed, and it's not that. There's no fad stuff. It's very simple, good habits and practices. See, that's what I'm about, right? One of the things that he said
Yeah, no, that's what's coming up. That's the funny part.
continuously, and it's a hallmark of an occult mind.
There's no one thing that's gonna
mindset is
Dude, Jesus Christ. this
improvement is what you do most of the time. It's all going to be about what you do most of the time. What is your habit? What is the practice?
Pause it for a second. So he says this is an occult concept of what you do most of the time is going to become. I'm sorry, but like that's just like an athletics, like with training, like with cycling, like that's like a very like well-known idea. Like that's not really like an occulted data point.
Not occulted at all.
Just saying. Like,
Well,
again,
he's
like,
looking at it from, the powers that be don't want us to be working out, and so they're not going to
And
tell
he's-
us that working out is good. Or
Yeah, well,
something
no,
like
he's talking
that.
about
Like,
fad diets, and
not making it
being
popular,
extreme,
yeah.
and again, like he's trying to contrast because he promoted someone who's considered extreme because they've got in trouble, the Kevin Trudeau thing, but yeah, again, it's just it sucks because, and that's part of Mark, like we say, like he speaks truth, he says true things, but his application and his idea of where the truth comes from is so distorted and corrupted.
Because he's telling true things, he shouldn't have to work, and everyone else should do some kind of work and give him money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part that makes it stupid, you know? Like, if he was just having this conversation and not making a living off it, it'd be like, whatever, it's some guy talking. you know?
Yeah.
But he psychologically bombards people.
And uses guilt. It's like the fucking Catholic Church over here.
Right. Yeah. He's like, you're tossing off. You could have been sending me money. What are you doing?
Yeah. You haven't done enough great work to spend that money on yourself. You need to send it to me because I'm the one doing it.
And you exposed my grift, but what have you done? Where's your grift?
Yeah, that's my favorite one. Where's your work? I would have heard of you by now.
Because that's how you know someone's a good person when they're
Right,
famous.
is that how we're
How much great work they've done.
virtue and value here?
How much they've emulated.
No,
Mark
Oprah, she's a great
online.
person. That's why everyone knows who she is.
She's doing the great work. She's reaching so many people.
Yep.
Oprah.
Yeah, Oprah.
Oprah.
Yeah. Did you know why everyone knows Michelle Obama? Because she's a great person.
Yeah.
Duh.
Oprah knows about manifesting, though. The Secret.
The Secret. That's
She's-
manifestation.
I mean, that's occulted
That's,
knowledge, okay?
The
That
secret-
secret person got sued for ripping off Scientology, who all ripped off
really?
Crowley. Yes.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, bro. I was told by a Scientologist when I said, this sounds like The Secret, what you're telling me. And he goes, yeah, well, we don't talk about that because that lady left the church and she got sued.
Wow.
How freaking funny.
And that dude, his dad raised him in the church and donated all his money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, they'll oust you pretty quick for anything.
Yeah, he was in the Sea Org. The dude
Yeah.
who told me that before he cracked and had to leave.
Oh, the Sea Org. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just on a boat going nowhere.
Yeah. He was in the
This-
Celebrity Center too.
From the micro to
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. What did I do? Okay.
Blazers.
Yeah.
Blazer.
of a friendship he developed with the CEO of Kraft Foods and other people on
yeah.
these kicks like, oh, this food is just never most of the time. What's your habit? And I say that about nothing. I say that about very few things. I'm sort of been experimenting a lot with methyl and blue lately, and I have tried to set good habits and habituate them daily, right? And if you falter, you falter. And you don't beat yourself up endlessly over it. No more that you beat yourself endlessly up for trying to do
you
mental
check
self-improvement.
your bank account,
you pick yourself up, you get back on the horse, and you keep going forward, right? It's the same thing with any kind of true self-improvement, and it applies to health in the same way. Let me tell you that one supplement that I found that
you check your bank
So
account.
2 minutes ago, he's all, there's no one thing that's going to make you healthy.
No, and he also said what matters the most is what you do most of the time. What are you doing most of the time? Not taking supplements, not like intaking calories from supplements.
Yeah.
You're eating food and it's your actions you do. What are you doing most of the time? Mark Passio. That was what the question was from Leslie. If I remember correctly.
Not what supplements do you take on the side?
Dude, this is his UFO shit, bro. He thinks he's trying to be as least human as possible at this point.
No, so methyl and blue is the new fucking
thing.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it is kind of like a weird, it's like breatharian. It's like eating normal food, supplements, breatharian. You know, like
he already has a rage
food
for breatharians.
We used to eat from the ether, so we shouldn't need food. So we need to
gay Jewish book. You know, we had manna from heaven.
There, in the 90s, there was a book that came out about this that was like, oh, you could just live off of supplements. And I bet this fucker fucking read that. And that's been his little trick he's had this whole time.
He also
Even when he was fat,
and all that.
He was like pounding all these fucking supplements because he's like, oh, I'm going to live off this Star Trek like fucking diet.
And
I need magical powers to avoid hard work. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure that was better than what he was doing if he was just eating cookies and junk food and burgers all the time and french fries. Like taking methyl and blue and juicing, you're gonna lose weight and be like a little better off. But it's not like, again, it's like it's all relative to what you're doing before. And I'm just saying this because I don't want to denounce his health experience. I'm sure it looks like his health
one thing about traditional breatharians are also okay with dying, but he seems to want to live forever. So they're kind of contrary ideas.
It's like carnivore diet. It's like these guys lose a little weight on carnivore diet, but they were eating fucking 5 Big Macs a day before they were on carnivore diet.
So
it's like, no fucking shit, you're going to lose some weight. That doesn't mean that's the best, most ethical way of losing weight.
Or that it's necessarily
the way
healthy or the healthiest way. It's all
not
relative to what you're doing
it's
before.
A healthier way.
Right. Yeah.
Could never.
So methyl and blue is the latest fucking fad right now. Unfucking believable. Not surprised in the least bit.
Not take that. Like once I discovered what this supplement did for me, and maybe I had some sort of an imbalance with the thyroid, as many people do, and it often goes undiagnosed and we don't realize that we're having thyroid problems. Nascent iodine 100% turned my health and vitality completely around 180 degrees. It was like a magic potion. And I say that about nothing. I say that about very few things. I'm sort of
so there's no one thing that's going to save you, but this is a fucking magic potion.
Yeah.
This supplement.
He said it's like a magic potion.
He used the word like.
But yeah. Oh man.
Been experimenting a lot with methyl and blue lately, and I have very good results with that as well, and have taken it for actually many years.
What else, Mark?
What else did Alex Jones tell you?
What do you answer the question, which is what's your fucking diet? What do you eat?
Just much,
not what you fucking supplement, what you're fucking pissing. You're making your fucking super expensive piss. That's all you're doing with these supplements. Is making
trying not to bust Corey Enderlot's grift.
Yeah, basically
more reliably over the last year and a half or so. But nothing was more profound than a daily recommended dose of nascent iodine every day. I've been taking nascent iodine daily now for at least the last 15 years. And I mean, I don't miss a day. Okay. It radically restructured my energy.
So what 15 years, what did Mark do 15 years ago?
One of the other ones that I'll say I think very good and successful is a 5-MTHF.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Supplement after supplement.
Fucking
after
alphabet soup, motherfucker.
It sounds like a research chemical.
He's a research chemical.
Look, the question was, what do you fucking
a 5-methylfolate. It's mitochondrial support, and this is a lot of an issue for many people that again goes undiagnosed. Thyroid issues, mitochondrial issues, which is where the energy is produced in the cell. If you can,
this is also what's it called?
Oh,
There's a word for this.
Transference.
No, the being obsessed with health.
Orthorexia.
Orthorexia
Yeah.
is what this is.
Yeah.
Where you're actually doing yourself more harm than good.
Yes.
And you think you're this. I mean, I don't know. The last Mark Passio documentary, he looked like he looked minutes from being in the fucking hospital. Not a very good example.
improve those two areas.
And it's like, dude, supplement. These
got
are
a
the
filter
greatest
on.
things that you've done for your health. I'm still waiting to hear what
I think.
Oh, just also disclaimer for everyone and for you, Mark. Methylene blue can be dangerous combined with psychedelics. So don't just read that. Just it's actually really dangerous.
we know
So
you're a
just
psychedelic guy.
careful, kids.
It's a basic kickoff.
No, that's the other thing is who told him he had a thyroid problem? This is all self-diagnosed orthorexia bullshit. It's hypochondria.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
It's
literally.
Yeah. It's disordered.
It's absolutely disordered. It's disordered eating, and it's an eating disorder. Mark has an eating disorder.
It's a control freak disorder over the cellular systems, everything.
Yep. It's
He's-
like
bro, he's gotta
it's
rule
such
the
a
universe.
computer guy thing to do too. Oh, I just need to open up the fucking tower and replace the fucking RAM, like
Yeah.
it's such like a tech guide thing to do.
I got a Trivium hack reality. I gotta do this. I gotta
put
know
the software I gotta download the software program that's gonna make me more healthy, that's gonna get rid of the virus I have. Like it's such
And then I gotta
fucking
purge
bullshit.
the universe of all viruses. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my gosh. It
Go ahead.
says stop. I'm sorry, I'm just researching the methylene
He's a
blue
clean
thing.
freak on an existential level.
But it says if you're using methylene blue daily, stop immediately if anxiety, agitation, tremor, insomnia appear.
Oh
Very
my
possible.
god.
They haven't done human studies on it, only animal studies, but there's
Like
So
all
what we saw during the natural law seminar.
Yeah,
basically,
everything
he's not supposed to.
complains about.
He's
I mean, I don't know how long he's been on it, but
He said a year.
oh, he
The
did.
worst year of his life.
Oh.
yeah, the worst year of his life. The VGT year.
But if you do want to experiment with it, you should cycle it and not just use it daily for a long period of time. FYI.
Yeah.
For you
Psychopath.
experimenters out there. Psychopath.
And I think people would see that if they first obviously do research, make sure this is something that you're ready to experiment with after you've gathered enough knowledge. Obviously, nobody here is going to give any medical advice. It's just putting information out there about supplements that are widely available, are actually really not that expensive, that you can get in a pretty clean form in today's world. And those are the things I saw the most radical improvements.
Those 3 supplements are the things that showed him the most radical improvements in his life.
And what do you
What's he missing out on? What the fuck do you eat, dude? Look at that face he's making. Oh, bums are back after a ban. Custom made Z.
Oh, I see.
That'll work
I
for us.
see. Thanks for tuning in, Psychopath.
So
is the information, number one. You got to get it right here first, right? And then those 2 supplements. I can't recommend Kevin Trudeau's work to people enough. Regardless of anything else you want to think or have heard or see, I'm not speaking about every single aspect of an individual. I'm saying his information from Natural Cures, absolute top-notch, phenomenal as far as I'm concerned, right? And it's a balanced perspective. It's not one of these. I'm not an extremist when it comes to food. I'm just not. I don't say it's all this way and that's it, and you have to do this exact diet. I don't.
you just told people to take 3 supplements and that they were the greatest things that has ever happened to you. And then
I don't go down any of those
immediately said
pathways.
that.
I try to, I think the best and most sound, logical, reasonable approach is eat as close to nature as possible. What comes from the earth is generally supportive of us and our health and life.
And what is
the
that
sun,
called?
in conjunction with the earth, produced that. And, you eat as close to that as
what?
possible. Try to keep ultra processed stuff away. A lot of people go into all kinds of stuff.
You
When
mean like juicing?
it comes to sugar and water and carbs and fat and all, it's like, I don't really think anything that's natural is bad as long as you're not abusing it, right? Don't abuse things, just use them as, nature
What?
intended.
That's
Stay in
logical
balance.
fallacy, but okay.
Massive logical fallacy, appealing to nature.
I mean,
this whole channel is Corey Endralat's entire existence is appealing to nature fallacy. He thinks everything from nature is right and good, and we should just go back to nature, and that's it. Which, okay, maybe, but
yeah, he hasn't.
It's a logical fallacy.
Actual diet.
So still hasn't said
And you'll
anything
stay in
yet.
homeostasis.
Yeah,
I
what
take a
else,
very
Mark?
common sense approach.
What's
I
the
don't
other thing
take,
that helped
I don't,
you? What's the other thing that greatly made you lose fucking 50 pounds? It wasn't methylene blue. It wasn't iodine.
support or propagate any fad diets or extremist claims about any particular foods. You hear every single day, you hear a different thing. Carrots are bad for you, broccoli.
Oh, so there's fad diets, but not fad supplements. Okay, I see what he's hearing now. It's fine to take fad supplements, but it's not fine to eat fad diets. Got it.
He's bad for
Trudeau
you. I heard some
was,
new thing. I don't know, like don't take vitamin C. It's like, look, I get that people are always looking to hear whatever the new trendy thing is, but
Methylene blue.
it's very simple. Eat as close to nature as possible.
Did you get methylene blue from nature? Did you get your iodine from nature? No.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Natureslaboratories.com.
Keep processed foods out of your diet to the extent that
Keep processed foods out of your diet. You tell everyone to fucking juice.
you can. Keep refined sugars out of the diet. Supplement your diet.
What's wrong with refined sugars, Mark?
Because we're not getting everything we need through food. So I think supplementation is phenomenal.
We aren't getting. Oh, unpack that for a minute. How are we not getting everything we need through food?
Well, even if that were true, I mean, how do you get the most possible from what foods? And that's going to be having more of an effect. You're doing that more often than taking supplements. But yeah, I don't know.
And food is more bioavailable than supplements.
Well, who decides that? A scientist just tells you what you need.
It's all
phenomenal. And I think it's one of the things that I've really amped up. I take probably 30 supplements every day.
Yeah.
We need to put that on the soundboard.
30 supplements. That's horrible for the organs.
I wouldn't have.
My grandma died from stomach cancer. She used to eat a fucking 2-3 handfuls of fucking pills a day.
So they've done independent studies on supplements, right? There's been many studies on. There's a lot of contaminants.
Nasty shit.
So you are exposing yourself to a lot of risk by intaking that many supplements. That's not to say every supplement has harmful byproducts and additives and stuff in it, but that is a very risky move.
Yes.
Not to say there's not bad stuff in our food also. But like I said, there has been independent studies on supplements, even on natural supplements, and there's a lot of bad shit in
the
them.
companies selling you the supplements also have a vested interest in convincing you that you need them.
And making a profit, which is buying the cheapest products and selling them for the most amount of money.
Yeah, so they use
all these supplement companies. They aren't overseen by the FDA, and they're allowed to fucking just in a house start packaging shit and selling it. And that's what a lot of these supplements, especially the fad ones, then you start getting knockoffs and lower quality. Like, bro, 30 fucking supplements a day.
These are also the same
bar
companies
and
that
drink
give
some
you
juice. This is
they
the advice.
promote,
Mark,
they use fear as a marketing tactic. The pharmaceutical industry is corrupt. Therefore, buy my sketchy product.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Oh, and then appealing to conspiracy. Mark says he's not a conspiracy theorist. Oh, we're not getting. Oh, the our food has no nutrients in it because it's all getting fucking mined out of the fucking crop fields, and just this bullshit fucking nonsense that, oh, this means I have to turn to all these 30 fucking supplements, bro. So
Right.
Mark's advice: juice. Take the fiber out of your food, which is the dumbest fucking thing you could do in the world. Mark's advice: take the fiber out of your food, then re-eat it in a different form, in something that's completely like processed. So processed your juice, processed bars, processed fucking, dude, what do you think supplements are? Like, Mark
Chemicals?
only eats processed foods and then just told us not to eat processed foods. Like, that's the only advice he's given us, is to eat processed foods. Supplements are hyper processed, bro. Super mega motherfucking hyper processed.
Yeah.
Dried up, put in a fucking pill. Insane, dude.
Heavy metal contaminants. That's what it was.
Heavy metals.
Heavy metal contaminants found in many supplements.
Well, yeah, they have trace elements in the things that they extract them from, and then you concentrate that.
Haven't heard him talk about cleansing.
And powders, a lot of powders that I cap myself. I think buying very clean, from, maybe.
What do you mean very clean? How the fuck do you know?
Some bulk supplement supplier that is trusted and really does a lot of laboratory, research to make sure their product is pure.
Bro, you don't look into that shit.
And
buy whatever you fucking buy.
Capping it yourself with a pill capping machine, like a 000 capping machine. That's done wonders with my health and energy level as well. So
Will and Logan's machines from China, are they really reputable? Are they really fucking, like really lots of tests and stuff?
I'd recommend buying in bulk and buying
the
capsules and
website
capping your.
Says it's legit on the bottom of the webpage. It says this is all legit.
This is legit.
Self for many supplements. Others, you could just buy them already capped. I did some research and crunched some numbers, and it's like I'm probably paying 8 times less less than I would be if I just bought all the supplements.
Oh, as long as you're saving money, then fucking eat more.
I basically
more
buy
supplements.
as pure powders as I can find and then cap
Especially
them
if they're
myself.
cheap.
I think that's a kind of a life hack there that I would throw out there. I'd say those are the things that have helped me the most. It's a general common sense.
The other funny thing is, if your digestion system isn't working right, you just shit those pills out full. Like, they don't even you won't even knock the outside layer off of them if your stomach acids aren't correct. If your
Right.
gut isn't correct, you'll just shit out whole vitamins. Guaranteed Mark is shitting out whole fucking vitamins if he's taking that many of them. Like, that's literally taking your money and throwing it down.
Well,
the fucking
especially
toilet.
if it's like 30 plus thing like pills.
Your stomach cannot handle that many things at once.
Yeah.
Like, that's like a basic, you're like eating the Western way with a bunch of different foods on a plate all mixed up. It's not how you're supposed to do things. Like, that's kind of like a pretty entry level thing to know about health. To throw 30 fucking different exotic fucking whatever from whatever fucking all around the world he's getting this shit. Yikes, dude. 30 fucking supplements.
approach to food and nutrition, understanding the agendas behind the big corporate,
So you understand the big corporate agendas, yet you're running with the fucking fad diets and fad supplements and supporting all these supplement companies. Dude is just contradicting
It's
himself.
not about the big corporations. The small corporations
Ones are
pretty
fine.
cool.
It's like the little farms that are killing the animals. They're cool because they love their animal. It's regenerative farming. They hug their animals before they kill them. It's like, no, actually, on the smaller places are where more of the corruption happens, because you don't have corporate overseers that don't want to lose their business and want to make a profit. You have people that are trying to do some bullshit in their fucking garage. Like the people that these dipshits we see in the liberty movement that oh, I'm going to go live off grid and raise my own animals. They end up oh, I'm going to kill my animal today. They end up half-assed. They don't have the fucking balls to do it. They fucking half-ass it. This fucking animal's laying on the ground fucking writhing in pain because this fucking lady doesn't know how to fucking kill an animal. Decided to sign a fucking check her ass couldn't fucking cash. It's the same shit. Like, these little supplement companies are half-assing. Like, they're where the problems happen, where shit gets contaminated because they're just mixing stuff. Well, not, yeah. It's all
look at like
fucked up.
Amish puppy mills, and like look at the the small farms. A lot of them do have problems with the conditions,
And a lot of them don't have the money to fucking, like, a big corporate farm. At least they have them. Oh shit, the animals are sick. We got to buy some fucking vitamins or some shit. Hire a specialist to come in and figure it out.
They have
These
veterinarians, yeah.
mom and pop broke ass redneck fucking off gridders don't have the fucking money for that shit because they're trying to live off grid. And guess what? Living off grid is fucking expensive.
Yeah, they also don't come from like a family that's been living off grid, so they don't have like the know-how and the established like practices.
It's been
down.
generations though, and these newer generations don't give a fuck about what their fucking grandparents did. That's
Right.
what we live in, this area where there's all these old farms, and there's like all the youngsters living on them for fashion. You know, like they're all,
Right.
we're ranchers. We got a truck and we wear cowboy boots and cowboy hats. But you go to their fucking ranch, there's nothing in their fields. You know, it's like
Right.
it's this bullshit. Like the idea that some family passed down shit is still, it's like, oh yeah, that's like not how it works anymore. Like, people are losing that the more time goes by. People don't know how to fucking cook. They don't know how to grow anything because it's fucking hard, dude. We've been setting up our spring raised beds. Fucking A, man. It's a lot of fucking work. And I'm in really good shape. I got good cardio, but I go out there in my fucking raised bed and I'm picking and doing stuff, and I'm out there gassed out, and fucking mosquitoes are biting me. And fucking, it's not as easy. Oh, I'm gonna do a garden. It's like this fucking bullshit happy thing, but it's like, no, this shit is hard. And it's all like fashion these days. It's such bullshit.
Yeah,
Food push and how it's created.
I've tended to some like mulch beds, like compost, and just tilling the compost is like hard work too. Yeah,
dude. Yes, exactly. Like, just simply digging your compost will gas you out, and it's something, like, it's not easy work, and so people aren't as willing to do it, especially these days with everybody fucking chilling out, playing video games, fucking watching porn on the internet. Like fucking Padini, dude, he doesn't understand that humans figured out how to carve rocks, and it's like, yeah, because you haven't done anything with your life. Like, it's like, oh, how did these ancient societies carve these rocks? 1,000 years of the same, of a family doing one thing over and over again, because that's all there is to fucking do. They're not distracted by bullshit, so they get really good at stuff, and way better than we could get now. Like the old grannies, great grannies that were out in the field all day. These ladies live to be like fucking 100 years old, like all day long. We go to all these old cemeteries around here, and we're like, Jesus Christ, these old ladies were fucking living to be forever. And it's because they were out growing in their fucking yard, and it's not easy work. And they're out there in the sun, and they're fucking planted in the ground, and they're eating what they're growing, and they're growing fucking good food. And it's just not how it works anymore.
A lot of it is they were growing and making things for themselves for sustenance. Profit margins do
because their life depended on it.
Yeah. Profit margins kind of introduce that like conflict of interest, right? When it comes to quality. Yes, the market wants good quality, but if they can't force it, you're going to get the best quality you can get. And it's not directly in your hands. You're not the one producing the food. So then supply chains and shelf life, that comes into the equation too, right?
Yeah.
So There's no, agrarian is much better.
Like all all the supplements, I mean, even olive oil's usually rancid by the time you get to it. All these fish oils are rancid by the time it gets to your fucking plate. Like there's so many problems with what the fuck this guy is saying right now. It's not even funny.
Health.
And it's all absolutely fucking unnecessary.
Yep.
Getting on some good supplements and
I am a lazy son of a bitch. I don't exercise, and I half the time eat like shit. So I think I'm gonna make up for it by taking all these fucking supplements. It's the Will Keller, Logan Hart fucking, we need to be stuck to this machine to be healthy because we don't actually want to do the work to actually be healthy.
And let's be real here. This is maybe a little bit more apparent to me coming from like being a chick and like from like weight loss circles, like everyone's trying to lose weight. It's kind of the whole supplement thing and drinking teas and juicing. It's masking a little bit of an eating disorder, right? Like we're not intaking enough calories and we're trying to reduce calories and eat as little as possible. So therefore we need to have these stand-ins for nutrition that don't contain calories. Especially the juice. And then again, that's like, I'm not anti-juice. And like I was saying, relative to what Mark was doing before, incorporating the juices and cutting out a bunch of shit, I'm sure helped a lot. But yeah, again, I'm realizing now this is also like very like hippie girl eating disorder masking type behavior here. Just,
starving yourself is not healthy.
Yeah. And like, you can't you're trying to make up for not eating enough food by taking supplements.
Shit.
Yeah, and then the idea of like fasting, and again, not that there's some place for fasting for some people in certain situations, but as an overall, right? So about what we do most of the time, like if this is like it's a lifestyle that is sort of resulting from, calorie restricting, disordered eating.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And disordered eating can look like a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Like disordered eating isn't just some skinny girl.
No.
It's supplements too, a lot. Yeah. It's both of those things.
Yes, yes.
And look at, I hate to say it, but look at the dude. He's breaking down. He's pale. His fucking arms are tiny. I don't know. Like he's definitely not working out.
I want to talk. Like I don't have big arms, but like
we have bigger arms than Mark.
But just like, and I'm happy for him. Like he lost weight and stuff. But
yeah,
just like overall health wise, like if I were his friend and I knew him in person, I'd be like, hey, look, this is what I think. This is what has worked for me. This is what has worked for a lot of people that I know. But I think this is how you should change up your diet and throw some of those supplements in the trash, or at least pause them for a bit and incorporate some of these foods, et cetera, et cetera. Because like we said, what we've seen from what he eats and from what he's described here, like, I don't know how, like, it may be that like, supplements, juicing, bars, protein powder, smoothies, and then I got to get a Big Mac, and then I got to make up for the Big Mac and whatever. And that's like that disordered eating thing, that yo-yo thing where you're like restricting and then you go hard. Again, he talked about the not fad dieting, and you don't want to be too extreme. You don't want to omit any full thing. And it's like, well, yes, that also kind of points to, maybe he has that sort of disordered yo-yo dieting thing with the supplements and the juice.
Why don't you fucking come up here, custom made, instead of fucking hiding down in the fucking
custom bitch.
Yeah.
Custom bitch.
Why don't you fucking come up here instead of
bring
crying
your shit face
chat
over here?
He would sue us if he comes.
I hope it's not
really restored.
I hope it's
energy
not hot.
Vitality and proper function. So can't recommend nascent iodine highly enough. Can't recommend 5-methylfolate enough.
What
can't
else
recommend
did he
methyl enough,
recommend,
quite frankly. Just taking that very common sense approach and taking that approach of just put one foot in front of the other, make small incremental improvements until you habituate it as a good habit, and it's what you do most of the time. And if you falter, don't beat yourself up too badly. Just keep going.
Yeah. Well, Mark, I'll tell you this. Diet was one of the biggest things I shifted when I was 13, and I think it led me to your work. So I think there's it goes both ways, right? Once you start, like you said, with the psychosomatic mental worldview work, you can lead yourself into diet, or you could fix your diet and fix your health, and then eventually you start to open your mind. You're like, whoa, what's going on? And so I think it can go both ways, because just as you demonstrated before, it's this law of freedom, the law of health. These two are equated with morality.
Absolute 100% correct. Couldn't have said it any better. Absolutely.
Leslie, you had a question?
Give me a break.
Perhaps?
Oh, I was just thinking about omega-3s. I wanted to throw that in there because it's really
Yes.
important for brain health, and a lot of mood disorders can be actually
Here we go.
extremely helped by taking omega-3s. And there's, vegan sources of people.
Very important. I take vegan sources of that every day as well. I supplement with that. If you want to talk about any specific supplements or approaches, I'm open to discussing that a little bit. That's definitely another important supplement. I supplement a vegan B12 every day as well. I think all of those are incredibly important. A B complex is important too. I think that vitamin C in an absorbable form is ultra healthy. Juicing. I mean, I have to say one addendum to what really helped me get.
He eats mushrooms. Mushrooms have like a ton of B vitamins in them, so you cut that out. He's talking about eating mushrooms. I've heard him say that.
A better frame of mind and
yeah,
bodily framework when it came to health, and that is juicing, fruit and vegetable juicing.
So, what helped him greatly was taking the fiber. One of the most important things in our diet, taking the fiber out of my food.
And 30
He
supplements.
said, "Oh, don't change things. Don't like." Unbelievable amount of contradictions here. Like, sure, juicing's better than eating burgers all day, but why take the fiber out if you don't need to?
And juice shouldn't be replacing the food you
Yeah.
I thought the juicing was supposed to like get you more vitamins than you could eat. So I thought, it does take the fiber out, but then again, he shouldn't have to take that many supplements if he is juicing.
If he's juicing, why take 1,000 fucking supplements?
That is so the juicing is
supplement.
Yeah, like that's kind of the concept. I mean,
Yeah. Makes no sense. Obsessive supplementation. Harmful supplementation.
Orthorexia.
It's ultra important. Most people don't do it because of the time investment.
What else do most people not do in their diet, Mark?
To do it, but I have to say that the individual who helped me there the most was Jay Kordich.
Jay Cornish now, another carnist.
Is it?
Kordich, I believe he spells his last name. Jay Kordich, I consider one of the fathers of juicing, and just fantastic techniques and combinations, and again, very sensible, common sense approaches when it comes to using a juicer.
Because in his head, juicing is making his own supplements, and he gets to mix all this stuff and make his own supplements, and he thinks that they're fixing his body. And that's the funniest thing, is that these people think that they're fixing their body by doing this shit, when it's all half-assed eating. It's not as good as eating food. Like, you're supposed to supplement when you're not getting something, when a doctor tells you, oh, hey, or
well, I mean, supplement instead of eat also.
Yeah. That's what.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy.
Yeah, what happened to eating as much as possible, as often as possible?
No, he hasn't said anything about eating yet, or what he eats, or what people should eat. He says eat anything, but then just supplement.
Well, and also this does it's a little deceptive because it's like, well, it kind of gives the idea or the message that it doesn't matter as much what you eat. It doesn't matter as much what you eat as long as you are juicing and supplementing, then that will make up for the other stuff. I don't know how true that is. That's
you can't take supplements on an empty stomach either. So it's
and we watched him in that video. He ate the bar after he took the supplements.
But it's like, if he would just eat food, he hasn't mentioned any food. Like, I don't know.
No,
maybe he doesn't like food, dude.
Bro's gut is, dude, maybe he's fucking bulimic. Maybe he's fucking... He has a serious eating disorder, not just a not serious
I genuinely
one.
not even he may genuinely it may be a thing where it's like a control thing. It's all about it's hyper controlling what you're intaking into your body as well. Just an observation.
He's the powers that be are killing us through food, so I'm not going to eat, and I'm going to source my own supplements to make up for it.
Oh yeah,
Jesus Christ, dude! This is everyone on the internet right now.
Yeah.
Oh, the
like
government's
the InfoWars
us with their food, but we're going to keep eating meat. Makes sense. Meat's okay though.
I had his
natural.
brand of juicer years and years ago. I've
Bro,
since
we know
switched
you
over
got
to
9
like a
juicers.
Breville
We've seen them
brand
all
one, and I
in
also have like
legend.
a slow auger juicer as well. I don't recall the brand name, but Jay Kordich, who has unfortunately since passed several years ago, I think really helped me to understand
didn't help
health
him
and
out that
nutrition
much.
through juicing as well. I think Dan McDonald has done a lot of great work with juicing. He calls himself the Life Regenerator. Has put out wonderful videos on.
Like, dude, you need to study multiple people on juicing.
Oh, I looked up Jay Kordich. I saw like an infomercial or something with him.
It's a scammer. Yeah. That's why he's okay with Luke Logan and Will snake oiling on his fucking network.
Dude.
He thinks all this shit works. It makes no sense. He has us criticize and scrutinize.
He orders those books, doesn't he? Like Free Money They Don't Want You to Know About and shit. Remember that one?
The level, yeah.
Yeah,
like,
it's
like
literally-
the level of grift. I mean, cures they don't want you to know about.
Yeah.
It's like finding out Santa Claus isn't real. No, I'm just kidding.
Specifically green juicing for health and for detoxification of the body. Would highly recommend his work as well. So there's a few names, added as addendums, and absolutely juicing is juicing and blending critically important. Get a good juicer, get a good Vitamix.
Now he says blending.
I find Vitamix great blenders. Use it every day. I use the dry blade container of my Vitamix for actually grinding some things. I just ground some Heishu Wu today. It's called Faux Tea is another name for it. It's an adaptogenic root bark. I bought it in these big chunks and prepared so that you could just grind it up and cap it. Threw that in my Vitamix dry blade. I mean, I got such a fine powder grind on it. It's going to cap beautifully, So that you just have to take a daily investment in your health. Put an investment into some supplies for your kitchen. Take common sense approach.
Dude, bro's gut is a fucking war zone. Like these things don't mix good together. Like you aren't
30
supposed
supplements.
to mix all that shit.
That's more than 30 capsules because most supplements you have to take more than one capsule.
2 or 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no wonder he has to cap his own supplements. And buying that's super expensive.
Dude, he's spending his
my
god, he's spending his
then
fucking goddamn spending so much money on this shit.
Probably eats like 100 grams of powder every day.
And he demands we pay for it.
He shouldn't have to. Remember, he did his work. He quit Satanism. So,
Since he did us the favor of not being a dark occultist and controlling us with it, then we need to pay for his fucking shit.
Reparations.
Yeah, it's like a pension. Passio's pension fund.
There you go.
A retirement fund. Since he didn't fully dive in and try and control the
He
world.
tells the truth now if you just
buddy,
keep the money
thanks.
coming. Yeah.
He'd be fucked if he was still an occultist.
Gee, thanks, buddy. Yeah.
Oh, he would have done a number on us.
Yeah, exactly.
Taxes would be worse, maybe, or something. So
supplements would be more expensive.
Yeah.
Oh no, since he's telling us to cap our own supplements, we should take that money and send it to him. Take the money we saved from
roll up the money and put it in a cap and send it to him.
Send it to Mark.
Yeah.
And then he'll reuse the caps capping his own supplements.
That's the great work, dude.
I heard he actually clips the caps with scissors.
No.
Saves some extra money.
Oh my lord.
He makes it work.
So what else has helped you in your health, Mark?
That's what led to the general state of health that I've arrived at. And again, nothing is perfect. We all have to continuously make improvements. But I try to eat a healthy plant-based diet, supplement my diet, do juicing and blending. When I'm done with this interview, I'm gonna go make a smoothie. I'm gonna go make a
I like how he's like plant-based diet. I supplement my diet.
Yeah.
Like it's like
plant-based.
Whoa. You
like
could
and you know what plant-based is?
barely hear that.
It's some half-ass bullshit. Plant-based people, they're like, oh, whatever. They don't look that deep into the fucking ingredients. They don't fucking, if they ate something with milk or animal product in it, they're all whatever, no big deal.
Is he
They still wear leather. They still wear fucking wool. They're not like avoiding sketchy companies or anything like that. They're not looking for stuff that's specifically not not tested on animals, nothing like that. That's plant-based for you, half-assed. Mark's teaching us to be half-assed eating, half-ass ethics.
Half-ass. Can't half-ass two things. Damn.
Then you have a quarter ass.
Hey.
And then is he implying, because he said plant-based diet and I supplement my diet, like he said it so quick, like one after the other, like is he implying I have a plant-based diet, but don't worry, I supplement
He
my diet.
knew
and
Corey
then
was
that's
going to be
why-
all Corey the carnivore guy is going to be vegans have to supplement.
Yeah, and so
So
and then he's sort of like implying that also, like like if you're
Don't
plant-based, you
worry.
have to
Don't
supplement.
ask me if I
But
supplement.
yeah, it's almost like he's like, oh, don't worry, Corey, like I supplement my diet real hard because I'm plant-based.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
he didn't mention it any actual food though. Just juice.
No, not yet.
supplementing.
And we eat a lot. We don't supplement at all.
I
like
mean,
we got
I would think
creatine,
that
but
if you have to supplement, you're doing something wrong.
yeah,
Or you have
absolutely.
a condition.
No,
And
or
then you
like
should test
Jerry,
it.
like
yeah, you could get a blood test.
Yeah.
like Jerry's like, oh, veganism is unhealthy. I don't care that veganism is unhealthy. Because when I started being vegan, I got bruises, so I know that it's unhealthy because of that. That's what Jerry told me.
Maybe you weren't eating things
Maybe-
that have iron.
Yeah,
Maybe
Well,
you
should have got a
you didn't
blood
do it
test
right.
to actually objectively see if there's deficiencies that you
Yeah.
have. You can address them.
Yeah, or maybe you were just
And
doing
guess what?
stuff, got
People,
bruises.
Yeah.
plenty of people that are not vegan get bruises from being anemic or not having enough iron in their fucking. It's like the fucking what's his butt in here being like, oh, you got to take supplements, and it's like, dude, the several trillion dollar industry is not held up by only vegans. People who eat meat.
There's
have
not
to
enough
supplement
vegans
just
to
as
do
much
that.
as anybody. If they're not
There's
eating,
not enough vegans to support that industry. In fact,
Yeah,
if it was mostly vegans, that industry wouldn't exist.
no,
Correct.
it would be gone. But it's
Vegans-
99% meat and dairy eaters take all the supplements. So obviously this viewpoint that eating meat and dairy makes you not need to take supplements is bullshit. And B12 is fucking sus. And I mean, we've taken maybe one bottle full since we've known each
I've
other.
supplemented B12, but then it's like, all right, then like
You've supplemented, not you
I've-
supplement.
yeah, well, I go through cycles, and I think like the methylene blue stuff, like you should definitely
Too much is it does oxidative stress to your body.
Yeah. My blood work is fine, and I don't fucking take B12.
If you don't have like nerve issues, it helps the hemoglobin absorb.
Allegedly.
Yeah, but once again, those things aren't even really FDA approved, and doctors will know. Like you can get a blood test, and it'll tell you if there's
Yeah, like
a deficiency.
Yeah, I got the last blood test I got. I asked my doctor because I told her specifically, I'm like, oh, I'm vegan, blah blah, because just as an excuse, like I wanted to get my B12 tested, and she's like, oh, I don't think you need it because the markers that would
It would be a complete metabolic panel, is what.
there,
would-
there would be something showing us that we should test your B12, and there's nothing showing that you are deficient in B12, so therefore I didn't give you. You don't need to test it.
Right,
So
like,
it's
CBC and red blood count and all that. If everything's
Yeah.
fine there and iron, there'd probably be no reason to.
Right. So it's like, I'm sure it's, yeah, B12 is a weird one, but not to say that no one should ever supplement it.
No.
Or there's a shit ton of harm if you do. But yeah.
Well,
to
we
just
have
be
found
like-
out that there's a shitload of harm if you do over supplement B12, and a lot of people over supplement B12. Oh, that wasn't to me. There was someone else. There was someone we had on the show for a while who he actually he got sick from B12, and he went to the doctor, and they're like, "Fuck, dude, you got like 5 times as
over
much
supplementing.
in you." And so, and he was just normally supplementing.
Did it cause extreme like inflammation or something?
I don't remember. What was that goofy guy's
He
name?
didn't say that it caused any symptoms. He didn't notice anything. It was just like on a test, on a blood
Maybe-
test. His doctor was like, "Hey, this is really, really elevated levels. Like, are you supplementing?" He's like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Yeah, don't do that anymore."
So he didn't have a deficiency, so those normal levels were leading to extreme levels in his system.
He was
Exactly.
vegan, and everyone says you
His-
have to supplement when you're B12 when you're
Yep.
vegan. So
yeah,
he
so
did
the
it.
idea is, okay, religiously
I mean,
supplement.
I've been
and
told
then-
that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Above average markers for whatever that shit is, and I haven't taken B12. I mean, I took it maybe
There's
3 or 4
things
times
that
fucking
we-
3 years ago.
There's
You
things that
know,
we eat that have B12 in
Yeah,
it, like a
exactly.
lot of plant-based foods now, like a lot of like milks and stuff have B12 in them. So perhaps that's
Kimchis,
just
anything
if we do need
fermented.
a little bit of it, that's like a baseline. It's reaching that. Maybe if someone's just eating like, I don't even know, like white bread all day, but like even bread is supplemented with B vitamins. So
They're enriched. Yeah. I have methylcobalamin, but I don't even take it like once a week, maybe once every couple weeks. And that's only if my diet is lacking in like the things that would have B12. But it's like
I would go get your blood checked first. I think you'd be surprised. It's not quite that easy. It's kind of I don't know. I would check first. It's something
or
you should
just-
check first about. It's not something everyone should just do.
or like shouldn't
Everyone should get
automatic-
blood work anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't, like automatically supplement something every day.
No, it's like like 1 or 2 tablets a month.
Yeah.
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 And
Yeah.
spread them out.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Look at Corey's just like
I love when Mark sides with me.
Yeah.
Mark fucking loves pandering to this fucking guy.
Strawberry, blueberry, banana smoothie with some vanilla protein powder.
He's
in
a
it.
good grift
That's going to be my
ambassador.
lunch, my late lunch.
Yeah, it was
Why
listening
would
to
you
you
need
that I was
protein
inspired
powder?
to.
Like, are you a bodybuilder, Mark?
Ooh, that's
I'm
another one
confused.
that's heavily contaminated. with lead.
Heavily fucking contaminated.
Protein powders.
And extremely non-bioabsorbable too. Protein powders are a fucking
Dude,
joke.
people's
And
gas
anything-
is the worst on that stuff.
Yes.
If you are not exercising, that turns into fat. So why the fuck are you putting fat in your fucking smoothies every day that's going to putrefy in your stomach along with your 30 supplements? Like that
Oof.
sounds like fucking hell in his gut.
More so than it turning to fat, protein is very acidic in the
Yeah.
body. Amino
It causes
acids.
gout.
Amino acids are what make up protein, and so yeah, you are promoting not a good environment in your gut and your body, and yeah, gout's no joke.
Yeah.
To juice watermelon and
Oh,
the
so good.
cantaloupe and like you were right, it's so good.
Juicing
And I just wanted to
watermelon
draw
is
one final,
fucked
link
up.
between like
Fucking
self-defense
eat it,
and,
dude.
trauma
Why?
to valuing one's health and taking the
I
active
tried
steps,
it once.
right?
It was
There is a certain
terrible.
degree of sacrifice in this, and I see people.
It's a little weird,
Stop eating
especially it
organic.
has to be
Stop
like
buying
really
these things
cold.
to save
too.
money.
It's like drinking
warm and all
flat
that.
soda.
Yeah.
One of the first areas people
Whereas
sacrifice.
room
And for me,
temperature
I really went the
watermelon's
opposite.
good.
I was like, no, I am going to invest my money where my values are and in my value of health and my value of self, and buy the supplements and the blender and and the organic food. And I do think that it is important in our alignment, our internal alignment, that we start reflecting on that.
Critically important. I mean, that's your investment. If you want a
Critically
payoff, if you want
important for our
a
alignment.
reward at the end, you got to make the proper investment, and there's a little bit of risk that comes with that, as there is with anything in life, but without that risk, there's no reward on the investment. So make the investment, take it seriously, put the resources that are necessary behind it, and you're going to see the yield pay off in the long term. Obviously that requires habituation of good practices, as with anything else, to become good at, but you do those things, you're going to see the payoff in the long term.
Thank you, Mark.
If I can ask you, the importance of relationship and your close surroundings of your tribe that you hang out with, and how important that is for your life.
It's very important, and obviously mine is selective, and it's
Oh yeah.
so I feel like in order to try to limit drama and chaos, I try to keep that selective.
Yeah, surrounding yourself with yes men does not limit your drama. It gives you an inauthentic experience in life with people in relationships.
Spamming
And
the
it makes
block button.
It does nothing but corrupt your fucking brain.
Yep.
Well, and like, how do I say this? Like, I get he doesn't, like the whole idea of like not wanting to have drama around you, but choosing your inner circle to consist of people that don't challenge you at all does not equate avoiding drama. And just
Exactly.
because like having friends that challenge you, that can happen without it having to be dramatic or bad or negative. But yeah, I'll just say that.
Yep.
Well, it's like what tyrants do. They get rid of everyone who's not a yes man, and then their
Yeah.
country falls apart.
They wipe them out. They kill them.
Yep. Yep. And then,
And then,
they're
yeah,
only
like
left
I
with
said,
yes men who give them bad advice because it's what they want to hear. And
And it's
then
in effect-
infrastructure and like everyday systems
falls
get
apart.
affected
Because it's out of balance, and there's
Yeah.
no
because they
there's
can't
no,
tell the guy he's wrong.
there's no natural accountability, organic accountability.
Competence disappears.
Natural.
That's how I would word it. Some people will see that as, that means you're cutting yourself off or not, taking advantage of whatever opportunities. It's like, I don't really see it that way. I definitely value quality over quantity. At the same time,
Will and Logan quality.
I moved out from the city to the suburbs. It's a drastically different social dynamic where it can get, a little bit lonely at sometimes. I try to be a social creature as much as possible. I think that's a big part of health. A lot of people take that for granted and don't, see to that dynamic enough. But maintaining relationships is very important and difficult because we're
He used
complex
to
creatures.
criticize people for leaving the city.
I wonder why he posts publicly about his fucking bar meetups then. Like, if he really believed that, why would he be telling the public to come hang out with me at a bar? If he really picks the people he has around him. Seems a little strange.
It's his way of balancing his exposure with the outside world and closing himself off, or what he perceives as
It's
balance.
probably only yes men that would show up.
Yeah, of course, obviously.
And he's surrounded by enough yes men to where if that someone would show up, it was not that, he would have enough people surrounding him who would have his back, and he wouldn't be caught out alone in public.
He wouldn't have to answer any questions.
Yeah.
And a ton of different angles and dynamics can butt up against each other and cause a headache sometimes. And what we have to do is all work together to try to be on the same page about general health, be on the same page about what the long-term goals are, right? And then that's when you can work together and develop a synergy. And again, it's all mindset has to come first, right? Mindset has to be there first, where you're saying that you're going to establish a good habit and try to leave bad habits in the background. And if we're in a positive and healthy and sustained and nurturing relationship, then I think all parties are going to be interested in those long-term goals and want to achieve them and move the needle toward them. So, that's what I would say about relationships and basically being selective about choosing the people around you, because some people won't build that. Some people will, detract. You have to really be selective and try to choose the right people and choose quality individuals over quantity, just because, the alternative may be a little bit less of a road traveled upon with compatriots, if you know what I mean. So that's my take on, relationships and health.
I just have one last question, and that is, like all of us here, I think we're pretty serious folks, and we care a lot about the world, and we can be intense and really obsessed with researching and doing this work. One thing about you that's been really attractive over the years is your really radical transparency about your own process. It's one of the reasons why I don't trust most healthcare professionals, because they're very untransparent about their own process and the things that they go through. There's just this boundary and wall, but your ability to really be honest and talk about the stuff that's even not so light and fluffy, you just really throw it out there. But
thank you, I appreciate that. I'd like to say, go ahead.
I was just going to say, for living in the world that we do, I think people are having a big trust issue. And I think one of the first indicators whether or not you feel you should discern whether to trust somebody or not is their ability to actually be honest in the face of their own shortcomings. If you can't do that, then I think that's a red flag of whether or not
When's he doing that? It should be so simple, right? Like, why would I bother to try to hide stuff? Like, I like who I am. I'm proud of the progress that I've made. That doesn't mean I think I'm perfect. God knows I'm not in any way, shape, or form perfect. But
you've done all the shadow work, and you think we should all pay for you to live and all kinds of other stuff. Got it.
put in my work. I
There it
continuously
is.
put in my work to try to improve and better myself.
I put in my work.
You know, I try to hold up.
And then he has to correct himself by saying, I am putting in work. That's something this dude does a lot.
Yeah, thank you. I try to hold other people to that same standard as well. And you know, influence self-betterment and improvement. And you know, I just feel like I want to be open about it, right? If I'm not doing something well, I'll probably be the first person to tell you I'm my own worst critic. I'll probably be the first person to say I dropped the ball on this. I don't really think I just don't want to lie about myself. That's the first occult dictate. That's it. Just the first maxim of all the mystery.
What did he say? First interview out of the shadow work. I think I did a really good job, you guys. You know, like I really think I did a good job. You think you did a good job, huh? Then why are you saying you think you did a good job? Why are you trying to repeat this word over and over, this statement over and over in our heads when you know how to hypnotize people? Why do you keep saying you think you did a really good job?
Now he's going right back to the esoteric mystery school gibberish.
Traditions of consciousness throughout all human history is this above all, to thine own self be true. Be honest with yourself. Don't lie to yourself. That's all.
Yeah, Mark.
You know, it's really not that difficult of a process. You know, just you don't have to be ultra hard on yourself. You got to be a little hard on yourself, but just, you know, as is always said, when it comes to self-improvement, you're not competing with anybody except yourself from yesterday, right? Just try to be better than that. Try to not just slip and degrade, right? Just keep moving on the uphill. One of the things I talked about in the shadow work seminar is
doing the trivium, everyone.
if we have to gauge our progress, and I think we do, like you got to grade yourself, right? You don't just do this stuff and be like, oh, however it works out, it works out. There has to be an objective standard of sort of grading your progress. And it doesn't mean like you're like totally obsessed with that. It just means like, or do you know you're moving in the right direction and getting better instead of worse, right? So, you know, I talked about in one part of the seminar, like when you're gauging your progress, you don't have to have this super steep line where, oh my God, that shot so far up in so little time. It's like practically, you know, it's logarithmic. You don't need, there doesn't have to be that kind of crazy fast improvement, right? If it happens, that's wonderful. Take it as a win, right? But it's like, hey, this is great progress over time. Even this is good progress over time. Even this is good.
Says the guy that admits he's had the worst year of his life.
Progress over time. Just don't flatline.
Make sure everything's always getting better. Okay, Mark. Then why are you having the worst year of your life when you should be having the best year of your life?
And certainly don't go like this, right? Just don't flat.
Circumstances.
It can only get better.
He puts it on external things, external sources that to dictate his internal state and happiness. Yeah. Which is a problem.
Which is a big problem.
Line and make no progress over time, and don't degrade over time.
That's actually the problem.
You're actually degrading over time, though.
That's the entire problem. Is that that's his whole shtick? Is that everything depends on what's going on externally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything.
Or
it's just even his inner work is all about how to best manipulate the external.
External, exactly. The reason, and it's for the sake of affecting the external. That is the reason for doing internal work.
Which is BS.
Which is that leads to freaking
Misleading.
pain and misery, like straight up.
Yeah.
Progress over time.
That's like self-induced suffering then.
Yeah.
That's dualism.
Yeah. Like that's, and we come full circle. That's literally dualism. And
it's sending out the wrong message for your fucking
believing
followers.
that the mind is everything. And all is mind. Number one mental illness.
Yeah, just point up and keep going up, guys. You know? It's like, so where is the wisdom for this advice coming from, Mark? If you're having the worst year of your life and your body's fucking falling apart, like, why are you on getting interviewed for health? Like, if anything I learned from this is no one should take Mark's health advice. Holy shit.
And you're good. You'll get to where you need to be in general, right? See, this is why I say I take this common sense approach. So many people try to put too much too fast. Do too much too fast. I'm going to quit this cold turkey. I'm going to radically change this. Then what they're doing is they're stirring a whole bunch of things up in the body. And then they're like, oh my God, why do I feel sick? Why do I feel completely off? Why is this not working? And it's like, you're doing too much too fast. The body actually requires gradual change.
Fucking talking about veganism. Okay. He's just not saying it. This is his explanation whenever he tells anybody his cope for why it took him so long for going plant-based.
Because what else would you cut out cold turkey if you weren't
Nothing.
talking about
Cigarettes?
renouncing like cigarettes?
it's not what he's talking about.
So like burgers, fast food? No, it's he's talking about animal products.
Yeah.
Like, without wanting to say it specifically.
And because he's on Corey's fucking show, he doesn't want to drop the V-bomb too much because Corey's a fucking keto guy.
He's trying to toe
And he
the line.
loves
He's
Corey.
trying to, and he knows he has people who are on the network who are vegans, and he doesn't want to, come out and fully say whatever. but it just,
that just means that Mark is he doesn't
lip
really
dick.
believe.
It's soft. It's
Yeah,
soft.
dude, he just doesn't even believe the shit that he says.
No,
right.
He doesn't. Absolutely. And I think that's what we've
Just did it
the
as
major
moral
thing we've come to the conclusion
grandstanding.
of.
It's just moral grandstanding is what it is.
It's I have all the answers, but I don't accept the answers in my own life. I don't do
If
the
you
answers.
know everything I know and you're not vegan, then I'm still better than you. It's like one more thing to call himself an
No,
expert.
he thinks he's better because he's plant-based and not vegan. He specifically uses the word plant-based and specifically omits the word vegan because
it's
vegans are
unpopular.
and in his mind, vegans only care about animals. They don't care about humans or the great work. So he doesn't want to have anything to do with that.
well, and again, it's a cope and an excuse, and it I understand it feels better if it took you a long time to cut something out of your diet or make a change in your life. How much easier would it be looking back if you're like, you know what, it's actually healthier to take a long time to make that change rather than making that change really quick. That makes it so, again,
You
he's like,
justified how long it
you
took.
you are justifying it and you feel good. And not only are you justifying it, you actually did it the healthiest way to do it, because to not do it in that way would be unhealthy.
Yeah.
And then just
And
going with that and preaching that.
He's
for
preached
the
that
cope,
shit forever.
Which
He's doing it again.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the right thing always has to have the optimal outcome for me, doesn't it?
right. Yeah.
It's like the ex-vegans that are like, oh, I almost fucking died. And everyone's all, oh, this lady almost fucking died. It's like, okay, well, it's like the carnivore thing is the only place where the loser gets the most attention. Oh, this person failed at doing something that seems really simple. But it's like, I don't know. It's very strange. And the fact that he's bringing it up again just shows how much of a cope it is. I've heard this guy give this explanation a dozen times of why it took him so, like, it's him. He knows he's talking about animal products in his head, and he's coping by telling himself it's okay. Like she said, she's just, I've come to the conclusion by using the trivium that taking a long time is safer, and therefore you should take a long time too, and just be immoral for a longer time, and it's
what
cool.
I just thought of too. Also, the taking time, because obviously, like, if someone were to just jump into like disordered eating and like drinking juice and protein powders, and like you can't just do that overnight. Yeah, that would be like your body would be like, what the fuck? Like super
Giving up
hungry,
food
your
for a
energy
bunch of
levels are going to be
garbage.
all like, it takes time to like slide into the eating disorder, so to speak.
He still has carnist mindset. He still thinks meat is healthy for you. So now that he's vegan, he's paranoid that he's not getting enough nutrients. So he's taking all these supplements because he still thinks meat is healthy.
I think so.
Well,
he's
what
surrounded
if-
by people saying that too?
What if I don't know. I mean, what if there are some benefits? I mean, he can't just live with accepting like a minor L in one tiny category in all of the categories of life. Like he can't be a meathead. Just like accept it, bro. Like whatever, you miss out on like one benefit that meat could give you if there is one. Like
exactly.
Whatever. You'll be
Whatever
skinnier,
that-
bro.
whatever
And
that
people
might
will
be,
call you
yeah.
skinny, and they'll say, "Look at this guy, he's skinny."
But he wanted to be skinny. He was fat
Well-
before. He had fucking diabetes. Like, none of this makes sense.
Yeah, people stunt their growth because they want to do gymnastics. You know, people screw up their joints because they want to be bodybuilders or play football.
Right.
It's like whatever.
Yeah.
Especially the body. The mind is actually way more plastic and flexible than the body is. The mind, although it gets very calcified, it can change on a dime. Somebody can change their worldview and their perspective by just hearing the accurate information and be like, wow, I never thought about it like that before. I never heard it spoken of like that before. The body, when you get into habits with the body, time is going to be required to adjust and undo bad habits and then habituate good ones. I would never tell anybody radically change this ultra fast. That's a rest.
Why does he fucking harp on this so hard?
Nothing
a
takes
major
12 years.
Major amount of percentage of his great work is talking about this over and over and over and over and over and over. I've heard him
in your diet.
Yeah,
it is.
I've heard him talk about this so many times. He must feel guilty for taking so long.
I don't
What
think
else could it
anything
be?
takes 12 years diet wise, dude.
Nothing in the world takes over a fucking year to change. 12 years? Give me a fucking break, dude. That's like a hilarious fucking joke.
Maybe it's an astrotheological joke.
We had a fucking a badass vegan fucking Harvard practicing medical doctor on the show, and we asked him if there's any harm to fucking quitting overnight. And he said no. And we already knew that because we've done it before.
And we know what happens when people say, "Oh, I quit veganism because I wasn't eating enough, or my body wasn't happy. I was super hungry all the time." It's like, okay, well, you didn't eat enough. You know what I mean? Like it's like
people undereat when
Mark
they go
is
vegan.
taking that sentiment of people who are maybe like ex-vegans, and he's just
he's
thinking
embarrassed about being
the
vegan.
solution is like, oh, well, it's because they did it too fast.
Oh, because people like, you know what they say, oh, it's so weak, it's not manly, bro. And he just probably gets mad when people make fun of it.
No, he's embarrassed for being vegan for sure.
Libertarians, conservatives, like they get
and then he knows we exist, so he doesn't want to give us anything. That's for fucking sure. I think I mean,
he's been saying this since before VGT, though, giving this excuse, the cop out.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to take a long time. I mean, that's the core. That's like something he's telling himself that too. He's not just saying that.
no,
to
he's almost only telling
it's like-
himself that over and
yeah,
over
it's
again.
like, no,
like,
it's like this is. It was tells
It makes more sense to say that it's just like
you did it wrong.
a
If you did
habit,
it
or
overnight.
it makes more sense to say, dude, it's just like a habit. It's a lifelong habit and convenience. It takes a long time to break, or I just struggle with that, or whatever. Like those are more
didn't say
common
that.
than
Yeah.
it's impossible. Right?
It's like
Like
what?
people
So-
live with their parents. They don't have that much money. Like I know kids that were I went to school with, middle school, high school. If their parents weren't vegan, it was very hard for them to be. So they did it as best they could.
Right.
Until they're an adult and,
Circumstance.
yeah.
Recipe for disaster. I want to see society change real fast. Would I want it to be so colossal?
It's like, okay, so Mark, if you met someone that took 5 years to go vegan, you'd tell them they were wrong because you took 12 and you
Go
think
back and
12
redo
is the
it.
right amount of time. Like it's bullshit. I've gone cold turkey vegan multiple times. Not a fucking thing, but positive. It's just a fucking bold-faced fucking lie. Just like you need supplements and you got to take 30 fucking supplements a day and methylene blue and fucking iodine. Like, it's bullshit. This whole thing.
Habits and then habituate
really
good
sketchy.
ones. I would never tell anybody radically change this ultra fast.
Why not? I'd never tell anyone to immediately stop being an immoral piece of shit. Really? Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you do that? Why would you waste time?
Don't immediately stop assaulting people. Stop.
Yeah.
Don't immediately stop R-wording.
Stay in the
females.
military longer. Since you're a sniper and you kill people for a living, stay in the military a little longer. Just wean off of it.
Yeah, it would be too.
Wean off of
it's
killing.
not good for you to quit cold turkey.
You won't get your bonus, bro.
Mull it over a
Yeah.
little bit. Yeah.
Ultimately, that's it. That's literally it at the end of the day. If
Yeah.
we're all here and the ultimate goal is fucking having money and being successful and powerful, the
Well,
Western
that is
fucking
his
way of doing
ultimate goal.
things,
Yeah.
Like, oh, keep working at a slaughterhouse, you know, even though it's giving you fucking mental disease and fucking physical disease. Just keep doing it. Wean off of killing animals. Like, oh, you're a UFC fighter, but you don't want CTE? Stay in UFC for a while and slowly wean off of getting punched in the head if you don't want CTE. Like,
because how else are you going to make money? You need to,
yeah,
you,
no,
like
just throw the fight.
Just accept that you're going to have CTE because you're going to be rich in the end, and that's what everybody's here for.
Yep.
Unfucking believable.
And when you get dementia, you won't really realize.
No, at least your family will be taken care of.
Yeah,
and that's all that matters. Is your kids being rich and having nice cars and shit.
Yes, that's a recipe for disaster.
That is what it's about, though. It is all about just having a bunch of cool stuff. And
yeah, I guess so. Not being a good person, just having a bunch of cool shit.
Definitely worth freedom. Definitely worth freedom.
You know,
I don't see how what he's doing also like has anything to do with other people's freedom, and you know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of just a very false equivalent.
Like he's really not.
There's really not
doing
correspondence
what he's
going on.
doing. No, there isn't at all.
No.
This is what I do. And I've seen, and it's like we've been in the chat rooms. His followers eat this shit up. They're like, "Oh, Mark, I know Mark's done so much work," and like, "Oh, I know Mark this and Mark that." It's like, man, you guys believe him? You believe that he's fucking broke? Like, look at his broadcasts.
Society changed real fast.
Yeah. They don't want to even look it up when you can present the evidence either. They're like, no, I'm not going to look at that.
No. They just want to believe what they believe.
Belief is the problem.
Yep.
Would I want it to be so colossally fast, like it's so chaotic that it actually creates more suffering? No. The mind would have to adjust. People would have to adjust behaviors. I think it could happen very fast if the mental adjustment is made. But as with something complex system, it would require some time, and we'd have to give it some time. And the body definitely needs time. I'm not one of these extremists of cold turkey approaches, radically quick shifts in habits. Start with small incremental changes, get comfortable with them, habituate yourself to them, improve steadily over time. Very common sense. That's an occult perspective, quite frankly. Occultists will teach you that,
gosh, dude,
and,
about 47 times in one conversation.
Path that I'm trying to put people
47 times in one conversation, this dude will say, just the same thing. Don't rush it. Don't quit it overnight. This is an occult perspective. You see what he's doing? It doesn't matter what he's even saying, dude, as long as he's repeating himself. So you can just fucking delete all the RAM of anything that's in your mind and just go full freaking blank slate and just accept whatever he says from this point on.
Yep.
He's just hammering like Control-Alt-Delete for whatever.
No, dude, it's like, dude, all these fucking these celebritarians that I've met, they're all masters at hypnosis. That's why they got their people around them is from hypnotizing. And
They're
repeating
mentalist
shit
fucks.
over and over and over again is the easiest way to hypnotize someone.
Yeah.
Mentalism, I guess.
Yeah.
Cosmic abandonment.
And the fact that there's virtually no variation in anything he says means that like he's such a lunatic that he makes sure that the script is uniform for the purpose of hypnosis.
Yes.
Like it's rehearsed like a Satanist. Because he never was not a Satanist, dude.
Yep.
It's just an egomaniac and that's it.
He
Otherwise
just took
he'd be
being
talking
a
about other
Satanist
things.
He just took being a Satanist as being something unique and interesting that he can make money off of.
He's actually he thinks he won up them by being just as good but also morally superior.
Yeah, exactly. But he doesn't realize that he's like, okay, so like the good, like the praise he received from being like in the occult, Church of Satan, all of that. It's like he's like, no, he doesn't want to give that up. And he's like, this makes me good at this now, though, and preaching moral values and principles. But he doesn't realize he needs to, that's why he's holding on to it. He needs to let go completely. That's that ego attached to, no, this is what I'm good at. And I'm going to take this thing that I'm good at and I identify with and use it for good instead of for evil. But it's like, no, but you need to let go like that. That's your ego
you
holding
can't
on.
reverse engineer it.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to reverse engineer.
Also, what is it? Truth doesn't require our participation. Bullshit does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he says the opposite. He says truth, in order to exist, requires our participation in order for it to exist. But that's the total opposite. Truth is what's there regardless of what we do.
Right.
So it's like a total inversion.
Look at the chat. Wow, delusion.
Psychopathic delusions.
Delusion is real.
On is a path of self-discovery, self-improvement, and self-initiation into deeper levels of awareness and consciousness. It's part of the esoteric traditions over time. It's where I draw from. I take an integral approach. Once again, just like with food and nutrition, I don't do extremist stuff. I don't do one hardcore tunnel vision. It's a very wide open and eclectic array of information and approaches, and then you integrate them. It's called the integral approach. And again, that's what I said was my approach to shadow work. It's my approach to health as well. We need an integral and eclectic approach to this information and these practices.
Wow. Thank you. And I'll tell you right now, one of the most appealing reasons why I watched your natural law seminar is because of how you broke it down like a practitioner, and you even defined what the word diagnosis means through way of knowledge. And it was very appealing because you brought it from that academic perspective that, some people
be working with slightly different methods, and I don't see any problem with that. I think there should be diversity and styles when teaching information like this, and many different people will bring different dynamics to the table. Again, like you said, Lysander Spooner may explain it one way, Larkin Rose may explain it according to just looking at the dynamic of authority and how that's not in any way keeping with what it means to be a good and moral individual. And I'll take it more from an esoteric and occult perspective. I don't think there's any right or wrong way of dealing with that or fleshing it out. I think the more eclectic those perspectives and approaches, the better, quite frankly, because then people are going to be hearing that from a ton of different angles and perspectives, and it'll probably help open their minds in a better way and possibly in a faster way. So, no, I don't. I'm not an extremist like that either. And I did not tell people to go out and sort of create some sort of an extremist religion regarding the work that I put forward. Nor do I want to ever see it degenerate into anything like that. So, I think what you're talking about is a general, well-balanced and common sense approach, which is what we've been talking about the entire interview. And that's what I favor in just about all areas of life.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to give.
Christ, this is something I've been thinking about with is there any way to try to contain or quarantine this mess? Because I don't know, when I feel like somewhat of a responsibility to warn people about this stuff, but the thing is a lot of people don't want to listen to it, but that shouldn't prevent us from warning people about it. I mean, what do you think about that and other we obviously do our New Age dumpster dive. Overall,
really, I've never heard you talk about that before.
Yeah. No, overall though, we're gonna get about 5 people to leave their cult. But that's still 5 people's lives that could be helped,
Yeah.
Yeah.
In general, though, you know how it is. The people who are not interested in the One Great Work Network or any of Mark's stuff are never going to tune in. And the people that are, some of them fall away, but some of them fall for it hook, line, and sinker. It's just the target audience is small, but it's still significant because we used to be people that seriously followed his work.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a really weird position to be in.
Yeah.
Well, like we were saying in the monologue, he's now
like Ali said a bunch of times, he's a greater teacher than even he's willing to admit, because he's put himself up here for us to learn from what not to do. And then and his network, like it's just, there's so much to learn from Mark, and he's helped us so much inadvertently by being the way he is and stuck in his fucking toxic fucking stagnant
How boring would that be?
I know, like I mean, look, you can tell how bored he is.
Scripted conversations. They are scripted because they only talk about the same thing and even cite the same anecdotes that are almost verbatim the same.
Yeah.
So how many times could you do that?
He's gonna do it. I mean, it seems like every time he says this shit, it's the first time he's saying it. Like he's so excited to fucking say it. It's like, dude, like you're on fucking tinfoil hat, bro. Come up with something better.
Because it's his ego is talking, so therefore there's chemical things going on. There's like the adrenaline, there's good feelings, like I don't know if it's like dopamine or something. Like he's getting
hypnosis. It's a scientific, he's getting his own, like listening to himself talk. And then the fact is it's like when you work in a call center and you master the script and you just try to do it better and better every time. And that's your challenge. You're competing with yourself. The last time you delivered this script to somebody.
Yes. Yeah.
And then in real time, he's watching the effect it's having on people. And then he's checking his crypto and wallets and bank accounts later to see if it paid off.
Yeah. Yep.
With the new enrollee.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because look, right after he was on Mike Adams, he gained a bunch of enrollees and stuff. Like, that's how it works, man. Unfortunately.
Mike Adams.
Yeah.
The health ranger, the fucking religious zealot.
Yes. That's how one of our classmates got in.
Yeah. And Mark wonders why he hasn't gotten this shit anywhere. When it's like the pool of people he's picking from is just hysterical. It's like, bro, tinfoil hat, Sam Tripoli.
Yeah.
Another religious zealot.
What's that? The child guy?
Scumbag.
The child guy.
Oh,
Archaics.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Yeah.
Look at Anarchapulco. Like, dude, these guys are
Jeff Berwick.
criminals.
No, that was one of the first Passio fucking videos
Barry
I made.
Cooper.
Was trying to call into the show to ask him why the fuck he's still supporting Jeff fucking Berwick. When Jeff Berwick scammed several times. Several
Victor
different
Hugo
times.
has been working with Jeff Berwick a bit. Like, dude, it's one big
Christ,
dude.
bro.
The entire alt media. I mean, Curtis and I went up there and talked about it. And we're like, bro, the entire alt media is Project Mockingbird. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Anybody who's who, like very successful alt media, completely fake psyop, just to scoop up the people who won't believe the standardized bullshit.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yikes.
Jordan Maxwell's, Graham Hancock on
Oh
JRE,
God, I can't
that
stand
whole,
Graham
Freaking
Hancock.
Graham Hancock.
He's the
history.
worst. And then they
Hidden
got
history,
Russell.
secret
What's his name?
history.
Who's cool, but
Rust.
he's like Russell Peter. No,
Russell Brand. Russell
No.
Peters
No.
is a funny comedian.
Yeah.
Not
Randall
Brand.
Randall
Carlson.
Carlson. Randall
Oh.
Carlson, who's cool, but he's sucked into it all and he's being
Mm.
used. Just trying to change history by doing podcasts.
The
you know,
good ones
on
like
Rogan.
Matthew North, you know.
He's dead.
Yeah.
They killed him.
What's the other really good YouTube channel we started watching? Was it Leather Apron?
Leather Apron's
something?
crazy.
Yeah.
Leather Apron Society.
Sounds
Yeah, he's
crazy.
nuts.
Deep dive.
Roush,
really extensive
Roush, that guy
research.
Roush. What's his name?
Oh.
Yeah, Leather Apron. Basically, he found out that like 85% of Joe Rogan's people Joe Rogan has on the show are little hat people.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh,
Despite
I think
the
I
fact
have
that
seen
they
that.
represent like 3% of the people on the planet or something like
Yeah,
that.
dude. Like Michael Malice.
Malice is the worst.
Yeah, Michael
Fake-ass
Malice,
anarchist.
Lex Friedman.
Yep.
Dude, I know, dude. You can
All
just
the
tell.
Rogan sphere.
You just
I
notice.
like how he presents
Rogan
it very
himself.
objectively, though. He's definitely not in like because the alternative community, like we were just talking about, is ultimately taken over and psyoped to hell. So it's hard to talking in this realm of information. It's really hard to find influencers or people putting out content that don't have that, the psyop behind it. But yeah, he's pretty objective with just presenting the information. Leather apron.
Leather apron. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So the next episode of Corey's show is about Bigfoot.
Of course.
We've discovered patterns.
The connection was always there.
This changes everything we
It's
thought
in
we
line
knew.
with natural law. Sasquatch. Health
Hello and
Revealed.
welcome everyone to Health Revealed. My name is Corey Angelot. I am joined by Stephanie Mo Davis, Scott Gordon, and a very special guest, somebody I know who I partner with all the time. I am here sharing with you guys my interview series.
He also on was this the guy who had a cable TV show?
So yeah,
worked with Hollywood. Nice.
So that was another thing I wanted to bring up. Andrew fucking Wilson was on Joe Rogan. So Andrew fucking Wilson, I was on his debate channel, debating some fucking farmer, and Andrew Wilson's a fucking clown. Whoa, I didn't look at that when I said that. That was weird. It was definitely
I
like,
thought that's why you said that.
no,
You said
I
a
mean,
comment,
probably,
yeah.
but so while I hit up Andrew Wilson to debate a farmer, and I ended up having 3 debates on Andrew's channel, and throughout the whole thing, Andrew would he put up a picture of me. Like, we sent him pictures because they're like, oh, I make a thumbnail, send me a picture. Then he pulls some picture off of YouTube, makes my skin green, makes me more skinny, doesn't use my correct name, spells my name wrong. Yeah. Never linked me to anything. Just fucked with me the whole fucking time. And ultimately, we ended up being, I think, one of the few vegans that actually win a debate on his channel. And he cares very much about that shit. It was the dude's a fucking clown. And I think he's been outed quite a bit recently for being a douchebag and being a faker, because he's doing this whole,
cryptozoology is completely fake douchebaggery.
Oh god, I can't, dude. When Rogan has the fucking, who are the dinosaur people? What are they called? Paleontologists. Paleontologists. I think that's what it is. Is it right?
Well, there's archaeologists.
Oh god, I can't with the dinosaur shit. I cannot with the dinosaur shit.
That one guy who he's kind of like a bigger guy.
With green hair and shit. Yeah, that guy just the most condescending douchebag fake ass scientist in the fucking world.
He's cool. He's like Guy.
He's all these
Fieri,
fucking idiots who don't think dinosaurs exist. Fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Bro.
Wait, but what's the
you're
evidence
literally
though?
a
Let's have a
fucking
conversation.
infant.
He's
I liked him when I was a kid because I saw Godzilla.
Yeah, it's like PD.
Yeah. It's like, wow. That's cool in a book, but it's like,
are dinosaurs the original grift?
Probably.
That's one of the OG ones, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It was
Jeff has a show on it. He did one. I didn't realize how fake and gay the science was.
Yeah, dinosaurs are really, really fake.
I looked into it. Yeah, I looked into it. Yeah.
It was 2 dudes in the 1800s that got in a dinosaur inventing. It was called the Dinosaur Wars. They literally got in a dinosaur inventing war, and
they dynamited each other's shit, right?
Yeah, and they've made so much money. The industry, the dinosaur industry, is so lucrative that it's kept the lie going over the years, which is crazy.
Like universities get funded for it.
Billions of dollars go towards
because they
digging
make
up fucking
epoxy
dinosaur
resin
bones.
lizards.
Yeah. And like the original, they're like, there's no, all the dinosaurs you see in the fucking museum are all made in China, plastic fucking bullshit.
See resin
Which,
lizards.
yeah,
Is
like,
that what you said?
Yeah, literally, bro. Let's make a lizard skeleton.
No, it's like
out of
Justin
resin.
Bedini with his fucking cave paintings. For years, he showed me this cave painting of like a lizard, and he's like, "That's dinosaurs." And I'm like, "How the fuck can you say that that's a big lizard? It just looks like a little lizard." Or then he had another cave painting where it's like dudes riding dinosaurs, but they're just badly drawn.
A giraffe.
No, what are the
Or
hump
ostrich?
things? Camels.
Camels.
They're just
Yeah.
camels. Like it's the most obvious. It's like, bro, fuck. you're so
or any
stupid.
other prehistoric cervid or like anything. Could also be stuff that people thought of while they were tripping.
Oh, what is
Yeah,
this?
or they were trying to
random ass fucking
manifest.
Comment.
yeah.
Getting a couple
They're
weird.
like one day
comments
someone's
coming
gonna
through here.
theorize about this. Sure enough, they predicted Padini. They're like,
No,
this guy is gonna go ape over this.
The dinosaur shit's real funny. But I'm pretty sure yeah, I did a couple of videos and I debate. It was like a guy I debated that befriended me, like unfriended me. It was someone I had actually like. It was a vegan guy. Anyway, never mind. But yeah, super funny. So yeah, Corey's next video is about Sasquatch, which is funny. It's just I can't even believe we're wasting our breath on these
It's
people
not
at a
about
certain point.
Sasquatch, bro. See, Sasquatch is just symbolic of
Cosmic abandonment.
man and our cosmic alignment with all that is in the universe, bro. You
Yep.
get it.
Jesus.
See, I
fucking
got your back,
Christ.
Corey. I got you.
Yep.
Bigfoot's fucking awesome. Natural law.
Naturosophy.
No, and the
Animism.
dude he had on the show was your run of the mill carnivore diet guy that just spewed all the fucking Liver King nonsense. Fucking I don't even know. Oh, what is this? What are we getting all these random? Hi, Gabe.
Hello, Gabe owners. Would you like to come up on the panel?
You should come up and hang out with us, Gabe owners.
Can. It is open for all humans.
And Sasquatches.
And Sam Squanch.
And it's right when we start talking about
and
dinosaurs,
Starseed.
everyone shows up.
Bigfoot.
Are you a
keyword.
starseed?
Ooh.
No, space travel, dinosaurs. What else is fake as fuck?
Juicing
Nuclear
gets the
weapons are
starseeds
fake.
out.
Juicing gets the star seeds.
Did you know juicing is an occult principle? Actually, it's an esoteric supplementing that's actually known about through thousands of years of it's been passed down.
We're talking about dinosaurs, Gabe. Come on up
It's a
and talk to
proprietary
us about
vetting
dinosaurs.
process.
No, Gabe, straight up. Did you know dinosaurs are fake?
Did you know nuclear weapons are fake too?
I need to learn more about that because I don't. I've never heard that before you, actually.
You've seen the video that I play?
Yeah,
of
you
the,
showed
the
it to
dude.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Crow 7
I don't have like
what better
physical
of a
material
Crow,
to
shut up,
play
Crow,
with.
Rose.
What better of a security device
It's a great
would be? Oh, if you touch that, you're gonna die.
Well,
If
let's
you get
think
near
of what
it, you're
other
gonna die.
weapons we've invented and what other weapon has been used literally once.
Yeah, and then never again. All
Right.
the corrupt governments of the world have never used it.
That's
again.
the one
Even
thing
when-
that's not even scientific, but it's just logical. Like, wait a minute. So we invented the Winchester rifle and used it in one war? No. There's literally nothing, no weapon that we've ever used like in one conflict.
In the Korean War, our entire military was surrounded. It was like we were gonna lose the Korean War to the fucking commies, and they didn't use it then. You know, it's like, come on.
Give me a fucking break.
The government
so you used it
having
when
tech-
you didn't need to. You used it when you didn't need to, but when you did need to, you didn't, because you're such a good leader. You're such a moral. Oh, I couldn't do that to the Korean people of North Korea. Like, hilarious.
Yeah.
Atomic bombs are the biggest boogeyman that we know, bigger than any fucking terrorist, bigger than
Wait
anything.
a minute. Then that means the participants in the agreements to not develop them are also all bullshitters and part of the PSYOP.
Of course.
That means China, Pakistan, India, Russia, all of them are full of shit.
Yep.
And,
But we
and then
all
if
have
you
the
look
same
at it, all of them are set up by the same owner.
Same banks, same owners,
Yeah,
the same banks, the same agenda.
What were you gonna say, Timothy? Or I think you brought up Crow or something
Oh,
in
I
regards
said
to-
that Crow 777 talked about the nuclear hoax. And
Did he? I think we
well,
did when I interviewed him. I think we talked about it a little bit.
Well, maybe that's what it was, but yeah. I first heard about the dinosaurs being fake from this dude named Jay Dreamers. That was in like
I know who he is.
Early 2000, yeah. But
Interesting.
he went real deep into like elves and stuff too.
Yes, that is the
elves.
Elves,
Inner-
he was like elves, alien. He like made all
inner
these
Earth theory or
connections.
something. There's a bunch of elves living in the inside of the Earth.
Not too
No,
sure.
it's-
I fell off of it. I kind of like lost. I kind of like didn't follow like anything for a little bit.
It was funny. It was fun doing the Crow interview because we were both like, "You're not a flat earther, are you?" but we're like, Crow's known for being a flat earther, even though he isn't. But just because the stuff he does with the moon, everyone just assumes that he's like a flat earther. And so I was like, I gotta interview this guy that's an epic flat earther. And then we both were like, no, you're not a flat earther. And we were both like, no. He's like, okay, cool.
So what
like,
does he
not
think
not
the
like
moon is different? Like it's artificial?
no, he films the moon and he's got really dope cameras and stuff.
That's
And
just
he films it for
astronomy.
like, yeah, but he films it from a questioning perspective
So
of
he's-
like, well, wait a minute, what is this exactly?
He's
you know?
documented phenomena that have been written off by mainstream astrology, but
Like
there
a
are-
civilization on the moon of some kind?
No,
or what?
like
Just
so they're
weird
called
things,
it's called a
anomalies.
lunar wave, and it's so
Hmm.
it's like you see it, and he's documented a couple times. And people say it's like a digital anomaly or something to do with the processing or like something happening within the microscope, but then apparently people have observed it in microscopes that were not digital microscopes, and they
Hmm.
weren't observing it in the playback, or it
Telescopes.
happened and wasn't. I'm sorry, telescopes, not microscopes.
Interesting.
But yeah, so because of that, I think he and we've talked to him about it, but he's just kind of he doesn't assume.
Like
he
he's
doesn't,
saying lunar waves as in like it can influence things on Earth.
No, it's
It's
this
a
weird
visual
thing you see while
phenomenon.
looking at it.
yeah, it's literally a visual.
Well, you usually do
wave.
feel something looking at the moon,
Yeah.
and people have, well, like for
Yeah.
example, in the East, they do definitely believe that the moon influences the mind and crops.
Of course.
Yeah.
You know our intro we play with the what's his butt?
Yeah.
Music.
Yeah.
That's guys footage. That's Crow's
Crows.
footage.
Hmm.
Sun.
And you actually see a fire wave come out from inside of the moon and then go
sun.
outside of the
I
sun.
thought that was the sun. Yeah, yeah.
Sun, sorry. So he films the moon and the sun. But you
Yeah.
actually see this wave go from it's like he thinks it's he thinks the sun is transparent, which looking at his footage and having him explain it, it looks like it's transparent because you see this disturbance inside the sun, and then it comes out and goes out like this big wave pops off, which is pretty trippy. And then
Well,
he's got
isn't that what
he's
a
got
solar
this
flare is?
footage of these fucking things exploding in the sky.
that was really weird. Like when I interviewed him, he showed us some shit, and we're like, "Whoa, that's weird." Because I didn't. It was Rose set it up. I didn't really. It was like, oh, we're not really sure what to interview this guy about. So he was, and I didn't really know what he did outside of just an internet guy who's big in the flat Earth community. And then it turns out he films the sky, and he films it so much that he's found some weird shit. And it's pretty cool. And the footage he's gotten is beautiful. And like in order to fund his stuff, you buy the rights to the photography, so you can blow it up and put it in a put it in a frame and put it on your wall, because it's beautiful shit. But yeah, Crow's cool, Rose cool.
There's like millions of people who don't eat grain or beans on the 11th day of the bright and dark lunar fortnight. So it's called the Kaddish.
Oh wow,
the 11th
crazy.
day. Yeah, no, it's like pretty much
people
who worship Vishnu or follow Hinduism or yoga in general.
Okay.
Seriously. Wow, when I lived in the temple, it was the rule. I mean, there were no beans or grains cooked, no legumes or grains. So it'd be like tapioca or quinoa, because it's technically not a grain.
The energy coming off the sun, or lunar
energy, and
it's like bad. They think when it hits the bean, it's
there's different theories. Okay, so basically, it weighs you down and makes you dull. That's the simplest explanation of it. The other theory is that like the other main one is that there's like a mythological story about it, that, and they kind of, one of them is like, it's kind of an austerity, something that'll get you like merit by not doing it, just like you would fast on other fast days. So there's like a psychological and a health aspect. There's the mythological or superstitious belief. But then there's some people saying, like even Pythagoras and other philosophers believe that there is something to do with the reincarnation, and that somehow you
won't reincarnate if you eat the moonbeans.
No, it's like by avoiding beans on one of those days, like it's a good thing because you might stunt the evolution of a being in the process of evolving. Like that the protein or the grains, like somehow like lunar energy, it has to do with karma and the transmigration of souls, and that it's a good day to avoid that somehow. I don't know, because I never really cared to look into it. But there were all kinds of beliefs around it. But I know Pythagoras made beans against the rules.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Wasn't Pythagoras vegetarian?
Yeah.
Yeah. That must.
He also said no beans.
No beans. How
No
interesting
beans.
though, if there was some connection though, like that was like some like seeing that, like that visual phenomena was like us seeing something that connected with, oh yeah, like that's when you're not supposed to be eating the beans, is when those waves are happening. Like there was like
also they say something about the spinal fluid and the subtle body is pulled like other fluid, like the water by the moon. It's affected. So there's always some kind of aspect, but like the moon is also considered to have like good energy. So yogis a lot of the time like absorb energy from the moon or something like that.
Someone must have shared the channel. We're getting a ton of people off the chat, new people in the chat. It's crazy.
What about this? I've always thought this was a little out there. People, I think they're in India, at dusk and dawn when the UV rays are low, staring into the sun for about 15 minutes and getting energy like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
No, I mean like when it's on the horizon, not when it's before it would mess with your eyes. You're getting the different spectra.
Yes, looking at the sunset is really good, allegedly.
Yeah, and the dawn. You can do it at the dawn.
Golden
too.
hour, golden hour, or whatever.
See, what got me was supposedly this guy was living off of that and not like eating or anything.
Oh, you mean Liver King?
You can totally do that for a couple months until you die.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
It's like the carnivore diet people. They're like, no carbs whatsoever. And
They
it's like,
probably
okay,
find
have
some
fun with that.
there's
You're gonna be
probably
dead
some-
soon.
There's like a little bit of merit, and then they totally like make it too extreme to where there's no merit, if there's any. I don't know. Like if there's any good to sun gazing, then saying you're gonna do it and not eat anything while you do it is a good way to deter people from doing it.
Oh no. I'm looking for a video. I was looking for a video of Ostara Hydrogen
And I'm
play on the outro.
I'll
and this
update you on
popped
about a
up.
month or two. I don't know who's that motherfucker. Uh-oh. Censorship.
Who's that guy?
Oops.
Whoops.
Yeah, who's that guy?
Who's that guy? Yeah.
Yes, but I mean, in respect to what I said, I have produced a lot, so I can't really say any of the production that I made drinking all that hydrogen water like made it is why I made that production. So I've produced since then.
Producing content?
Producing content, like this whole like the non-duality thing of realizing that the mind is the problem, and I feel like I had that savior complex, and I was like trying to make as much content as I could, but in that
Well, that's how Mark motivates people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
he got us with that for a little bit.
Luckily, you don't have to do that. Luckily.
Right. Because yeah, I like to talk more about that, but I was gonna say, yeah, I was. My bad. Go ahead, then.
No, go.
All right, I was gonna say that the amount of work that I've put in has been similar, having the alkaline water or the hydrogen water and not having the hydrogen water. Because you're about to pull up my video where I talked about, or I made a response to that video about it. Anyway, go on, dude. My bad.
Hydrogen water is not going to make you make.
So basically, placebo.
Yeah.
I guess
placebo's a hell of a drug.
It's why they test it against all other drugs.
Yep, all constantly because it works very well.
Because all is mind. Oh wait, never mind. Dude, literally, Mark's entire grift is placebo.
Mm-hmm.
Occultism is placebo.
Yeah, all new age shit is placebo.
Everything you perceive with your mind. Therefore,
it's easy
make
to
any
convince
impression
yourself
in it, and you'll see that.
Yeah, just like the carnivore dieters, they go carnivore and they feel great, and it's like, well, vegans feel great too. Like feeling a certain way or you're perceiving something, you can be wrong.
Dude,
And,
also, like you said, they're not eating like other junk, so like maybe the calories are less, and then also mentally they've made a profound change and they're thinking a certain way, and placebo effect is real. Plus, they might be hitting the gym at the same time.
less fat in the brain. Lipemia is very real. Fat clogs up your fucking brain, slows shit down. It cuts off the oxygen going to your brain, which is necessary.
That's why they
Meatheads
say
aren't known
such
for
dumb
being smart.
things. Right. That's like literally the trope.
Do we know the Urantia book?
Yeah, I know what that is.
Interesting. Yeah, kind of new agey.
What is it?
That was, remember, it was
It's like an
referenced.
Aquarian gospel type thing. Like it's a new agey thing.
Someone
got popular for a little bit.
interesting.
Yeah, it's dude, it's probably been, what was it, 2014 is the last time I took a look at Urantia book. I wasn't really into it, but you know, I borrowed it for like a day or two.
That was in the lyrics of the Dead Z song Mansion World.
Oh, is that
called
it?
New Urantia Girl. Everything's below you. Yeah, it's like a super kind of like occult that's in this song with like really occult lyrics.
Cher's
And,
son's band.
Yeah, Dead Z is
Oh,
fronted by
okay.
their son, and so
Yeah, I'd
that-
rather have someone like explain it, you know, if they want to mention something about it, or just it's too vague. It's been way too long since I looked at it.
Some new age bullshit.
Yeah, probably. Can't say for sure because I don't remember enough, but
He who knows then knows the lonely messengers.
is that a
Mysterious.
quote or a lyric?
must
No.
not be one. I must not be one that knows. I
That
don't
sounds
know.
very esoteric.
Yeah.
Well, let's just put it this way: if it's
We're
channeled,
lonely
it's
messengers.
probably stupid.
Yeah, I figured out I was asking GBT about the way of the peaceful warrior.
Oh,
And it's all,
okay.
nope, that's new age bullshit. I was like, I thought
Is
it
that-
wasn't.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It's
dualist.
I
That's
read that in like
specifically what ChatGPT said.
2006 or 7. Yeah, it is too. Yeah,
It's like it makes it tries not to sound like it, but it is. And I had a feeling, but it was on the
well, it's
on the
never
arc.
been it's not a true story. So
No, yeah,
you know
well,
what I
it's fiction
mean.
to
So
begin
I
with, for sure.
never
Yeah.
really tried to think about it too hard.
Yeah, because it's fiction.
Yeah.
'Cause
No,
it's
the
fucking
Journeys of
Oprah.
Socrates was a fun one when it's also a fiction novel, but it was about like his mentor when he was young, which is totally ridiculous, completely unbelievable, but just fun to read. Yeah. So it's like what made him hardcore and like, you know, where he came from, which was riding around in the steppes of, you know, like Russia with like Cossacks, like sword fighting and ridiculous.
My grandma was way into like Paramahansa Yogananda and like all that kind of shit. And so like when I was early teenager, she was like, read this book. Because it's like it's at least like kind of an okay read for a spiritual self-help book, you know, because it's like talking about a young dude that's riding motorcycles and a gymnast, you know, like I don't know, it's just a little bit more interesting. But anyway, oh, I feel like you still don't know why I'm here. Okay, you're tripping me out. What are you talking about, dude? Why don't you come up and talk to us?
Radio.
Yeah, or you could just say why and
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to
We're here
be
for it.
riddles. Come on up.
Yeah, I mean, we've shared this, you know, so we think you're here because you saw the show because you saw a link.
Yeah,
That's how that usually works.
I put a link on the Shroomery website in the spirituality and also
Oh,
in the diet section.
That might be what's happening. Okay.
That's kind of shroomery.
I'm like, who are all these people? This is rad.
Yeah.
No one ever comes and watches this show.
Yeah.
Shroomery.
I used to spend a lot of time on that website.
Did you?
Bring
Oh,
us
yeah,
to
she's a big
bring us to
shroomer.
shroomery.
She's got all the big books. What's the guy's name?
Oh, Stamets. Yeah, but that's
Stamets'
what it's
books.
like.
Oh,
a
yeah.
That was a Terrence McKenna quote earlier though. reality or truth doesn't require your participation. Bullshit does.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't know if it was truth or reality, but yeah.
I think it's truth.
Truth, yeah.
I saw an article that like 60 people have gone to the hospital this month in our area because of how many mushrooms there are popping up right now.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
yeah, you're in
I mean, just
California.
on our property, there's like I've seen like 6 different kinds of mushrooms, and just the whatever temperature. There's been the fog in the Central Valley in California, this creepy fog that's been hanging out, and it's just been like making all the mushrooms go crazy. People
Tim,
are just eating them.
You would know. I've seen these big, like 6-inch or even bigger, like yellow amanitas.
Ooh.
When I used to live off grid in a cabin.
Wow.
There's no way in hell I was eating them though. And I just left them alone. But
Are those
yeah,
those red ones, red with white spots.
no, yellow with white
Oh.
spots. It's just a subtype of the Amanita muscaria. It's a yellow variety. But and then also puffball fungi that like were the size of a volleyball, dude. There's giant puffballs. Now puffballs people like to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy.
But the
Yeah.
Amanitas, no way. Nope.
There's some people that like them, but yeah, it's a different compound than normal.
Yeah, muscarinol and whatever. Yeah.
Or don't you have to eat like a shitload of them?
It also like getting sick is part of the experience. Like you will feel weird, but I'd
Light
still like
poison.
if I was gonna try it, I'd get it from a lab verified source and not from the woods, because you'd have no idea what the dosage is like. And if you're wrong, it could be toast.
That's the hard thing about Amanita mushrooms, is that they actually grow with the roots of pine trees, and so it's really actually hard to grow them in a lab or like. cultivate
It
them.
was a pine forest. It was a pine forest that I was in. Yeah,
yeah.
I lived on 30 acres and off grid like 9 months.
Most of the
like no
mushrooms
running
pop up.
water, no electricity. I had to like bring in bottles and stuff like that.
Wow.
Most of the mushrooms popping up around here, they just look like regular ass store mushrooms, and that's probably why people are eating them. They're like, oh, I'm broke.
Dude.
Make a salad with these mushrooms.
There's a
and-
lot of mushrooms that are like lookalikes, where it's like either it's totally cool to eat or you could die,
die.
and they're very close. And just the fact there's more of them popping up, or maybe when in an area where normally they're edible, but then because of the season being so weird, there's like poisonous ones also interspersed with them. Because
if there was floods, think about that. It's just stuff getting shifted around.
Yeah.
We've had some.
Spores
We had a
around.
big. That's probably what it was. We had this random tiny storm. Allie was on a bike ride with a bunch of people. Had this random storm come through that was like the gnarliest shit for 5 minutes I've ever seen in my life. We had like a fucking foot of water come down this hill, and it changed everything outside. And it was this short little fucking storm, and that might be what jostled all those fucking mushrooms loose, because they're everywhere. And they weren't here last year. I didn't see any mushrooms here last year.
They could have called
Now
it
they're, like,
Tropical Storm Jocelyn.
Jocelyn mushrooms. Yep. Got the boys back. The good old boys. I miss these guys.
If you've been following us for a while,
Oh, what's up? Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Ending sequence is done. What's up, Kramos? You come in peace?
Hola.
Hello. Yes.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? How's it going,
Bien,
man?
gracias. You
Bien,
speak
bien.
Spanish.
Poquito.
Good.
What's going
How are
on?
you?
Welcome.
What are your thoughts tonight, Kramos?
Oh, well, first time here. I'm
Thanks,
just
man.
feeling very good. listening. You have good colors in the setup of the stream, I guess.
Oh, thank you. Allie does. She does our thumbnails, which are pretty damn
Are
colorful.
you using OBS?
No, StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Yeah.
The
So it's
the
quite a
paid the paid.
yeah.
account?
Unfortunately, it's
Ah,
paid,
cool.
but man, is it easier, and it's got some cool stuff to it. But yeah, the thumbnail's pretty dope.
Yeah, StreamYard is very friendly.
Kramos, that background reminds me a little bit of like the artist Miro.
Miro?
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about Miro, but thanks.
Yeah. No, I mean it's just an interesting background you got there. What
Yeah, it's
brought
a
you here?
draw- It's a,
Where'd
it's
you-
a drawing that I did.
Where'd you find us?
I don't know. Trying not to get Epstein's live streams.
Oh, okay.
You just saw that we were live.
No, I play with the fucking algorithm like a.
Okay.
I start
So like
searching and
conspiracy
then
stuff or
refresh.
something.
Yeah, but it's like it's funny. It's like a reverse psychology. I search for Epstein and then I put art or other topics and then I refresh and the Epstein is less. So I found you and now I'm here. And appreciate it.
That's awesome. Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. Unfortunately, we're 5.5 hours in on this podcast.
Yeah, we've been going for a long time tonight.
That's weird. I've seen other streams like 6 hours, 10 hours, and I don't understand it.
Yeah, we've done.
I'm not judging. I just.
We've done 8 before.
8?
8
Wow.
hours.
That's a good
It's almost
number.
like a half a watch party though, you know, because we're watching and
We watch
reacting.
a lot
We're
of
not.
videos and stuff. Yeah,
It's kind of just hanging out. Yeah.
it's a bunch of dudes
It's,
hanging out and a chick.
It's mysterious in a way because, for example, long time ago, I pull up in a panel and I start talking. I told everything that I just told you. Like I'm from Chile and stuff, and the people start like freaking out because this is not real. This guy is AI. He's an AI. And I was like, what the fuck? And the people in the chat and everybody start to react to that feeling, and I thought, this is my chance. So
I'm gonna keep doing this.
do you really take off your glasses, crush your
Whoa.
hair? Do you really think I'm not advanced enough? And after that,
I bet you they were freaking bugged out.
I started getting emails. Hey, sorry, Kramos.
That's awesome.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watching the live section in YouTube. Every once in a while, if I'll see someone go live and I don't know who they are or what they're doing, I'll hop on there, and it's paid off a couple times because I've had we met this Australian kid who hangs out on the show all the time now. Once he was going live and he was just talking about weed, and I just went up there and we hit it off, and turns out he's a cool homie now. But yeah, YouTube's for making friends for sure.
Placer de conocerte.
Cada
Nice to
cabeza
meet you too.
en es mundo.
How long have you been with this channel?
A year and a half. What do you think?
I think we're going on
Almost
2 years with this show. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been around like a year and a half, I think.
You're having fun, I can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do the show every week. Now we do it like every 1 month.
Oh, cool.
You know, it's something.
You gotta
place
have fun
for us
with it.
Place to vent.
Well,
Let off
I
some
feel
steam.
that I feel that you're not that kind of people that are slaved on the result things. I think humanity is hooked up in slavery about the result. So You're not throwing me. We have a million subscribers or how many thousand of views. So you wanna,
No audience capture here. No.
the organic way.
Darren likes this guy named Michael Tessarian. He likes to say that we're unslaved.
Oh man.
Yeah. I did a video how to get less and less subscribers.
Yeah. Oh no,
as a victory, as a
I'm
success.
I'm a
How to
professional
fail.
at not getting subscribers.
How to fail.
Shady's was almost famous once.
Yeah. And now I'm not. So that means I lost a bunch of subscribers, which was awesome.
Usually it means you're legit.
No. If you have if you have a following, there's a problem there.
Please don't subscribe to my channel and don't follow me because
We won't. Don't follow us either.
Don't follow us either. If you
It's
see
not
us,
worth
see
it,
us.
actually.
Thoughts and prayers.
Before planting the seed fun, I had a channel named Crimals, and I have a lot of audience of USA, United States, Estados Unidos, North America, and 2 months ago, they eliminated and removed my channel because I pulled up documentary about the beginning of the fascist movement in Chile in 1938, and they told me it was because another claim of another video. I show documentaries about many things: history, politics, spirituality, religion, as Taoism, and it was like they did me a favor, because I had this other channel idea project abandoned because I have 1,000 ideas and I don't do shit. I'm lazy as fuck, failing many ideas, not accomplish anything.
Yeah, same here.
Taoism, very cool concept is Wu Ji. The boundless,
among many others. It helped me, not to be. Is it gonna result good? Is it gonna be result bad? When? How? And all the shit. It's like so much tension. That shit taught me how to.
Yeah.
No,
Trying to not tense up on just living life.
It's pretty advanced if you
attachment
study
to outcome creates bondage.
it's like thanks to Taoism, thanks to that book, I believe and I feel in the most kind way that religion is a duty for human being, but an individual one, not institution, an individual. And so I can write my book about my religion and share it with you, not to try to convince you, just give me your thoughts. Cool.
Right.
And everyone with their own book, but flexible. So that's my position, and they shut down my channel because I showed that shit, and it was like, wow. The other side would be, oh, I lost all my subscribers. I'm gonna hurt tomorrow.
What will I do?
Bro.
Right. Yeah, we get blocked all the time.
We're the rejects of. You should actually, after this, you should watch the whole episode, or at least start it over from the beginning, because you might. You're probably right up our alley of what we do over here. We recently got really into the Vedic principles.
In fact, I'm processing your metrics analytics right now.
Okay, right now. The bot, the AI bot is processing. You just
know what you mean.
You just watched all our episodes in the last 20 seconds.
Processing.
But you see the topic. I mean, he looked at the description, and all is not mind. I mean, that's an important thing because without that, you can't relax.
I was hoping. I wish it's not a title to oh, this is okay, and Epstein files and the files and like.
Or what
You
else
know?
is popular right now?
Like
Epstein.
baseball's best home runs, and okay, Epstein files.
The algorithm's going nuts, huh?
Yeah.
It's awesome.
I bet Adrian would like that background.
Every single time. Is it about that?
Bro, the funny part that I make the attempt is the fun about the question. Why am I here? I feel that you don't get it yet. So
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah.
But you are
You
here.
do.
Does it have to be for a
Of
reason?
course you do. Of course you do. Let me give you a hint. It's a question.
Mm. It's a
The
question.
hint is a question.
Why am I here?
We don't know.
Or
The
what is
hint
the
is the question.
The hint is the question. You're here to ask questions?
Wait.
No.
Why?
Are you saying that we're here to figure out why we're here?
Bro, I think nobody builds anything. I think this is a circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Just that, and you're inhabiting.
Yeah.
What-
There is no
what am I-
why.
What am I building?
Because teleology is bullshit. That's why.
Sounds good.
Things just are. He's here because he's here. If he was not here, he wouldn't be here.
Well, instead of a question, I'll tell you. 3 years ago, I learned about the language of the birds. That is not a material language. So I'm going to ask you again. I'm here for a question.
Here for a question.
A question about the birds?
About
The birds in
yourself. About whatever you want. I'm calling yourself because it's like yourself.
We had a really good question earlier that we wanted to ask you, or we were talking about. Well,
In
I
the
can't
chat?
really. You know, we were all three talking about something that we were really deeply thinking about. If I could remember off the top of my head what it was, I would ask him. It had something to do with spreading, trying to reach, people. Fuck, never mind. I'm making myself. Can't remember. But
people.
Something to do with dualism.
It did have something to do with dualism.
Do you know who Mark Passio is, Kramos?
No.
Okay.
Being totally honest, I don't care right now.
Oh yeah, you shouldn't.
You shouldn't.
Just curious.
Do you know who Mark Passio is,
Here's the
Kramos?
question. Maybe. Being totally honest, I don't care right now. Do I know who?
It was repeating, it was echoing what we were just talking about.
Sorry.
Ronan, I think you might have the YouTube still open.
You might need to turn your YouTube off
okay.
because we're hearing us in your.
Or it could just be his speakers.
Oh, it's gone. No,
You're there.
You're good.
Yeah, you're hello.
So that was quick. What's up? What's up, Jeffrey? Been a long time. Let me put a shirt on. It's kind of gay. Oh, it's hot. It's working.
Everyone's coming out of the woodwork at 5 hours.
You've been on for 5 hours.
Wait, is that?
Yeah.
That's
J6 Eric.
Yeah, I'm the only non-J6er, man. I was just there. I love exposing those.
I mean,
assholes.
it's a moniker. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm the only non-J6er. I told
Ramos is really into Taoism, by the way, and that's what we were talking about.
Wait a minute. Oh, that's What's up, bro? Where is Curtis here?
No, Kramos just kind of found us in the algorithm, and he's into Taoism.
And backwards.
I don't
And
follow.
same time.
We don't subscribe to one specific
I
thing.
found you and you found me in the algorithm at the same
Yes.
time.
Yep, that's awesome.
Yeah, Lao Tzu is pretty awesome.
Okay, sir, nice to meet you. I think you have a question that maybe could be a question for everybody. That's why I'm here. I bring a question and I'm having fun, respectfully, to share with you the question.
Oh, I thought that isn't this Jeffrey's channel?
Yeah.
It's a traveler.
Open panel.
It's open panel. There's a bunch of people up here.
Cool.
International.
Sorry about the background. They're
No,
working,
but every time I try to think of the question, I experience
Okay.
just a pleasant silence.
It's I don't know what time is it there.
Oh, it's
10:30 on the West Coast.
1:28 in the AM for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
about that.
I'm in Viña del Mar, central Chile. Here is 3:29 a.m. So I'm going to say here, long story short, the question is simple. Your real name, your first name, how many letters have your first name? How many? And that's the number I share with you that you are going to start seeing frequently in a big sign in the highway or in the ticket of some store.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I need to go now, but I appreciate it. I'll see you again, I think.
Thank you, Kramer.
See you, man. Come
Have
back
a good
next
one.
time. Thanks for coming by.
Take care. Be safe. God
Peace.
bless.
Get some sleep.
Thank you. Dude, I was trying to think of a question to ask him, and I couldn't think of anything. But when my mind went blank, it felt good.
Yeah, oddly enough. It's like, oh, this is
You know,
pleasant.
I just decided to stand in that, sit in it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is he like a psychic card reader or something, or what's it like?
I don't know. He just popped
Guy
up like
passed
5 minutes
through.
ago.
Yeah, he was just a traveler. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What are you up to, Ronan?
Oh, just cleaning up, doing some gardening. That's about it.
Where are you right now?
Cambodia.
Ah. What are you doing
Desert.
there?
Abandoned the satanic Great Satan United States second time.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Cambodia.
Well, I had to. They kept trying to kill me and shit, so that's not cool. Lock me in jail and shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know if they know your story. It's perhaps a story for another day.
Well, I'm a 9/11 New York City survivor. Also, I'm the one and only non-J6er J6er. I'm not mad. I was just there filming and filmed the whole military operation.
Did you get footage of Ray Epps?
Yep. The night before, yes, not the day of. I got footage of the Q shaman, the face of the whole thing. Which I'm like, this is like out of Braveheart with all the war paint. I'm like, this is a fucking movie set. I'm out of here.
All the world's a stage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't done by the radical liberal left Democrats. It was done by the U.S. military, Five Eyes, whatever you want to call it. The military operation, movie set.
9/11? That's what you're talking about?
Well, no, January 6th. Well,
Oh, J6.
Also a
That's what you
9/11
meant by that.
survivor. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
But I was
Usually.
at 9/11.
There's this
Yeah, I
show
mean-
called Kill Tony that we watch, and there's a lady that goes up there that was there, and her son's name is Alex Jones. She lives in Central California, and they own a farm or something. But I don't know. I don't know why
Her
that
son,
brought
his
that up.
name
but-
is Alex Jones.
She was
Yeah.
there in January 6th.
Yeah, she was at January 6th, and her son's name's Alex Jones, but he's this tall, good-looking kid, not a fat little Alex Jones guy.
Hey, he's lost weight. He's lost.
He's not
weight.
a gay
He's
frog.
pretty-
He's a little more. He's on the.
He's on that testosterone therapy.
Any Pogo Project Zephyr people coming in here like Paul Enslaved used to be?
No.
No.
They dropped us like a bad habit, thank God. Oh no, Blue Bass was in
Oh,
here
yeah, we still
earlier.
get Lou Bass.
Lou Bass still comes around.
Oh God. RCMP agent.
No,
Oh.
God, I don't miss those
Is he?
days.
Oh man.
Yeah, I knew Jeffrey probably 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
At least. Wow, time flies.
Yeah, that started this whole. Yeah, that was
And we've all been haven't we all been on Victor Hugo's show?
I'm supposed to be on again. I'm on the pedo list. I'm a Jew also, by the way.
Oh yeah. L'chaim.
I called Victor Hugo Santa Claus.
Yeah. Dude.
That bummed him out.
It did bum him out.
He didn't
I still
He's
like
all, "Oh."
Victor. You know,
He's a
even
nice
if he
guy.
if he's working for the CCP, I mean, it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the Christians like Dustin Nemos and those nut jobs. Yeah, anybody that did Q is gonna answer for their crimes.
Oh yeah, Dustin, that guy, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
he's
but no, I
literally
mean
a
like
Jewist.
Victor, I don't know. You know, it's he's a character.
Victor destroyed my fucking email, dude. He like started sending me all these emails, and then like people he knows got my email and started emailing me, and I'm just like, my email's completely destroyed with all
I don't
this
know-
like boomer fucking conspiracy theorist shit. It's not even shit I'm
I don't know
into.
who started it. It's like somebody doesn't know how to BCC an email list. It's like this huge. I have the list as well
Yeah,
because I was on it.
yeah, yeah. I wouldn't mind. That would be good to steal it from him.
You guys,
Yeah,
I'm
like-
about to peace out though. But
Okay, yeah, I think
it
we're
was
gonna
a-
wrap things up. We're pushing 6 hours here.
Wow,
But, good
yeah.
to see you, Tim.
Good to see you too, dude.
Thanks for the present in the mail. We'll be
Yeah,
Yeah.
find out about that. I'm curious myself.
I am
Yeah,
too.
same.
Yeah, you know, what if it turns out like it is all good? No.
I
And
mean,
what
Jeff-
if you're like Jeff is a total asshole. No.
Well, the only
No, but-
I'm testing it for.
We got some
safety.
vegan words to eat then.
No,
Virgin water to
I am-
Vegan.
I mean, especially that metal content, because I was drinking that shit for a while, and to think that I was drinking all that metal, it kind of would, you know, gross me out.
Well, did you
We'll test it.
did you see the video of that the guy made where it was like an hour-long video and it was kind of funny and like it was like a skit about the whole hydrogen water scam? But he
No.
actually tested them and he was like, "What the fuck? The pH is going up."
Yeah, and that's cause for disease, isn't it?
down.
Or one of the
Yeah.
two, the disease
Whichever
is more
one.
prone in the yeah. Anyway, I'll catch y'all again.
All right, dude.
See ya.
Peace.
Night.
Peace. Good night.
Peace, dude.
Later.
Darren, good to see you. Jeffrey, I forgot.
Yeah, good seeing you again. You remember
I forgot the lady's name.
Allie?
Allie, that's right. Okay, Jeffrey, Allie, Darren, everybody else.
We'll see you.
So that's it. Ciao.
Good to see
Come,
you.
come around next time.
Oh, look at Logan's.
Ah.
Poop in my mouth. Ah.
Surprise visitors at the end. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was random. We rarely get random surprise visitors, especially. Well, I guess Timothy posted us, and we got a bunch of people showed up. That was funny.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what
Comments
dude's name
low-key
is.
slapped.
Dude's name's not Ronan. It's
Eric.
It's Eric. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Yeah.
That was him.
Oh,
just looked
he
a little different.
hangs with me and Curtis sometimes.
What a trip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we know
Small
him
world.
from a long time ago.
That's
on
awesome. I
another
didn't even
panel
know you
show.
guys knew each other. That's cool.
No, like he I think he like randomly called me a couple months ago. He's like he lived in China or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for a while. Vegetarian guy.
Mhm.
Not or vegan. One of those. But yeah, I remember him. He was cool. But anyway, good show. That was decent. I like the Mark commentary, Mark health
Oh
commentary.
yeah, you like the Mark commentary? You don't say.
Well, no, that was I mean, usually we're not able to sit there and like scrutinize everything he's saying that much, but that was like a lot of bullshit for Mark. Like
Grifter Science Theater.
Yeah, that was really bad.
Grifter Science Theater.
That was peak, not peak Mark.
Not Buddhistic.
Not Buddhist, not mixing things, mixing too many things.
Uh-oh.
Later, Lachlan.
Don't get a strike. Didn't you know that you can't have a video that someone doesn't like? I have
Yep.
them blocked.
I have them blocked.
No meanies allowed.
No meanies allowed. Just
Yeah.
turtles and aliens and Oprah.
Hopra. Selling hopium. Hopra.
Oprah.
Might have to incorporate that into a thumbnail. I don't know.
We got put
Oprah.
Oprah right in
Opium.
front of what's her
Jerry.
name?
Sorry, Jerry. It's
Jerry.
not me.
Jerry. Did
It's
you see
not me.
Jerry stole Allie's bangs?
Oh no,
Yeah.
we're not saying that. We're not saying that.
She stole your stuff.
She stole my
Stealing stuff, mixing things.
Jerry,
Mixing
I think
her
it
hair with
looks
Allie's
great.
hair.
You're mixing hairs. I think it looks great, Jerry. I support it.
I can dig it.
Yeah,
I can dig it.
I could dig it.
I have them blocked.
I have them blocked.
I have them locks.
Snip.
Oh boy. All right, dude. We're gonna hang
Whoop,
it
whoop.
up. Thanks for coming around.
Whoop whoop. Thank you.
See ya. See ya. And if anybody was interested in our group therapy meetups, they are not filmed. Private. Shadow work. Group shadow. What do we call it? Group shadow work. Hit us up. They're every other week. And it's just a short little check-in group for people who are interested in shadow work. Anyway, catch you guys later. Introducing Logan and Will here to talk us out.
But today we're dialing it in on who it's actually for. Though hydrogen therapy can virtually benefit anyone due to its let's just dive straight into it. So we want to start by sort of emphasizing that although it's a universal support tool, the way it can help people can vary quite a bit depending on what you're looking gonna get out of watching this episode is clarity on whether is something that you should pursue. Again, we're not gonna get too into the nitty gritty of the science in this episode. We've already covered a great deal of that in the previous episodes. So if you are interested in that, and regardless, do go back and start from the beginning, especially these first 10 episodes are structured in a way to take someone from zero awareness into having a really good grasp on these fundamental concepts. So, this episode is going to be a practical guide to understanding if and how hydrogen might fit into your own specific goals.
That's right. Some of the categories we have coming up is just general wellness and optimizing your health, performance, longevity, and also chronic recovery issues that people might be battling, and we're gonna cover a wide range of topics.
Right. So, Will, you want to go ahead and get into our first point, which is the most broad perspective on who this might help?
Absolutely. General wellness and the preventative use, right preventative is important, and that's where hydrogen therapy absolutely shines. So who is this for? It's for the health conscious individuals. The busy professionals on the go all the time that have a very strict routine. And then people trying to stay ahead of burnout.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you. To every